Good morning, everybody. I hope that everybody's had a good Easter weekend and is ready for Veterans Business Battle.
Hey, as Justin's working through that, y'all, just a quick update. The YouTube link was. Hey, as Justin's working through that, y'all, just a quick update. The YouTube link was. Hey, as Justin's working through that, y'all, just a quick. There we go. Having some trouble. All right. The YouTube link that Justin sent out just now in the chat window, that's the new link. For whatever reason, the old one was broken. I'm gonna highlight Justin's wizardry here. He's able to get it fixed for us. So if you guys needed to share that with any of your partners or teammates, you can use that link in the chat window now. It should work.
Awesome. Thank you, John. And I do apologize for the feedback. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to all of our sponsors, our partners, our judges, and the contestants that have been working with us to pivot Veterans Business Battle from an in-person venue to online. As many of you know, traditionally, we like to run this as a 2.5-day format to allow for contestants to actually build their networks along with our judges and with our partners and our sponsors. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that this year, but everybody's been incredibly flexible and has allowed for Veterans Business Battle to continue, albeit in a new form. As many of you know, Veterans Business Battle was founded in 2015. Over the last 5 years, a little over $3 million in funding has been given to been invested in veteran-owned startups. And none of that is possible without the hard work and the dedication of our volunteers, of our sponsors, our partners, and the students that are at Rice Business that work tirelessly to make this event happen. So thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's help, and I'm looking forward to an amazing event this year. I'm going to pass it off to John Kotlowski to say a few words.
Thanks, Justin. Yeah, I just want to start by saying thank you to everyone that's been supportive of Justin and myself and all the veterans, working to get this done. Justin's been just an incredible workhorse, if you guys haven't noticed already, and he was kind enough to let me, join him on the team this year. In particular, I just want to thank the students that have been helping. We sort of built a course around this, and we've got 13 classmates that are MBAs at Rice, helping to put this together, and they've done tireless work for that. And then I especially want to thank Jody James and Al Donto for their incredible mentorship and help through the entire process. They've been just a great resource and given some great wisdom throughout the entire coordination effort. And then finally, I just want to thank the Rice Veterans Business Association. They've been, just a fantastic support. And with that, I just want to introduce our president of the Veterans Association, Drew Little. Drew's going to sort of talk through kind of what our organization does. And Drew, if you're here, I'll pass it off.
I am. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Hope everybody can hear me okay. Good morning and happy Friday, everyone. Like John said, my name is Drew Little, and I'm the president of the Veterans Association at Rice Business. Just a kind of a quick background on what we do. We really have three main priorities as an association. We have students from the Rice's full-time program, professional program, as well as our executive and online MBAs. So obviously we're looking at a few dozen members each year across the full-time and professional programs. And that number has grown significantly with the with military at Rice as well. So we have a lot of veterans at Rice Business, and our number one goal as an association is to help transitioning veterans, especially those coming off of active duty, get geared up and ready to come to business school at Rice. And so if you can think about that like a military move almost, a lot of folks are coming to Houston from different areas. We've got some folks in Italy, some folks around the world. And so as they're coming to Rice, we try to make sure that they understand where they can live, where their options are, what to look forward to in Houston, as well as things like GI Bill funding and all of the different admin hurdles they have to jump for school. Their second priority is to just help veterans in the Houston community in general. And I think this Veterans Business Battle goes right to that priority. So we're very grateful to Justin and John for their efforts in that regard. And the last thing is just to grow our network and create opportunities for people in the Houston area who want to help veterans and who are interested in the upside of great businesses. And so that's another priority that we're lucky enough to have furthered by something like the Veterans Business Battle. So that's really kind of a down and dirty about the Veterans Association. I'd like to also reiterate thanks, and we, as an association, we have a very special relationship with some of the businesses and organizations in Houston. And up front, I'd like to go ahead and thank those in order. William Stamps Farish Fund. We have a fantastic relationship with Joan Newhouse, as well as Bellatorum. We'd like to thank Bellatorum for their support, Funnel Sciences, and Schlumberger. So thank all the representatives and from all four of those organizations for your generous support for this to help make this happen, and your support for the Veterans Association at Rice. So it's my honor to introduce next the Dean of the Business School, Peter Rodriguez. If I could just share a little bit about my experience with Peter. I met him first at military at Rice. Rice does a great job of making veterans feel welcome even before they're admitted to the business school. So I was at West Point, New York. Rice paid to have me come down, as well as a lot of veterans from around the country, and put us up at a hotel right across Highway 59. And we met Dean Rodriguez, and he said, I think one of the first sentences out of his mouth was, we appreciate and we value what the veterans bring to this business school in terms of leadership. And I was like, okay, that's a nice thing for him to say. And after almost 2 years at the business school, I can say genuinely that the school backs up what Dean Rodriguez said about the veterans. And we assume leadership positions around the school. The staff and faculty are very warm and they welcome us. And I can confidently say that this is one of the best, if not the best, business school in the United States for veterans. So we're very grateful for the support of Dean Peter Rodriguez and for the tone he sets to establish a culture that welcomes veterans at Rice Business. So without further ado, Dean Rodriguez, thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Drew, and thanks everyone here today. Those are very kind words, and I want to thank everyone in attendance today and taking part in this Veterans Business Battle. It gives Rice University great pride to be a part of this fantastic effort. I think that there was a time when we were only part of the story behind the Veterans Business Battle, but I believe that our veterans rallied so much behind the cause and the idea, and that it was such a perfect fit for what we do with all the resources at Rice University. You know, the business school, the Rice Alliance for Technology and Entrepreneurship, the Lilly Center, OEDK, many others. We're extremely proud to be able to be a part of this fantastic opportunity. And I'm excited for what the day brings and for all of the great companies we're going to learn a little bit more about in this fantastic opportunity. It's a great time, and I see a terrific lineup of companies, fantastic ideas. Some of them new, some of them sort of middle stage, some of them with a way to go, and from all manner of industries. This is precisely the type of work that we want to be involved in, and that our business students and our veterans are particularly capable of helping you launch. I wanted to say a little bit about that because at a time like this, when there's so much challenge and uncertainty and change in the world, this is a difficult thing to do, but I'm glad you're here. It's a demonstration of your resilience and your commitment to the idea that got you up in the morning and made you think, I'm going to try something a little bit different, launch my own business. It takes a particular mettle to be able to do that. One of my favorite recounts of just how hard that is comes from a book I remember reading last year called The Hard Thing About Hard Things. And if you haven't read it, I'll recommend it. It's by Ben Horowitz. And if you don't know Ben Horowitz, he's the co-founder of Andreessen Horowitz, this extraordinarily successful Silicon Valley venture capital firm. And they made key foundational investments in Airbnb, and Facebook, Pinterest, and Twitter. They're extremely important, but the greatest part about that book is he's so frank about all the challenges, and his message is one that I thought I would share a small piece of with you today. It's going to sound like a downer, but trust me, there's a turn. He has this great chapter called Nobody Cares that I can't get out of my mind because I think it so perfectly captures what it means and what it takes to be a business leader. And I think how perfectly veterans are suited for that, how magically they fit into not just our MBA program. And by the way, Drew is right. One of our goals is to be the best MBA program for veterans is the country. But he has this great take about how resilient you have to be. And at this time, under all the challenges of COVID-19 and what we're going through, I can't think of a better message. So here's what he says. He says, you know, it's tough in life, but just remember that when things go wrong in your company, nobody cares. The media don't care. Your investors don't care. Your board doesn't care. Your employees don't care. And even your mama doesn't care. Nobody cares. Now, that sounds negative, but what he says is, but you think about it, and they're right not to care, because even a great reason for failing won't preserve $1 for your investors. Even a great reason for failing won't save one employee's job, give them one more paycheck, or bring you one new customer. And even a really, really great reason for failing won't make you feel any better the day you have to shut your company down. It's just hard to be in business. And it takes someone who's willing to do a really hard thing to try that. Now, I don't know if there's a better description for the background of the individuals that have come here on this Zoom today, but I think that that's exactly right. And when you recognize and have great empathy, as I do and many others do, for what it takes to be a successful business person, for someone to take the leap and to take the risk and to say, I know I'm going to be presented with many good reasons for failing, but I'm going to persist through those. I'm going to leverage my network. I'm going to find help. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that this entity, that this organization succeeds in spite of all those challenges. That's what it takes, that mental attitude, that determination, that resilience. And you've just got the perfect group of people for that. So I just want to say thank you. Our economy is built off initiatives like this, off networks like this one, off determination like the type that you showed in your prior life and in your new commercial life. And I just think that we can't do enough to support that and to say thank you for your service, to say thank you for taking the time to come and be a part of our business battle. Good luck, best wishes. I hope you all succeed. I know all of us, just like we have today, have a pretty good reason for failing sometimes, but every one of us has to be the leader that says, even that reason's not going to stop me today. We're going to find a way to succeed. And I wish you all the very best. And I thank all of our students and everyone involved, all of the faculty, all of the mentors, the friends of Rice University. We're extremely proud of this event. We want to keep it going as best we can. And I hope you have a fantastic day. And it's, for some of you, it's one of the best days of your life. So with that, Drew, I'll just turn it back to you and say thank you very much. Best of luck to everyone. Really proud of you, really happy for you. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Dean Rodriguez. And yeah, absolutely. Digital collapse. With that, I'll turn it back over to our MCs, Justin and John.
Dean Rodriguez, Drew, thank you very much. We're really excited to kick off. We have about a minute and a half left until our first group of ventures begins pitching. Within our first group, we'll have Almond Finance, Nightcase, Tri Fitness Gym, We Show Up, and Crew Trace Systems. So please, if Almond Finance will get their screen shares ready, you'll begin in about 1 minute.
How are we looking there, Justin? Okay.
You are looking good to go.
Right.
And we'll begin here in about 30 seconds.
For the viewers, just make sure that, if you want to see the gallery view or the headshot of the speaker, you might have to kind of manipulate your screens around or your windows around to see both the slide deck and the alternate view.
All right. It is 9:15. Almond Finance, please begin your pitch.
Hello, all. I'm Adam, the founder of Almond Finance, a mobile commerce app that grows revenue for communities in developing countries. For 14 years, I've been working in Asia as an army officer, as well as a founder of an economic development organization, which, among other things, builds schools. During one project in Myanmar, I met a local leader who was also a corn farmer, nicknamed Moonshot. More than anything, he loves his kids, as well as everybody else's kids. And what he wants most in the world is to send them to school, which is why we built one. But recently he was like, Adam, I want to send my kids to your school. To which I replied, great idea. We just need to generate a little extra income for that. He said, no problem. If I had a tractor, I could till 10 times the farmland and have enough money for all the kids to go to a great school. So to get a loan for the tractor, we found the closest microfinance institution, and after several hours of driving, discovered that they weren't even licensed to lend in his area. Turns out Moonshot isn't the only one with this problem, and many rural communities across Southeast Asia can't escape poverty due to a lack of access to financial services. While poverty alleviation is UN's Sustainable Development Goal #1, this requires capital, a loan, to improve one's financial position. We all know that for a small business owner to grow his business, he needs access to financial services. But it turns out that only 20% of the entire population of Myanmar even has access to a bank. But 95% of those same people have mobile phones. So I figured, why not leverage telecommunications, existing smartphones, and internet access to bring financial services to those who need them most? So I was like, Moonshot, if we could combine micro-lending, digital payments, and connections to new markets in one app on your phone, would you use it? And he was like, of course I would. So now you have Almond Finance. With Almond, a farmer or small business owner can download the app and request a loan from any licensed lender, receive the funds he needs into his digital wallet, use the Almond map to find a quality vendor, and then make his purchases digitally. Now, if he prefers a vendor not currently used, that vendor can also download the app, be represented on the platform, and receive the payment, which will in turn connect the vendor to more buyers and improve their business. The farmer can also find new vendors for, say, seed, perhaps closer and at a better rate than before. With his tractor, the farmer is more efficient and grows more corn, which he can now sell to markets, which he found through Almond. He may then repay the loan via the same app and reinvest the remaining revenue. With credit established through his previous loan, he can request larger loans and the cycle continues. So Almond extends the functionality of Venmo, Yelp, Apple Pay, and microloans to underserved communities. So all stakeholders, users, vendors, service providers, and Almond benefit from the larger pie. All this requires is the presence of digital payment firms and lending agencies, which already exist in most developing countries, and from which Almond receives transaction fees, integrating and streamlining their services within a single platform, accelerating commerce and economic growth. Now, there are firms providing some of these functions, but they're served separately by distinct companies with poor coverage in rural communities that would benefit most. And there is no service to map or connect markets. Rather than direct competition or building expensive infrastructure, we've actually signed agreements to partner with these established Myanmar-based firms, dispersing capital from prominent lending institutions via existing digital payment platforms. For our pilot this summer, our target region has a 3.1 million person share of market and potential $33.5 million value. And that's our starting point. Our national TAM is over 34 million people or $370 million annually. And as we expand to neighboring countries over the next 5 years, we'll scale services to a larger number of those 2 billion unbanked people worldwide. Of course, considerable effort is required to achieve sustainable traction and overcome cultural and financial literacy challenges to produce network effects in Myanmar. Revenue will therefore feed back into operations and gross activities for the next 3 years, with Almond becoming net positive in Q3 of 2023. So many objectives have been met, partnership agreements signed, product development nearly complete, and ecosystems established. But speed is critical, and maintaining our current velocity requires that we seek $250,000 in pre-seed funding to execute a robust pilot this summer, see us through the remainder of product development, and secure follow-on partnerships required for national and regional growth objectives, with enough runway to see us through our seed round raise projected for 2021. And fortunately, I've got the right people to get this all done. We have a collective 3 decades of startup and development experience in the region and diverse expertise spanning tech, agriculture, and foreign investment. And luckily, we also have Eunice, our CTO, on the line with us to assist with Q&A. And for those inevitable question marks, we have advisors and support networks in all the right places. So We're well on our way to realizing our mission to use accessible mobile technology to achieve financial inclusion, break the cycle of poverty, and grow revenue for people like Moonshot in developing countries. Thanks.
Adam, thank you very much. Now we'll move into question and answers. Please look for Randy Myers. He'll be moderating and choosing people for questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Justin. Like you said, my name's Randy. I'll be helping moderate the question section. If you have a question, you can raise your hand using the raise hand button that you can press if you click on participants on the bar in the bottom of your screen. And over near the bottom of that, you should see a button that says raise hand. All right, so we'll start with Ian. I'll pass it over to you.
Hey, great presentation. Financial, so I thought, first off, financial projections were reasonable. Appreciate that. The money, so how do you make money? I don't think I caught that. What is the business model?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we're partnering with two types of firms. One is lending institutions and the other is digital payment firms. So basically for any loan facilitated by the platform, we'll take a 4% fee on that loan. And then where the real revenue comes in, though, is for any digital transactions executed on the platform, we'll charge about 0.5%. So typical payment firm charges 1%. We split it with them. So that initial, let's say, $100 or $500 loan that goes on the platform can be transacted several times in the future, and we'll take 0.5% on that in the future from there on, basically.
All right, thank you. Just another side note that make sure to remember to please put your hand down when you're done talking. And if you also would like to monitor the chat window, I will be letting the next person know who is next in the chat window there. So we'll go over to Scott now.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. I think I need last guy to unshare his screen.
Oh, sure.
Thanks, Adam.
No problem.
Scott, we're still in the question phase for Almond Finance.
All right.
So you don't start till 9:26.
Excuse me, Scott, I thought you had a question. All right, we'll move over to Alex for the next question.
We'll give you your time back, Adam.
No worries.
Have him reshare, would you?
Sure.
Hey, excellent presentation. Great way to kick it off, Adam. Hey, I've been connected with Kiva for about 8 years. I've done over 30 loans with them. I really understand the model on the microfinance. Yeah. How do you compete against Kiva, or where do you see your differentiation? They're pretty established, and they have an army of microfinance. And where's the differentiation, or what? And also, the 1% model, did you analyze what Kiva did on their ramp up and compare their financial offering to what you're saying in your projections?
Sure. So I'll just actually hit the second point real quick. Basically, we're looking at the established models that existing firms have in the area. And the current lending institutions have a 99.7% repayment rate with their current interest charged. And we're taking only a percentage of what they're currently charging. We're not adding on to it. So we're confident that we won't really be cutting into the success of their existing models. With respect to Kiva, in the words of their VP of strategy, this is pretty cool. One of the things that they're really trying to overcome right now or find a solution to is the fact that they require physical lending agents to disperse cash to loan recipients. Where we really help and potentially help them in the future is we collect a significant amount of data through our digital lending platform that builds out these marketplaces, layering telecommunications as well as geographic and demographic and self-reported economic data that would allow an international firm like that to lend without having physical agents, because now you have enough information to inform those lending decisions and basically create a credit profile for people that don't have that history. So now, instead of just reaching areas where they have people physically on the ground, which in Myanmar is just a few agents, basically, they can reach potentially the entire country utilizing informed decision-making, an informed decision-making platform that we've built. So we would actually augment their existing activities.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Corbin, yeah, you will be up next. Thank you.
Hey, great. Thanks. I'm just curious what your time horizon is for this company, kind of what your long-term plans are, and then kind of what the plan is to get investors their capital back.
Yep. So basically, we've in the near term, we've got a pilot scheduled this summer, and that'll be kind of finalizing our product feasibility testing, and then getting the requisite data we need to be able to demonstrate our prospect for scaling not only in Myanmar but to other countries. By next year, we'll be looking to scale to adjacent countries, and of course, I can share that with a little bit more time. But we're looking at Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines as subsequent markets that have a similar attractive environment. For the first 3 years, as I noted, we're going to be pushing revenue back into the development of the business, because getting that initial traction and scaling quickly is essential. With us achieving being net positive basically in Q3 of 2023, and then continuing to grow profit margin from there over the next few years. So really, depending on the time horizon of potential investors, we have a number of options following that Q3 2023 for returns, and happy to discuss what those terms might look like.
Cool. Thanks.
Welcome.
Adam, thank you very much. That was an awesome presentation. Next, we have Scott with Nightcase.
Great. Thanks all.
Okay, Scott, you are free to begin when ready.
Sounds good. Thank you. My name's Scott Kubler. I'm a retired Marine Corps infantry officer, as well as a retired Homeland Security executive. And the name of my company is Nightcase. The problem I'm trying to solve is actually best. Well, it would be great if my screen would change there. The problem I'm trying to solve would be best described if I tell a story. About 15 years ago, I was in upstate New York. I was working for Homeland Security, and I had the common cold. I was coughing and sneezing into the hotel pillow, and the thought dawned on me, who's done this before me? It's a nasty thought, but the reality is we all stick our heads on those nasty pillows in the hotel. We just haven't ever thought about it in that regard. And right here has always been the challenge. It's our eyes, nose, and mouth that we want to protect. We don't get sick from a cut on our leg. We get sick from here, which we can see right now with the effects of coronavirus, and the numbers that the number for New York has changed drastically in the last several days, and it just continues to get worse. And what I'm trying to do is solve the problem where we all get sick from. And so I created what's called Nightcase. I started working on it about 3 years ago after I got out of DHS. And this is what I put together. It's a patented, comfortable physical barrier or pillowcase that protects the traveler from the hotel, the pillow, whatever's in there, it protects you. And the way it's done is because of that liners in there. Some characteristics of it, it actually blocks viruses and bacteria, yet it's still comfortable because air can pass through it, but the holes are so small you can't see them, and they block the viruses and bacteria. Vapor can go through it. It's packable. It's the size of a t-shirt. You'll actually take it with you when you travel, and it's washable. My prototypes have been out there for about 3 years now, and I've never had one person complain or have a problem or an issue with it, and they're being used on a weekly basis, if not more. So they're durable and reusable, and they're a bold color so that you won't forget it. How do we know it works? I didn't come up with the liner. It's been out there in the first responder community for quite a while now. And the liner, there are several manufacturers of it that adhere to NFPA 1999 and ASTM 1671. In effect, those are standards that say it blocks bloodborne pathogens, viruses, and bacteria so that you can be safe and sure about what you have going on. Do I have a patent? Yes. And that's why the timing of things is just kind of ironic right now. My patent was actually awarded about 2 months ago. So we've immediately tried to bring it to market because we now have a patent to protect. Instead of fighting things on the back end and putting a patent pending product out there, we waited until we actually got the product. What's the market look like? Well, in 2018, according to the American Lodging Association, there were 1.3 billion hotel nights in the United States alone. And so that's just hotels. That's not Airbnb. And every time you go sleep on your brother-in-law's couch. So our particular market focus is germaphobes. We all know most of them travel with their pillows anyway, just because a product like this hasn't been available. And then we want to target the business traveler. When we all get back to traveling again, there's millions on a weekly basis that need something to be able to protect them. And then vacationers. How many of us have spent $200 going to Disney World only to have our kid get sick and I've just blown the money there? And then we've got travel teams. Johnny and Sue go to San Antonio to play softball or baseball. It'd be nice if in addition to the $500 I spent sending them, that I'm going to keep them safe while they're there. I've already reached out to the Rockets and to the Texans and to the Spurs and to the Astros about professional teams because they're on the road on a regular basis. And eventually, immune suppressed individuals, this is something that's right up their alley. The competition out there, no one's focused on viruses and bacteria. To date, all the things that have been out there are specifically oriented towards dust mites, molds, and allergens. I'm the only one focusing on viruses and bacteria. We thought we'd throw a Kickstarter out there. Well, the entire travel industry collapsed. So now we're at the direct-to-consumer market. You can go online right now and buy a night case. And then eventually I want to be in the airport kiosk because it's going to be a purchase that, oh, hey, I forgot it, or I need to pick one up in the process. But the real long-term play is licensing. You and I can then be able to get a night case along with the Vera Bradley luggage that we get for our spouses. I've been asked recently to put together one that is a mattress cover for firefighters. And I'm in conversation with the mayor's office right now in Houston because they're hot racking and they want to keep the firefighters well as other B2B opportunities in hotels, as well as Fortune 500 to keep their folks safe. What I'm asking for is roughly $100,000. We want to execute the market strategy. We want to do some initial ad buys as well as get some inventory to be able to turn better whenever we're doing this. And so, in effect, this is the comfort of the night case. Here's the liner to make it all well. And I would love for you guys to help me get one of these in the hands of everybody who's traveling. Thanks for having an opportunity to share a night case with you today.
Scott, thank you very much. Randy, it's time for questions.
Thank you. All right, we'll get things started off with Ian.
Hey there, great presentation. As you said, I think timing is everything, and your timing seems to be very fortuitous right now, both with your patent and also with the current market conditions. I have a question regarding your patent. What exactly have you patented? Is it the material itself, the design? To find out more about your competitive advantage.
Great question. It's a utility patent. It is not a design patent. It's a utility patent to be able to block viruses and bacteria in a bedding material from the comfort level of the sheet or the pillowcase, as well as whatever it's protecting, the pillow or the bedding that's underneath it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Scott.
And
Now,
let me add, we have some additional follow-on patent. I don't remember the official term for it, but we're covering mats for kids that go to daycare and childcare centers, and some other additional type of things like that that we're in the process of. My apologies.
all right, thank you. Scott Nelson, we'll go to you next.
Thank you very much, Scott. Compelling, and like you say, it was the timing could be much better, I think. So it's easy to imagine that pillows can transmit viruses and colds and corona now. But what data or research do you have suggesting that that's actually the case, or is it other mechanisms? Can you put your finger on some data or research?
Specifically, it's not been scientific in its approach. It's been what you see in the media when they do their tests for the black lights and all that kind of stuff. No one has done a specific study on the direct passage from the pillow itself, but we've all seen the studies that are out there that talk about how nasty our hotel environment is, in particular, the pillow and the bedding.
Very good, thank you.
Good question. Thanks.
Thank you. And I noticed George put his hand down, so we'll move on to Brad Harrison. Thank you. Brad, you may need to unmute yourself.
How's that? Can you guys hear me?
I got you.
So good presentation. Agree with Ian. Very timely. So have you thought about how you could get scale around distribution? So like, is there a partnership with Marriott or Hyatt or all of these where they actually offer them to their guests when they
Great
get there?
question.
They could actually sell them right at the, have you thought about how you get scale around this? Because most people don't think about this until they're actually at the hotel and then they go, wow, I wish I had one of those.
So to your great question, and the answer is yes. Initially, my approach was not to go to the hotels because they want you to think the hotels are clean. But given our current coronavirus environment, we're in the process of approaching Marriott, Hilton, and the rest of them to be able to say, just like you get a blanket on an airplane that is wrapped in plastic so that you know that it's clean. We're talking with the hotels for them to be able to do the same thing. When you check in, potentially you'd be able to get a night case wrapped in plastic so that you know that it's clean, and you put the hotel pillow into your night case and zip it up, you know that what you've got is something clean. That's been an initial B2B strategy because of the current lack of people traveling environment. So absolutely.
All right. And if you want after this, if you email me at Brad@Scout Ventures, we have an entrepreneur in our network that does a lot of work with hotels. And we can connect you with him, and he could probably help you talk to some people. He's sold Wi-Fi and some other things into a lot of the major chains.
Exactly the
Good job.
avenue I'm looking
Thanks.
for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have time for one last question, so we'll pass it off to Nick.
Hey, Scott, great presentation. I have two questions. So first question is, as far as revenue last year, what did you do as far as revenue? And the second question is, I think you're targeting this as $59 on retail. Is that what you're looking at?
We're selling her at $50 roughly. We in the small market analysis that we've done, $50 seems to be the number that everybody's okay with. I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question?
Yeah, the first part of the question was revenue. Like, what did you do in revenue last year?
Zero. I'm a startup.
Okay.
Held on to actually going to production until I actually got the patent. If I come out with patent pending, everybody would have knocked it off going, hey, is he going to get his patent or not? So I intentionally held off on that until we actually got the patent, so I don't have to battle it on the back end. Now on the production side of it for capability, in town in Houston, the liner's actually made in Georgia. The rest of it we're having made locally right here. I've got the capacity to be able to immediately be able to make 5,000 a week and scale up to 20,000 a week within a couple of weeks. And then we can branch out from there as need be based on what the demand looks like.
So retail, you're looking at 50. What's your production cost for each?
So because we're a startup, I don't know what my entire overhead looks like. I can tell you my current landed price is around $1,650.
Okay. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Scott. That was a great presentation. We're moving to Tri Fitness Gym. Tri Fitness Gym, you are up next. And it's
just a quick plug. Hey, Tri Fitness and everyone else to follow. Make sure y'all pin Joel Woodward to your screen so you can click on the three dots. Then you can click on pin video to screen, just so that you can keep track of his time cards when he holds them up. Thanks, y'all.
Yes, and I'll give you a minute and 30-second slide. Looks like that. I'll give you 30 seconds, and then I'm going to give you time expired.
awesome. Thank you very much. And Tri Fitness, you are up. And John, you might want to unmute yourself.
All right. Can you see our screen? Good.
You are good to go. Time starts now.
All right. Good morning, Rice Veterans Business Battle. We are Tri-Fitness Gym, and we're going to transform the way that our greatest generation experiences 50. We're going to improve their health and their quality of life. My name is Jake Tryon. I'm the co-owner and co-founder of Tri-Fitness Gym. I'm a military veteran, a master fitness trainer, and a functional aging specialist.
And I'm John Adeletto, the other co-owner. I have a bachelor's and master's in business, over 12 years experience in the fitness industry. And together, Jake and I make the perfect partners to manage a fitness business.
So what are we facing right now? Our current demographic is growing consistently. The United States is getting older decade by decade. We have over 100 million people in the United States right now over the age of 50, and there is no product right now for them. The healthcare industry and the fitness industry is not focused on this demographic, but we are. What if I told you right now that half the US over the age of 50 is obese, almost 2/3 has hypertension, almost half is on at least one medication, but only 20% had a gym membership in 2018, and they say only 9% used it, and only 23% are getting enough movement consistently. These numbers are staggering, but we can help change this. And right now, at all of the times that we faced, we really have to improve our health, and this is kind of scary. So if you're looking at it right now, we have over 10,000 people turning 65 in the US every single day. And at the same time, we're going to double this population by 2060. We know right now, for the first time in our nation's history, by the year 2034, that we're going to have more people over the age of 65 than under 18 in the US. And this industry has actually grown 11 years in a row, and there is no product that's focused on the 50-plus market, actually focusing on healthy aging. All right, so how do we do this? Tri-Fitness Gym is built on coaching. Our philosophy is caring, connecting, and coaching, where we sit down with each one of our members for over an hour to talk about their health history, talk about their ultimate goals, any injuries that they may have, to really build that program personalized for them in our proven system. Did you know that the average doctor's visit is 5.3 minutes right now? What can you learn about somebody in 5.3 minutes? So what's really different about us and a lot of other gyms, other than just our 50-plus focus, is you walk into another gym, you kind of feel out of place, intimidated, you don't necessarily know exactly what to do for your health. And that's not anything you're ever going to experience here at Tri-Fitness Gym. We bring you in and accept you as part of our family, educate you and show you exactly what it takes to alter your aging process and really slow some of the things that we're facing. Our actual fitness program is scientifically backed to slow, reverse, and stop a lot of the effects of aging on our body. We're working on speed, balance, coordination, a lot of things that you don't see in other programs that are just strength and endurance. And ours are actually scientifically backed to change these. Our multimodality training actually changes the way our brain operates. And we understand that you have to walk through our doors for us to help you. So we make it fun, exciting, and a team environment so you want to come back to Tri-Fitness. You don't have to.
So now you're probably wondering, well, how does Tri-Fitness make money? We are on the subscription model. All of our members are automatically billed every month based on their membership. We offer 2, 3, and unlimited sessions a week. And then we charge an initial $99 enrollment to everyone, which covers the cost of that initial, one-on-one assessment, where we really start building that relationship with the client and developing that personalized program. None of our memberships have contracts because we want to keep our barrier to entry low, but we do offer a $20 a month discount to anyone willing to commit to a year. This slide is going to show you what our monthly revenue looks like for 2020. We just opened our doors in January of 2019. And we're almost growing our monthly revenue by $1,000 every single month. We're about to hit our break-even point, we predict around June, which is at about 70 members. And we believe our facility can handle 150 members, if not more. So there's a lot of room for growth in both revenue and profit. So what are we looking to do next? We're trying to secure an additional $100,000 so we can start replicating this proven business model. So within the next 12 months, we want to, secure a lease, start building out the facility, training and developing the staff. And then we want to continue doing this. Over the next 2 to 3 years, we want to get more funding and open more locations so we can help more people across Texas, America, and eventually the world. This slide is going to show you what we believe the revenue forecast will look like once we get our second location. You can see, so this is 2021, and you can see we're profitable the entire time. And a lot of that has to do with the shared costs of having 2 locations, the economies of scales, of getting to be able to share your marketing costs and other administration costs. So thank you very much, Rice Veteran Business Battle. We would love to answer any questions you may have for us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now pass it off to Lamar to start off the questions.
Sorry, needed to unmute. I wanted to ask how the Corona situation has affected the gym, and have you been able to do remote coaching, or what have y'all been able to do to combat this situation? Because I would think it would affect the revenue that you're projecting.
Yes, ma'am. We've been blessed, to be honest with you. We've made quick pivots. If you can see here on our slide, this actually kind of says everything that we actually increased. We do small group only, like I said, the 1-to-4 coach to client ratio. So we have space for everybody to actually keep enough room around them for that 6-foot distance. We also kind of single-use equipment pretty easily, and we honestly didn't plan for it, but we were built for it before it even happened. We only do small groups, so throughout a full day, if we end up being at max capacity, we have 72 people through that day. And when we did pivot, we maintained about 70% of our members. So we're offering Zoom now. We're offering one-on-one training. We sent everybody workouts. We've sent everybody links to videos that we've created with some of our long-term members to show the exercises they had done here. And we're also education-based. So it really allowed our clients to understand what to do at home. So I tell my clients when they walk in is within about 4 weeks, you're going to be a low-level personal trainer, because I want you to do this at home. I want you to understand what we're teaching you, because it's really the understanding of how to engage muscle, work on gait, work on your balance that matters most. So it really didn't, honestly, it didn't hit us at the level we thought it would. And this kind of describes some of the key things that we did to change it.
And to add to what Jake said, our members care about us. We've built such a relationship that most of them, they call us, said, don't cancel. We want to support you. We want to see you guys succeed, because they love us so much. I had a lady that normally pays by check. She was like, called me yesterday. This is just yesterday, wanting to pay over the phone with a credit card. And she was like, what else am I going to do with this money? Give it to the doctor? No, I wanted to give it to you guys. This is literally, she's a 90-year-old woman.
Yeah, it's
called
our oldest client.
So they love us. Wait for us to open.
All right. Thank you for that question. I'll now pass it off to Al. And just a reminder that if you have a question, you can press the raise hand button under the participant screen. Al, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. I want to ask the guys, have you considered an SBA loan? Sounds like you'd be right in the sweet spot for that.
Yeah, we have considered, we bank with the Allegiance Bank, so we just applied for the PPP loan. So they told us we got approved for that, but I know that's not exactly what you asked. So we will consider an SBA loan. We're kind of open to investment, whatever it comes, either SBA loan, or if we actually want investors in the business. We're open to all ideas, so we can just really see what we think will work best.
Great.
Thank you for that question. George, we'll pass it off to you.
I have two questions. What is your current customer utilization rate? Meaning, do they use it pretty extensively or not very much? And secondly,
over 90%.
And secondly, what is your retention rate? Like, how many new people sign up and then drop off after a certain period and just never use it?
So I can answer those. So we have over a 90% utilization rate, because they're paying for sessions, and it's not we're not the gym where it's just an open gym. You have a membership, go in whenever you want. So they're paying for coaching sessions. So they all use it. People don't want to spend $200 or $300 a month and not use it. So they're all coming because we make it really fun. They look forward to coming. It's not I got to go get a workout, and it's, oh, sweet, I get to go to Tri Fitness and hang out with Jake and John and all my other friends that are members there. And as far as retention, so I know that the fitness industry's attrition rate is around 34% members cancel continuously. And we would say ours is probably half that. And it's only people that join and then they realize it might not be a good fit. But most of the people, if they're our target market, in over the age of 50, don't have much experience, they stay. It's we won't turn someone away that's 30 and wants to join, but they're the ones that they join and they like it too much, and then they maybe realize it's not the perfect fit for them. So otherwise, when we get a target, a demographic client in here, we have a very high retention rate.
We're about 80% of the people that walk through the doors to do our free trial session join.
And do you all cover nutrition?
We do to a certain extent. It's not our perfection, but we have some partners quite across the entire United States. I've done webinars with nutritionist Ashley Koff. We have a local lady that we work with. We try to focus really in on the movement aspect and the overall taking an approach of teaching them how to move better. And then we'll give them resources, but we really want to focus in on being the best that we can be at teaching functional movement to help them to maintain their ADLs and continue to do what it is that matters most to them consistently.
Thank you very much. I appreciated Tri Fitness. That was an awesome pitch, good Q&A session. Next, we have Khalil with We Show Up.
Hello, everybody. Just waiting for our friends from Tri Fitness, and then I'll share my screen.
Right on.
All right, John, looks like you are off share screen. Khalil, I think you are good to go.
Excellent. All right, give me 1 second here. All right, can everyone see my screen okay?
You were...
Yeah?
No, not yet. It's
Little page at this point.
Yeah, it looks like unless your web browser's...
How's that? Try it again.
I'm not seeing it yet, but I think
Here we
Justin
go.
got a little assistant with him. So
I did.
Is that,
So
how's that?
you are good to go, Khalil.
Okay, thanks everybody. Hey, Khalil Ashante here with WeShowUp.io. You make a reservation for an event, enjoy it, and then pay when the value is highest afterwards. Now, it goes without saying that live events are on hold for a minute. Now, what we do know is that live streaming is what we're doing now. Virtual events are also pre-recorded events that can be piped on demand to audiences all over the world, and the limits are through the roof. So there's really no limit on the audience for this, and live streaming is a new and emerging space, and these are the leaders on the market, which provide really free, really easy to use solutions, but do not provide the things that creators and artists need the most, which is the ability to monetize, the ability for viewer data, which actually is one of the ways that they can actually earn money even quicker, and then event artist protocols and artist control. WeShowUp.io provides all of that and more. We're a pay-what-you-want digital commerce platform for live streaming. Now, this started out in the live event industry, way back when you could go outside and go to a gig. I'm an actor, web developer, US Air Force veteran, and I was performing a show about my violently abusive childhood and how the military showed me family and truth, and I was performing it all over the world. People kept saying they would have paid more, but they always said that they would have paid more after because they weren't expecting it to be that good. And I thought, well, what if you could pay after? What if you could go to an event, enjoy it, and then pay afterwards? So I went online, couldn't find anything, so I learned to code and built it myself. We were already seeing revenue in the live event space to the tune of 36,000 US. We had launched in March of 2019. And the reason we launched was because I built this tool for myself. Theaters around the world started writing me checks to make sure it got built because it answered a huge problem for them, which was getting people off of their couches, out of Netflix and into theaters. Well, now everybody's on their couches and that's where they want them so that they can stream to them. But so many artists and theaters are streaming for free because they're not aware of all the great choices out there. Our existing platform works seamlessly for live streaming, and we're seeing a lot of viewers being able to make reservations for live streaming and digital events. And then our app prompts them to pay if they'd like to contribute more when the value of that show is the highest, which is afterwards. Now, we're not abandoning the live event world. We're just able to seamlessly adapt to changing market conditions. Now our app, because we didn't have to write any new code, is the best of both worlds. So whether you're streaming online or doing something in person, it's the same thing. Benefit for artists and organizers is that they can make revenue that would typically not exist, found revenue. Even in our brick and mortar version, we made over $10,000 of found revenue for existing paying customers. And that data that their customer, that they wouldn't have access to when they're using the YouTubes and the Facebooks and the Instagrams, the only people that win are those companies. The artists lose because they don't get that data. The market size is growing exponentially. The most recent validated research is that it was 8.25 billion in 2018, growing at a 27.9% compound annual growth rate to 22 billion by 2022. Now, these numbers you're looking at, my friends, this is before the epidemic, before the pandemic. So I think it's reasonable to assume they're going to be a little bit bigger. The blue circle there is our 15% margin, our 15% take. And this is the competitive landscape. Again, you have the incumbents here that allow you to stream. And then you have a few StageIt and Crowdcast that are wonderful companies doing great things, but aren't as easy. When you're an artist or you're a creator, you want to get up and running quickly, and you want to be able to make money as soon as possible with that viewer data that is not only great for single sales, but We Show Up is about relationships with the viewer so that you can resell to them with merch, books, and so many other things that keep us as performers afloat. Nobody knows the value of something until after they've seen it. And we've seen a tremendous amount of customer growth just since March, where we signed on more customers in the last 3 weeks than we did all of last year. Here's how it works. You set up your streaming service, you create a We Show Up account, and then you can share the details of your live stream with the customers. Fans can make a reservation, enjoy the stream, and then pay after. We were already up and running with paid customers in 14 cities around the world. It's only grown from there, and it's free for the first 100 reservations. Then we're taking 15% per transaction after that. We also have an annual or a monthly enterprise SaaS fee for those larger customers, like the larger talent agencies that have been signing on in the past couple of weeks. We're asking for $500,000 US. We've raised $151K on a SAFE agreement, but we've had to increase that because we want to be able to use this as strategic growth capital and marketing to allow us to bring on a tech generalist. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions. That's my personal alarm.
All right. Thank you, Khalil. Just a reminder, if you have any questions, you can click on the participants tab and click on raise hands. If there are any questions, then feel free to ask them. All right, Mark, we'll start with you. You may have to unmute your microphone, Mark. Thank you. Mark, are you there? I see you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything.
How about now? Does it work now?
Yes, we have you now. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. If I understood the presentation correctly, someone that's got a performance or a video or something they want to stream, they come to you, and you're not the streaming service. You collect people that want to watch it and keep track of who they are. And then afterwards, if they enjoyed it, they have the option to pay. Is that correct?
That's correct. So what we allow is for you as a consumer or a viewer to make a reservation. So it tells the performer who you are. And the performer has two choices. She can charge something up front, and then you are invited to pay after, or it's free for you to attend and you're invited to pay after. So a lot of things we're seeing, fitness people like Try Fitness, they'd be a great partner. Call us, guys. But that's definitely the way it works with those two models, because we know that people aren't going to have a lot of money in their pocket for the foreseeable future.
Okay. And have you measured the success of how many people pay after? Like how many people just say, okay, yeah, that was good, I'm not going to pay, versus they actually pay up?
Yes, sir. 81% of the people actually pay after, and it's an average of 30% more than they were asked to pay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Jody, I'll pass it off to you.
Sorry, trying to unmute myself.
I was curious, can you tell me a little bit about your partners, their role in your firm?
My partners, as in my team, or
Yes, your team.
Yes, sir. So we have Tam Cabelli, who has a previous exit. He founded one of the first coding boot camps in Canada. So he's our chief software architect, and he's keeping track of the back end. We have Eric Youngworth as an advisor, who is a Live Nation producer, who helps with the introductions, relationships, and also helping us figure out which relationships to approach at the right time, and to be able to grab that market share to keep the competitors at bay. And then we also have two junior developers here in Vancouver who are helping me with customer support and being responsive to our tech needs.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Darren, we'll pass it off to you.
Well, hey, good morning. I just have a quick question around your IP, and I apologize if I missed it during the presentation, but what's to stop someone like a YouTube or someone like that to just basically doing the exact same thing that you're doing right now? Do you have any kind of moat that you can talk about?
Yeah. So the moat for us has really been partnering with companies like YouTube and Facebook, which is a few of the relationships I have from my days as a performer. And the billions that they're making from selling data to others is really probably one of the things that they've told us is what's going to keep them. In addition to Live Nation and Ticketmaster, I've met with them as well. They see us as a really value add layer to their service, because at the end, we're able to provide things pretty seamlessly that that helps the YouTubes and the Facebooks deal with a lot of the customer sentiment that's happening in the industry, with performers feeling like YouTube is actually stealing from them and not giving them what they really deserve when it comes to sort of, I guess it's the Spotify conversation where, you have our music and we're barely getting paid anyway. So that's been a really interesting opportunity for us to look at these competitors as partners and turn the obstacles into opportunities. The moat that we have is being able to build market share fairly quickly and having those relationships with our advisors and our board to be able to actually execute.
Thank you. And our last question, we'll pass it off to Ian.
Yeah, just a question around that last point, which was building market share fairly quickly. How are you doing that exactly?
Right now, well, it was a 100% network effect pre-pandemic, and it continues now. We actually, in literally the last 48 hours, have been receiving a ton of press that's been coming our way. But the actual go-to-market strategy has been large strategic partnerships with influencers and tastemakers in the industry who run some of the biggest festivals and venues in the world, as well as YouTube and TikTok stars we're working with in the next 2 months.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Khalil. That was a great presentation, great Q&A. Up next, we have CrewTrace Systems.
Great. You got the audio shared, Sean?
I believe so.
All right, good. Okay. All
Sean,
right, good morning, everyone. CrewTrace Systems was founded in 2019 to address a very real capability gap in today's modern American Navy. Hello, everyone. My name is Dean Meredith. I was in the Marine Corps for 8 years, where I was a combat engineer officer. I was a logistics operations officer, and I ended my time in the service as an SBIR technical manager.
Hi, I'm Sean Ublacher. I have 8 years of military experience as a P3 Naval Flight Officer, where I specialized in weapons, navigation, and communication systems. I conducted 3 overseas deployments, and I finished up my service working on an admiral staff in Norfolk.
So the concept for our business originated in 2013 on a Marine Expeditionary Unit deployment. I was the OIC of 115 Marine detachment on the USS Kearsarge during a routine man overboard drill. At the time, I was unable to account for one of my Marines for nearly an hour. What that meant was 2,800 people on ship searched the ship for one Marine for an hour, only to find him in his berthing, in his rack, asleep with his headphones on with music. Now, this was an embarrassing incident, but it highlighted a broader systematic problem.
The bodies of the U.S. Navy sailors missing after a ship collision off the coast of Japan.
Recovered several bodies inside the flooded compartments of the USS
Compartments of the USS John McCain.
From USS Abraham Lincoln.
Had relieved 3 of the ship's top officers.
Hitting and damaging the right or starboard side.
It grew more harrowing when the crew couldn't account for 10.
We are killing more of our own people in training than our enemies are in combat.
At sea, leaders at all levels currently do not have the situational awareness they require to operate in an increasingly complex environment. They don't know where their people are at any given time. And without understanding if their people are in danger, their ability to react and respond is hindered. Moreover, leaders lack the information needed to best train their personnel. Procedural improvement is all too often based on anecdotal observation. Our solution will utilize proven RFID and sensor technologies to provide real-time location of shipboard personnel, the real-time notification of a man overboard incident, and equip commanders with the capability they need to make better decisions. Our patent-pending Crew Trace solution will use a system of RFID gateways analogous to RFID tolls found all over America on highways. All personnel on ship will be fitted with an RFID tagged wristband. As crew members pass from compartment to compartment, an RFID sensor will act as a gateway that registers their movements between these compartments and gives their discrete location. The fundamental components of our system are RFID tags interfacing with a series of sensors, all which inform a central computer, one that gives commanders the operational picture they need.
The market for the solution is massive. The U.S. Navy is comprised of nearly 300 vessels with 160,000 personnel. This equates to a beachhead market of $3.4 billion. Secondary markets are the U.S. Coast Guard, allied navies, and commercial ships. RFID technology is decades old and the current market is fragmented. 2 foreign competitors, Martech and Techmar, have fielded similar solutions for the Italian and Israeli navies respectively. Their success validates our solution. At present, no company is providing the U.S. Navy with a personnel tracking system. We plan to utilize government funding to develop the product via SBIR contract. We will leverage our military and SBIR background, deep understanding of the customer, and personal network to generate demand signal with DoD capability planners. Small business innovative research contracts give our company the protection it needs to develop this idea free of threat from large DoD contractors. Ultimately, we will have 2 options: make a strategic exit or form a strategic partnership with one of these large companies and grow our business. The majority of the value we create will come from the equipment installation. The continued value we create will come from the wearable devices, the service, and the maintenance. Once awarded an SBIR contract, we expect to receive $2 million throughout development in the first 2 years. Once we go to market in year 3, we expect to generate $300 million in revenue, growing 35% annually through year 6. In order to get this concept off the ground, we're asking for a $200,000 investment. This will give us the capital we need to further explore the idea, hire the right technical people, and refine our existing provisional patent. With your help, we can create a future that is safer for our men and women in uniform. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great presentation. We'll pass off the first question to Lamar.
If other countries' militaries are already doing this, why has the U.S. not already done it? And what exactly is your patent? What is it for, and what does it cover?
So we're currently in patent pending status. That gives us a year to develop the idea. And the strategy we're going to use is that in order to be awarded an SBIR contract, there needs to be a solicitation. So we need to create a demand signal amongst DoD capability planners to let them know that this is an issue and that they could be more effective on ship with this solution. So we're looking at this patent as essentially our hook to prevent other small businesses from taking this particular solution when the need comes to light.
Thank you. Great question. We'll pass it off to Jessica.
What do you think the crew's reaction will be to being tracked
everywhere they go.
So Sean and I were actually talking about this yesterday. It's when you sign up for service in the military, you give up a certain degree of freedom. And also we think that when you're at sea, you're on ship anyway. So you're just being tracked within the skin of the ship, which is a safety precaution to increase the effectiveness of the ship. The nice thing about this market is that it could become a mandated uniform item where, military personnel don't have the option to put on the or they can't say, I don't want to put on the uniform in the morning. It's a uniform item. You're expected to do it. And it all adds to the efficiency of that unit with a mission orientation.
Thank you. Pass it off to Scott Nelson next.
Thank you. Great presentation. So 2 questions, and I'll just do them back to back. One is about competitors. There is some competition in the space. It isn't necessarily going through gates into one compartment or another, but it's just tracking. Second question is, your focus is entirely on military and Coast Guard vessels. Why not, in the energy industry, we have drill ships and we have FPSOs and tankers and LNG carriers, and which look a lot like those vessels. So why not take them into consideration too in your marketing plans? Thank you.
Well, I can answer part of that. And John, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I understood the second question. I wasn't so sure on the first part with the tracking system already in place. But as far as starting with the Navy versus other areas, we're looking at the Navy, one, because our competitive advantage that we're bringing to the table right now is our personal network and our background and experience within the target market. Additionally, with the oil and gas industry and some of these other oil platforms, we've noticed that there's already a lot of competitors in that space, whereas the military seems like a kind of like a wide open space for us to kind of get into. And once we get in there, then once we've grown the business, we can expand if we need to.
Yeah, just add on. We think we could make some competitive barriers. And like Sean mentioned, our network is our strength. For 2 years, I was the technical manager for an SBIR technology development effort. And I worked at Marine Corps Combat Development Command. So the folks that will generate this demand signal and that need to be lobbied to understand that this is a problem, I know them already. I know a great deal of them already. So we figure we could leverage those relationships down the line.
Great, thank you. And for the last question, we'll pass it off to Jody.
Thanks. I want to follow up to Lamar's question. I think part of it wasn't the strategy for what to do with the patent, but understanding what the patent covers. I didn't follow that. I mean, RFID has been around a while. What exactly does the patent claim?
Sure. So the patent itself is the utility patent. It's for the gateway system, the centralized computer system, and the wearable devices. It's kind of the incorporating system that the patent will cover. And there is a bunch of patents already in place since RFID technology is so old. This gives us our leverage when we go into the SBIR contract and bid for that contract, just because we have that anchor tied to the original idea. And as we develop it through the SBIR contract, we're afforded the data rights, but we want to be able to tie those data rights back to our original patent. And then once we go to market, if the government doesn't think that we can market it fast enough, we still have that anchor holding it back to the original idea of the overall network system in place.
And one thing, the patent is specifically catered towards mariner and military vessels because that is a unique environment that we're familiar with. And no solution exists in that environment because inside the hull of a steel ship, signals don't travel well. So communication becomes more of an issue. You can't whip out a cell phone in the bowels of a ship and make a call. So the uniqueness of our system is that it's wireless, yet it's hardwired into a central computer.
Thank you.
Awesome. Dean, Sean, really appreciate it. That was a great pitch, great Q&A. Want to say thank you to everybody that was in Group 1. Would like to let you know we have a 5-minute break. We will begin with Group 2 at 10:20 promptly. MC for that will be John Ketlowski. Our first venture pitching for Group 2 will be Culture Decadence, starting at 10:20. Thank you.
Justin, great job so far. This is running very smoothly, in my opinion.
Try not to let it go to our heads.
Big shoes to fill, Justin. I'll try my best to match your calm demeanor.
Got to channel golf announcing.
Dean looked like he had a radio blog set up there. That was pretty awesome.
He might have a blog on the side. We never know.
He does have a pretty sweet mic.
While we're waiting, do we have John Pattison queued up? Not to rush you. You got about 5 minutes.
Yep, we're ready.
Okay. We'll just hold tight. Give everyone a break if y'all need to refill the coffee or whatever.
Drew, you're looking really presidential right now.
Tell that to my wife. I think she's been looking for Amazon clippers to shave this mustache.
Hey, Drew, listen to your wife.
No, don't, man. I'm digging that caterpillar.
Also feel like I need to go get my vest on. I missed the memo between Justin, John, and Drew. I need to get dressed up in uniform.
For a quick admin note, moving into Group 2, you'll see a venture on the schedule titled Sustainment for the judges. Sustainment is listed as Vertiprime Government Services in Unidal.
It may just be an issue with my computer, but I'm having trouble scrolling down to find We Show Up and Crew Trace. I found the other companies, but I'm just having trouble getting to them.
You're talking about Unoodle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I couldn't find Crew Trace on uNoodle to judge.
So Crew Trace was formerly Aon. So if you see Aon on there, that would be an equivalent.
Well, I think I need to scroll down to see more companies, but I just can't seem to get it.
If you put your mouse over the company names and then scroll, as opposed to on the actual site, like then it'll probably scroll. It's got like two scrolls with a scroll within a scroll.
Yeah, I've tried that.
And Crew Trace is on there for Aon.
I'm actually even trying clicking on one of them, and of course it pulls it up, but I still can't. Whether I hover or whether I click on it, it just will not scroll down to the full list. I can't get below Cultured Decadence.
Lamar, in the meantime, just as we work through the technical issues, and we'll try to reach out kind of offline to fix that issue. If you could just use the analog Excel, and then we can catch you up on the back end.
Okay, where do I find the analog Excel?
Justin, I think you had sent that out. Do you want to walk Lamar through offline just so we
I
can get
will. Hey Matt, if you can pull me and Lamar into a breakout room so we can keep going.
Lamar, the other thing you can try is just hold down Control and then your scroll wheel, pull it back, and it'll reduce the size of the screen.
All right, y'all. So we're going to get started here. If y'all have kind of technical issues, just go ahead and reach out to Justin on a chat, and he'll pull you offline so we can move forward with our pitches. Bring those ideas up.
Hey, that worked for me. That worked for me. The control, I think I got there.
All right, so we're going to get started here. Cultured Decadence, you're up. I think you were notified of the switch. We're going to roll Cowboy Cricket Farms to the back end. So if you guys are ready, John, are you on?
Yep. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
John Pattison, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and share screen and we'll get started with you.
All right. Share should be good. Do you see it?
I do. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
So my name is John Pattison. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Cultured Decadence. This is Ian Johnson. He is the Chief Scientific Officer of the company. We are a Wisconsin-based cellular aquaculture company developing novel methods to create crustacean products directly from animal cells and not from actual animal slaughter. Our backgrounds are pretty unique in this space. This industry as a whole has been around for about 3 years, and both of us have about 2 years of experience in the space. Ian on the scientific side and me on the operations, business, and regulatory side at 2 separate companies out in Silicon Valley. We quit in January, started our own company, have now been out here in Madison for about 3 months. The market that we're looking at is crab and lobster meat. In North America, it's about $4.3 billion, growing between 5 and 10% a year and dedicated primarily in B2B. The problem that we've identified is really in the supply chain. So if you look on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see how complex it is and how many players there are. On the right-hand side is basically the specific problems that we've identified. And those really stem from the animal itself and on the cellular level. So that's what we're targeting here. So what we're going to do is we're going to consolidate the supply chain, and we do that by optimizing really the component that's supplied, and that is crab and lobster on the cellular level. So essentially what we're doing is we're optimizing that by only making the meat. When you buy a lobster, about 75% of that is shell, organs, waste material that has no consumable value to you as a customer. So we want to get rid of all that and just focus on the protein. The technology that we're using is called cellular aquaculture, and essentially what that is we take lobsters from the tank right behind us. We isolate the cell types that we want. So in this case, it's muscle. We then put them into a controlled food production environment, give them all the same nutrients that you do in the wild. And then at the end of the day, a couple weeks and sometimes days later, we're targeting to make essentially meat that is cellularly identical, molecularly identical to what you would get from a wild-caught lobster, but much more efficient, cleaner, traceable, totally sustainable. The competitive landscape is really twofold. One, you're looking at competing against wild-caught products, and then within the cellular agriculture, aquaculture space, we're competing against a couple different companies. What's unique about us is one, our experience, two, the fact that we are the only company in the world focused on crab and lobster specifically, and we're the only company in North America focused on crustaceans. Important to keep in mind here, nascent industry, not yet commercialized, open market segments, but increasing interest from VCs and regulators alike. On the regulatory side, that's actually a good thing. FDA and USDA have been very proactive in engaging with companies like ours. So what's our pathway to actually making money and being competitive? On the left-hand side, you see the yellow line. That is the cost per pound today to produce a cellular-based meat. Very high, but think about that. We're doing that in bench scale here, very small quantities. We're going to scale up over time. The blue line represents volume, and we think that we can actually be price competitive and cost competitive within a few years because we are competing against a product that is naturally very inefficient. There are no other substitutes for. In terms of our commercialization strategy, we're looking at focusing on small component meat for existing products and brands. And then once the science and technology can catch up, we can actually make larger components and larger tissue for standalone product that could be at the center of your plate. There is an appetite for this type of product. Surveys that have been done and studies that have been done over the last 2 years show that there's definitely customers willing to try it and actually pay a premium for these products. Our milestones and our pathway right now is heavily science-based, but important note here is that at the end of this most recent quarter, we closed our pre-seed investment of $100,000 via an accelerator here in the Midwest, and we're looking to raise another 2.6 through the summer as we look to ramp up R&D and really make progress on that front. In terms of support and traction so far, we've had some great partners on the investor side, as well as some really significant and experienced advisors in terms of regulatory, industry, as well as academic, as well as some interesting and unique one-of-a-kind partnerships that we're going to be announcing here very shortly, notated by the different colored circles on the bottom of the slide. Really appreciate your time and having this event today. And these are a few photos of some of the research that we've been doing so far. And we're actually in our lab right now here in Madison. So with that, we'll open up to questions. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sandy. I'll be helping facilitate the questions. Thank you for that presentation, John. Just a few housekeeping things. I'm assuming a few people are new who didn't see Group 1 present. You can raise your hand by clicking on participants in the bottom row of options and clicking raise hand. Be sure to put your hands down after you raise your question, though. And please monitor the chat room. We'll be putting down who has the next question there. Andrew Fisher will be the timer for this group, so keep that in mind as well. And with that, Alex Fender has the first question.
Man, that was a great presentation. I just have to ask, I guess the question that might be standing out to everybody, do you really envision this taste the same? Like, I've tasted the plant burgers and stuff where they emulate, and I love lobster and shrimp. Have y'all tried it, or how similar is the taste with this?
Sure, yeah. So for my part, the company that I was at before, we did cell cultured pork products, and I've tasted the fat, and it was indistinguishable. And then again, it should be because it's actual fat cells. So from a pig. And then Ian's had some of the fish that he made at his prior company.
Yeah, I worked at a company called Finless Foods, and we were focused on bluefin tuna. And I was part of the creating of the first prototype and tasting it as well. And as John said, indistinguishable from the real tissue.
Ian, we can't hear you, man.
He was just saying that at Finless Foods, his prior company, he was making bluefin tuna with this process. And the taste is very, very similar. Can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you.
Next question. I wanted to know if you have to disclose this to the consumer, that this is how this meat was created.
Sure. So in terms of labeling restrictions and requirements, that'll be handled at the federal level. Right now, we sort of fall in a different area than what you would think about in terms of the Impossible or Beyond Meat burgers, because those are imitation. For us, we are actually the same material, just produced in a different way. So FDA hasn't ruled definitively on that yet, but all the research that we've done and the advisors that we've talked to, we anticipate that there may be some labeling requirements, but for us, that we think that's a benefit given the value-added aspects of the product that we provide in terms of the way that it's produced and food safety and security.
I think I have the next question here. I don't know if it's possible to back up slides easily. The slide that showed your cost of production per pound, I want to make sure I understood what your current cost is, what your target is, and what changes are required to drop that, if it's just scale or developing entirely new technologies.
Sure, yeah. So the primary, the yellow line represents cost per pound, and basically the two levers that we're pulling to drop that cost are media formulation. Media formulation means the nutrients that we are feeding the cells, and then scale. So increasing those cell densities, essentially becoming more efficient in the process. And so if you think about when we're developing media, we're kind of throwing everything at it in the beginning. Maybe there's 300 components. But over time, as we make that process more efficient, we can narrow it down to maybe 40 or 50, buy those in bulk or produce them in-house, which is going to drop prices significantly. At the same time, scaling up to larger and larger food production systems.
Does any of that require like a breakthrough kind of development, or is this a clear path you just need the time to follow?
So this type of process, media optimization and scale up, Ian has actually done before at 2 other companies, not well at Finless, but also companies before that were focused on just other biotech. And this is a very common system for scaling up and reducing costs over time. And so we can do that in-house. We could go to a CRO, contract that out if they have the expertise and the equipment to do that. But it's really, and this ties into the IP. So for us, what's really protectable and of value here is those formulations and those cell types and cell populations and cell lines.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ray Richards, you have the next question.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the inputs to your process, as well as your lab trials to date, what kind of protein yields you're targeting, et cetera.
Sure. So it's less protein yields and more on the cellular side of things. So we're targeting 20 million cells per mil.
Okay.
Last question.
Can you guys hear me? A little better now? Okay. Yeah, so it's more focusing on the cellular yields and not protein. So we're aiming for around 20 million cells per mil. And that would enable us to produce large amounts of tissue. Okay.
Got to cut you off. Sorry about that.
Sure.
All right. Hey, just make sure everyone's checking on Andrew Fisher's screen if you're presenting. He'll have the time held up. Sorry to cut y'all off. I just want to be equitable. So next up, we've got David Franklin from NoRx. David, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, if you can go ahead and share screen and we'll get going.
Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I am David Franklin with NoRx. NoRx is a mobile application that allows patients and physicians to simply and efficiently manage medication treatments for better health outcomes. There's a huge problem today in the healthcare system. Patients failing to take their medication or medication adherence as prescribed is one of the most serious and longstanding challenges in healthcare. As you see in the upper right-hand corner, this was my father prior to my loss of him in 2018 due to a medical-induced side effect while at an ICU. On average, a patient has 13 minutes with their physician. Within this time, 80% of the physician visits results in a prescription. 50% of these prescriptions are not taken as prescribed, and 24% of these prescriptions are not even picked up. The results are astounding. 125 million readmissions, 110,000 patient deaths, and the cost continues to rise for both patient and provider. The problem also is human related. Patients and physicians are busy. The current physician-patient ratio is 1 in 2,300. Patients are busy, we're confused, and we stay sick. Doctors cannot and don't intervene because they are not aware of what's happening in real life. Our solution at NoRx is simple, safe, and secure. Remember, patients and physicians can simply and efficiently manage medication treatments through NoRx. Patients receive alerts, they have accountability reminders with loved ones, they receive patient education through their providers, they build trust and reestablish their care. Physicians gain insight about their patients in real life, save time, and reduce burnout. The net results are healthier and happier patients, reduced readmissions, and we save costs. This is a sample of our product today. We have performance intake monitors, scheduling, we digitize the pharmacy label, we complement and personalize the medication treatment with nutrition and wellness, and we have outreach functionality. Due to the recent COVID pandemic, we've been able to accelerate development and introduce individual health insights. Here, patients provide input on vital signs and symptoms. They connect with primary care or telehealth. They're able to monitor with their physician, provide updates, receive recommendations, and navigate to advanced care at the most appropriate time, avoiding being at ground zero. We are passionate about healthcare, and we are all touched by medications. I am David Franklin, co-founder, U.S. Navy Gulf War veteran, and my co-founder, James Powell, has 24 years of clinical research experience as a biopharmaceutical industry. Our other advisors are very important to us, ranging from former Assistant Commissioner of the FDA to National Fellows in both psychiatry and pharmacy. Our target audience initially are females 28 to 58 years old. Remember, 50% of all prescriptions are not taken as prescribed. This is $350 billion a year healthcare cost that we are targeting. Our path to market is simple, through acquiring customers through community care centers, pilots, and health advocacy groups. We will continue to grow and keep these customers through a community, patient advisory, and interactive avatars. Staying competitive for us is being patient first and using latest technology. Our business model is simple. It's a subscription model based on 3 clients, the provider, health institutions, and contract research organizations that pay based off the cohort they're wanting to monitor and engage with. We have competitors in the space that have validated what we're doing, but we differentiate ourselves through technology, remaining patient first, and incentivizing and rewarding the patients and providing accountability services. Our traction to date have been including finalists in this program, South by Southwest, Startup of the Year, and we've completed the Founders Institute and Bunker Lab accelerators. We are seeking $500,000 to have outcomes of 1 or 2 pilots and securing 2 or 3 paying clients in the next 12 to 15 months. Again, I am David Franklin with NoRx. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, David. Great presentation. Sandy, you have the first question.
Brandon will have the first question.
Hey, David. Brandon Shelton at TFX Capital in Charlotte. Thanks again for that. I have lots of questions, so I would love to follow up with you later. But for the purposes of this presentation as a judge, can you, in your deck, you say you want to be focused on folks, you just, in your deck, you say under 35, but then you just said females, I believe, yeah, 28 to 58. So I'm not an expert like you, but can you help me understand this a little bit? Because I'm under the impression the vast majority of prescription drugs and thus the bad adherence are for folks 65 and older. And there's a problem then if you're trying to go through the phone to try to get them to adhere to compliance, which is a big problem. So I'd love to know how do you guys look at that in terms of approaching a younger audience that's a little bit more adaptive to mobile devices.
Correct. So statistically, seniors are on more medications, 8 to 12 a day, but they're not our target audience because they're not mobile. But within this age group, 28 to 58, or say the 50-year-olds, the boomers, the Gen X's, as we age, we will become seniors, and therefore we take mobile technology with us into a digital healthcare system. So our immediate audience are actually 28 to 48, the medium 40-year-olds. And statistically, millennials are higher abusers of non-adherence. 43% of millennials don't take their medication as prescribed. Thank you.
That'll be the last question. Sorry, Lamar, we ran out of time.
I think we've got a little more time, Andrew, or what are we sitting at?
We have 3 minutes left here.
Okay, sorry about that, Sandy. That was my bad.
Go ahead. Lamar, you have the next question.
Okay, you mentioned that during this COVID situation that you had opportunities to work with your system. Does that mean you have paying customers, or does that mean that you just sort of had this as a pilot? I don't understand kind of where the program is right now.
Yeah, so we had conceptually the idea of tracking vital signs and symptoms within the medication management application, but due to COVID, we were able to pivot a little bit in bringing those features in earlier, and we're within 2 weeks. So this month we'll be launching the individual health insights. And for us as a business model, it's very good because this will be a freemium application that rolls up into the larger application of medication management, and it provides immediate impact, input, engagement, connectivity, and most importantly, navigation to advanced care. And the reason too here why we say beyond is because we have to look at just not what the current situation is, but the seasonality of not just COVID, but any other symptoms and long-term cause and effects of medication and adherence around these situations, not just understanding who the patient really is as an individual, their demographic, and how these treatments affect them.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. It was great. I was curious just the challenges of, it looks like a pretty complex implementation. What are your thoughts around implementing to so many different folks, primary care, or across the whole sort of medical system to include the patient?
Well, it's a long-standing medication adherence causing readmissions is a very long existing problem, and there are competitors in the space. Our philosophy is greatly different because we focus on the behavioral change of patients and addressing those changes to drive a patient population to introduce into clinicians, providers. So our approach is a little bit different, and this is why we have accountability from an adherence standpoint, and we incentivize and reward the patient through nutrition and wellness and different techniques to drive that adherence that makes it more attractive to the provider networks.
All right, guys, that's time. Sorry, Mark, that was the last question.
Again, thank you for your time today.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Great presentation, and thanks for all the meaningful questions. Next up, we've got Milk Money Kitchens. Nancy Preston, are you on?
Am on.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can. If you want to go ahead and share screen, and we'll make sure we're up and running.
Yes, absolutely. So let's get to you. Oh, getting a sneak peek. All right. So whenever you're ready, I am ready to go.
All right, go ahead. Thanks, Nancy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Preston. I am the founder and CEO of Milk Money Kitchens. I am a former Army engineer, and now we rent commercially licensed kitchen spaces by the hour to help food businesses launch and grow in New York City. But before we talk about this amazing company, I'd love to tell you a little bit about my mom and my dad. I think my mom is a really great example of why food businesses are a great vehicle to change your life and your legacy. When we first moved to the US, with my dad, he unexpectedly passed away, leaving my mom with 2 kids, and she wouldn't even speak English for another 4 years. The only thing she knew how to do was cook. So she took jobs in every kitchen she can find, bingo halls, restaurants, karaoke bars, and we actually made it through 4 really difficult years. Those are really hard years, but not everyone is as successful as my mom when they try to use food as a way to change their situation. In fact, 85% of New York City food startups fail in under 5 years. 60% fail in the first year. The top reasons are not that surprising. It's capital based. The requirements are enormous. If you are going to open a donut shop, that first donut's going to cost you $400,000 to go to market. And who can do that? Ops and business acumen are actually a lot easier to explain because chefs be chefing and cooks be cooking. They don't want to talk about cost of goods sold and tax liabilities. The problem is if you're not comfortable and good at the business side of your business, regardless if you sell staplers or hamburgers, you're going to find yourself in the 85% that fail. So we provide a full spectrum solution. We not only give you rental kitchens to rent by the hour and staff by the hour. In this way, we're like an AWS of the food industry. We're going to build that infrastructure for you and reduce your need for capital overall. Now, instead of a pay-to-play system, we've turned this into a pay-as-you-go system. Now that you have a food business, though, we've only created new problems for you, right? So as you're growing, you're going to need services and additional training to develop you as a food CEO. And finally, we create new revenue streams. Right now, we pivoted because of Corona into government and private contracts. And so that's actually helping us thrive right now. And we are subcontracting to our members to help them continue revenue, to help them survive through this time. So how Milk Money Kitchens makes money is as they're launching food businesses, they're renting kitchen space and other services, and we sell these all on demand. So as they need more services because they're growing, especially with our food contracts that we're funneling to them, their piece of the pie is growing and they need more services from us. And that's how it's a win-win. Currently, we've shifted. And so most of our revenue now is coming from consulting and contracting. So our target market is, of course, food makers. We've launched several caterers. We've launched one restaurateur, confectioners, and even some consumer packaged goods that you see on the slides. Most of my food businesses have shut down, especially the caterers, but we're starting to bring them back up with our Food for Impact program. So with our Food for Impact, we've gotten government and private contracts with several hospitals in New York City. We're not only providing meals to healthcare workers, we're also providing things like hand sanitizer and face masks now. So because we're so familiar with how to run and execute government contracts, it's a great example to show that you don't really need the product. It doesn't have to be food. If you know how to run your business, you can make any product successful. So that's how we're actually thriving right now. So when we think of the total size of our market, we think of all the startup costs associated with a food business trying to launch. And that includes rent and leasehold improvements and even your financing percentages. And so in New York City, when we bring all that together, it comes out to about a $210 million opportunity. And that's what we're going after here. Currently, we have a few direct competitors. All they do is provide kitchen space, so it's very transactional. We're the only ones really seeing it through with our full solution to make these businesses profitable and help them grow. In fact, all my direct competitors are actually out of business right now, and we're not sure if they will open up after Corona. I'm the only one left standing. So our competitive analysis, I think, is because we do so much with
Hey,
so.
Nancy.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the 5 minutes. Appreciate it.
So then I guess we'll have a lot of questions.
Thanks, Nancy. Sorry to cut you off there. Sandy, do you want to take the questions?
Sure. Theodore, you have the first question.
Great. Hey, Sandy. I just wanted to ask if you could explain a little bit more in depth about your differentiator from a company like City Storage Systems.
Oh, great. So we do commercial licensed kitchens. We share it. It's more of a co-work space than a ghost kitchen or a dark kitchen. We're actually building up these businesses and creating new value instead of just having that transactional requirement of just giving them kitchen spaces.
Thank you.
Of course.
Brad, you're up next.
Hey, I really like the space, like the presentation. So 2 questions. You know, Travis from Uber has put about $350 million into a concept like this. So really well funded and obviously has ties with Uber Eats. So number one, how do you think about helping these restaurateurs expand into the delivery market, which is probably the quickest growing market, Grubhub, DoorDash, and whatever. So that's part number one. And part number two, I know what you said about your competitors, but how do you deal with somebody like Cloud Kitchen and some of these other ones that have so much money?
So when we are extremely efficient with our money and with our people. We're operationally excellent. And so when we think about ghost kitchens, we think of that as a completely different market for us. So here we have these ghost kitchens create another disruptor to help people that have already managed to break the barriers in the industry and operate. So they're dealing with large food businesses, big food, chains and national brands, independent food brands. And I don't want to mislead anyone. Some of our independent food brands or small food are making $2 million a year. So they're only interested in utilizing this platform to grow in delivery. And it's not actually a great opportunity for most food businesses. Because for most food businesses, you lose too much money and you cannibalize your other sales to delivery and you lose a lot of money during those costs. So we're very different than what Travis is doing.
Nancy, I think what you've done with pivoting during these times is genius. I think what you're doing as far as subcontracting to the people, your tenants or your members is awesome. Is that something that you're going to keep with after this is all said and done?
Yeah, because we're trying to help them actually scale operations. We had always pushed over food service contracts to them from our corporate clients like Amazon and Salesforce, because Milk Money Kitchens doesn't do any fulfillment. We'll just take a percentage of the total contract as we manage and fulfill it. This is something we 100% are growing during this time, and we're definitely going to keep it going because they're softball targets. It's not like catering a 200-person wedding. If you mess something up, you're definitely getting sued. So, but if you mess up a couple lunches from Amazon, going to Amazon, they're going to forgive you. They're going to allow you to make changes. And this is how my food businesses learn to grow and iterate their processes.
Brandon, you're next.
Yeah, it's Brandon Shelton, TFX Capital. Good job. I guess a question I would have, Nancy, is just around the economics. I mean, you're there in a very bad, frankly, geography at the moment, but whatever the new normal will be on the far side, you need people in a small space, is what I'm assuming. lots of people in a compacted area like New York. So what are your thoughts like a year from now, based on what you're seeing right now, learning now, looking forward, taking some of your early learnings plus what you want to ultimately solve? What are some of your thoughts out of the year?
I think our real value proposition came to life during a crisis like this, because we are a cash business. That's one value added above people who are extremely leveraged against venture capital, because we're self-sustaining. We produce a lot of money, even though we don't have a single kitchen open today. And the economics of it is that we can continue being this, the low price point to entry for food businesses when we're recovering. We're going to be actually instrumental in the recovery.
All right, all. That's all we have time for questions today. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So next we have Sustainment, Michael Morford. Sustainment was formerly Vertiprime. So if you all are looking for that, that's the next up.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Hi, Brett.
Hey, so yeah, my name is Brett Boyd. So I'm actually joined on the line by my co-founder, Michael Morford, but I'm presenting Sustainment Technologies, which again, previously known as Vertiprime. So Sustainment is a SaaS-based enterprise software company. We have 5 core team members, operations in Texas and Oklahoma, and initial traction with the Air Force on a contract that we've been executing against since January. We built this company to bring modern software to the back end of the supply chain. So our key insight in this business is that most of the innovation has happened higher up in the supply chain, while the back end or the long tail remains extremely inefficient and manual. So what I'm talking about here is the point where these industrial procurement teams engage with the ecosystem of roughly 20,000 small and medium US businesses that provide consumables and replacement parts. This is a really large problem, which one customer estimates costs them around 1 million person hours per year due to inefficient processes, and upwards of $1 million a day due to unnecessarily long lead time for parts. Our solution is an online marketplace that sits in between these procurement teams and this fragmented ecosystem of vendors that they buy from. In the current situation, these big organizations buy from the vendors that they know because there isn't an easy way to efficiently find new vendors. And on the other side, vendors tend to work for the companies and in the industries that they know because they view this as a relationship business and they don't have much overhead cash to spend on business development and marketing. Our platform brings together a data aggregation and ETL engine that we use to ingest and relate vendor, part, and manufacturing process data. We use machine learning to match buyers and sellers and to group small business capabilities together. And we have a data encryption component to secure the technical data associated with these parts, which is often proprietary or sometimes classified. And additionally, we're building an Internet of Things framework using the University of Oklahoma as a subcontractor to integrate machine capacity directly into the network. So we're a team of veterans. Again, as I mentioned, my name is Brett Boyd. I grew up as an infantry officer in the Ranger Regiment, and I have experience leading software companies in both the startup and the growth phase. Michael Morford is a prior logistics officer and is a business development executive in energy, finance, and defense. And Joe Allen is a prior Army engineering NCO, and he's an experienced full stack developer. We've also got a PhD data scientist, a senior database engineer, and are complemented by our partners at the OU Industrial Engineering Department. From a business model perspective, the first element of our business is this vendor discovery product, which we sell to industrial procurement teams at large organizations on an annual subscription basis. Once we achieve critical mass in terms of marketplace participants with this, we'll incorporate the ability to transact through the platform, and we'll add transaction fees into our business model. As I mentioned previously, there are around 20,000 machine shops in the United States, which fit into a much larger MRO and global supply chain market. This is a big problem, and there will be a big company that emerges to satisfy this need. We see this as a category creation opportunity that fits between some of the products that exist on both the buyer side and the vendor side. So on the buyer side, we sit adjacent to procurement software, which in most cases is a module of an ERP system. These are internally focused and they're categorically different from what we're doing. I think the vendor side products are a little bit more relevant to us. These are many of the companies that grew out of the legacy catalog businesses, which monetize by selling ads to vendors for placement. Again, I think these are more relevant, but they still have some constraints that will inhibit their ability to do what we are doing. The need for this is so great that the Air Force effectively seeded this business with $1 million contract at the end of last year. And we're currently developing a proof of concept, which we plan to transition into a production contract later this year. We'll enter commercial markets in 2021 with a product that leverages the same infrastructure, database, and vendor ecosystem as our government product, but with a slightly different workflow for companies. As far as the ask, we're finalizing the details on what I expect will be a $2 million seed round this summer. Sustainment is self-funded up to this point, and this raise alongside our current revenue should give runway for 24 to 36 months. Uses of capital are to accelerate our commercial product development and build out the go-to-market organization. I'm also seeking introductions for commercial proof of concept opportunities. So in closing, I'd like to highlight here that this is infrastructure technology for the American industrial base. All of the innovation in the supply chain space in recent years has been oriented towards global outsourcing to China and elsewhere. And I expect to see more companies bring parts of their supply chain back to the US. And in that case, like our platform is perfectly positioned as a tool to enable this like middle American industrial base.
We'll have to cut you off there.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Your great presentation. Sandy, are we ready for questions?
Yes. Just a reminder to raise your hand if you have a question. I don't currently see any up. Brandon, you're up.
Hey, Brett. Hey, great job. Hey, I got a question. Based on how you're looking at the software and real world events unfolding in front of us, are there any alterations to what you're doing on behalf of DoD or where you see the world going that can, I guess, more attack like the medical supply chain that's going to be shifting and it's dynamically evolving by the hour, it seems. And then two, beyond that, you know, what other industry, like specific industry versus MRO as a category, do you think your software could grow into if more manufacturing comes back to the United States?
Yeah, so in generally, we're very focused right now on these small and medium business CNC shops. And these on the buyer side, these companies tend to be stuck in one industry, but could use the same equipment to support, you know, a lot of different organizations. So for example, like this whole Texas and Oklahoma supply chain is very oriented on oil and gas. They could use the same equipment and expertise to support aerospace and agriculture and any heavy equipment industries. They struggle to have access to those things. And we hope to fix that. And so to answer your first question here, this product really at the core is about identifying and matching industrial capability with requirements. And I'm actually wishing we were a little bit further along in our process, because this would actually be the perfect tool to ingest all of the companies that have manufacturing capacity that the government doesn't know they could repurpose into medical supply chain things. So in that case, we're actually looking to build out a module towards this, but we would build out an ontology that would let companies tell the government what they could do in terms of masks or beds or whatever, and then turn around and give or sell that to the CDC or DHS or whoever on the government side would be wanting that.
If I could jump in here real quick, this is Michael Morford, and Brett, thanks for taking the lead on this. But yes, the Rapid Sustainment Office at the Air Force Lifecycle Management Center up at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is already starting to ask us those very questions because they see this the same way we all do. So we see massive opportunity in the medical industry, and I'm starting to branch away from the core dev team to start to look into that because there are some new cyber topics coming down the pike, and we view this as a spot on with what we're doing.
Thanks, Michael. Sandy, next question.
Yes, Alex, you're up.
Hey, thanks. I thought that was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Funnel Science built the software. We had two real challenges. Initially, it was the customer acquisition cost. The second was once you got the customer, it was getting them to adopt the software. Even though it was extremely beneficial, sometimes it took several months. How do you see those challenges, or how have you planned for those challenges? And have you addressed what your customer acquisition cost is going to be?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. And we're not as far in market that I have a specific metrics on acquisition costs and so on. I would say, like, in starting with the defense side and being able to seed with this with the defense business, the first benefit of that is that we pull all their vendors in to seed the ecosystem with all of the vendors that are already selling into this Air Force depot in Oklahoma. And the problem on the Air Force side is so significant, and it's amazing how stuck in 1980 or 1990 most of these teams are, that I think we've got a relatively easy sell inside the U.S. government. To your point, I do think our acquisition costs will go up significantly on the commercial side. But we're actually, I mean, we're working through the process to understand how to knock that down.
But to add to that point, one of the things that we find different is because of the way we're developing this, we're never going to be charging the small business manufacturer. We're never going to be asking them for paid subscription models. And we're even working directly with the vendor steering committee to start to identify how we can integrate their software into their existing operations for free.
Wouldn't the complication be in this, or typically the complication with DoD software is that the developers or engineers have to have secure clearances. So if you start tying into other vendors' software, you're going to have a lot of compliance or security audits continuous.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole can of worms to go in. The DoD is trying to get better at buying SaaS tools. I'm getting the zero time left here, but yeah, we're working through that actually with our customers.
Thanks, Brett. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate you all. Great presentation. So just for everyone else, we're going to be rolling back to Cowboy Cricket Farms with James Rowland. James, are you on the phone with us right now? So just so you all know, James is piping in from, I believe, from Montana. So little bit of technical issue we're trying to work through right now. So if y'all don't mind being patient with us, we'll get his slides up and try to work through the pitch. Justin, can you get the deck up?
If not, then I'm happy to just talk.
Thanks, James. Yeah, we're just going to try to get your deck situated there. And if people wouldn't mind giving a thumbs up to kind of verify that you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay.
Yep,
Looks like
we good.
Positive feedback. For the timer, if you want to just stand by for James whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Well, hello, my name is James with Cowboy Cricket Farms. I apologize about some of the delays here. I've actually been called up with the COVID response for the last couple of weeks. And so it's, hence the uniform. I'm just in my office here. So a little bit impromptu, but we're making it work. Let's see, next slide, please. Or am I able to control that? Oh, did I do that? I don't know.
No, I did. So I'll be managing your slide deck. Just say next slide and we'll advance. And we'll
Awesome.
start time now.
Okay, thank you. So this is my wife, Kathy, and I. We started the company about 3 years ago. To put it simply, we make food out of crickets. But we do a lot more than that as well. We also do a lot of research into biotech, how to create a more sustainable food source for the future out of insects, and how to make that something that people actually want to eat. Next slide, please. So as far as sustainability goes, crickets are pretty amazing. Compared to cows, pound for pound, we use 2,060 times less water, 14 times less feed, produce 80 times less methane, do all of this using less than 1% of the comparable landmass. So we can take a tiny amount of resources and feed way more people than we can with traditional agriculture. We start with these whole crickets and we turn them into all sorts of stuff, such as the smoky jumpers that you see over there, which is also what I've got in the bag here. Next slide, please. People oftentimes ask why it is that we're actually making these. First off, they actually do taste good. 80% of cultures around the world eat insects. However, what most people really want is the protein or the iron. And iron deficiency has been identified by the World Health Organization as the #1 overall health concern in the world. And it's something that we can fix with diet. And since our crickets have twice the amount of iron per pound compared to cattle, and it's a very efficient form of iron, we can help transport large amounts of shelf-stable food all over the world and increase the nutrition of people everywhere. Next slide, please. So again, cows versus crickets. Let's see, I can't remember if this one actually does anything. Can we see? Should just be a next slide.
I won't. It's a PDF, so animation will be lost.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So this is Bertha, and this is the amount of water that she needs to create 1 pound of beef. Now, I do understand that she's a milk cow, but she's a lot prettier than the regular beef steer, so we use her. This giant fire truck is filling up what's called a pumpkin, and they're going to use that to fight wildfires. This is a lot of water to basically create one person's meal eventually, and not to mention all the other resources that go into it. All we would need is 1 single gallon of water to create that same pound of usable protein out of crickets. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have our protein, huge amount, iron, huge amount, and omega-3. So another factor that we're trying to do is think about overall brain and heart health. Most of what we do is pretty low tech as far as what the consumer sees. But what we've been doing is we've been creating our Super Cricket. It's been a government funded project, mostly through grants, for increasing omega-3 output. One of the issues that the NHS is seeing right now is that we have an imbalance in certain micronutrients and certain types of fats. And with our crickets, we're able to produce several times higher, about 47 times higher omega-3 than beef. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So who eats these things? First off, superhumans. So we work with a lot of athletes, military members, but we really have 4 different main categories. First are those athletes and endurance seekers. Second, though, are parents who care. A lot of kids are pretty picky about what they eat, but you can take our cricket powder and put it into just about anything. That's how we've made our cookies, our granola, and we've had recipes received from other people from all over the world that are pretty wild. Next is vegans and vegetarians. Now, crickets are animals, but depending on why you abide by that lifestyle, it tends to be a pretty good option. And then fourth is medical necessity. We work with several hospitals. Right now, we are helping to supply a few hospitals with.
That's time for us.
Okay, awesome.
I'm going to cut you off. And I think Sandy's still lining up some questions. We'll just take a moment and then pass it off to her. Thanks again, James.
Okay.
Great presentation.
Good. Ian, you're first.
Hey, a great presentation. I'm actually very much a fan of this product. I've heard IKEA is working on some bug-related things. I'm not sure where they are. They're in their cycle. If you're familiar with that, something to look up. But my question is kind of the obvious one, which is overcoming the kind of creep factor that people have, the aversion that they have to bugs.
Yes.
Eating bugs. I personally don't have any issue with it, but I think it's something that kind of raises people's, kind of averse sensors. So what is your plan for helping overcome that?
So the biggest thing we have is actually what that last slide was, which is our chocolate chirp cookies and our products in general. We create products that happen to have insects in them. And we're very blatant and obvious about it, but it needs to be a good product anyway. So we started with a really good chocolate chip cookie, added cricket powder to increase the protein and the iron and the fat content, and created this really great sustainable source of nutrition. We do the same with our granola and then our different whole flavored crickets as well. The way that our packaging is done is all very consumer oriented. And so you talk about Aketa, which is actually Aspire Food Group, and they acquired a company called Exo as well. So the Aketa brand is gone, more or less. They've been focused more on creating kind of a lifestyle brand, whereas we create a brand that enhances what you already do. So you're not trying to change and become, a gym rat or something and get in there and get that protein. Instead, you can use it in your day-to-day life. It's just a way to adventure.
Thank you.
Drew,
Hi, my question maybe is a little bit similar to Ian's, just in the human food market, and wondering if you've considered any other use cases for selling the cricket powder, maybe animal feed, or are there any other applications that you've explored?
So there are, and we've done a lot of research on it. However, we cannot sell into the animal feed market right now. That's actually a little bit more regulated in some ways than the human food market. There's something called the GROS list, and AFCO, the American Association of Feed Controllers, has their own GROS list, which is what most pet food manufacturers and stuff have to go off of. But also on the federal side, the USDA has only approved one type of insect, that's black soldier fly, and only for salmonoids. So as of right now, even though crickets are commonly eaten by chickens and all sorts of other stuff, we can't actually feed it to them for commercial applications. We've done research though, and it's a very viable option in the future if we can get the regulations changed.
Interesting, thanks.
just a reminder to use the raise hand button if you have any questions. Ian, you're up next.
Hey, James, could you just talk about traction a little bit?
Certainly. So we started about 3 years ago. First year, we only had about $17,000 in sales. We're actually pretty impressed that we sold anything. Last year, we did about $400,000 in total revenue. And our biggest limiting factor right now is really just the ability to grow more crickets. We run out of product pretty regularly. I actually just checked inventory this morning with my team, and we have 9 cookies total. So and we're back sold. So it's difficult for us to keep up because of that. And then with all the COVID stuff, it's limited our production as well. But other forms of traction, we've had a ton of press validating our idea. We've sold to every single state as well as 32 different countries. We ship all privately. We don't have a distributor right now, but we have been approached by a few, so we're looking into that option.
James, this is Justin Nesta. A quick question for you. If you could talk a little bit about your ask and uses of capital, please. I don't think we got to that in your presentation.
Sure. So we've had some changes. Right now, we are looking for $200,000. We've been consolidating our production, and we're going to go more towards the partner farmer aspect, where we have farmers we've trained that create the crickets for us. Because of that, we're using that $200,000 primarily for staffing and inventory and marketing, focusing more on our online presence because of the high margins. The margins on our online store have between 72 and 84%.
We're going to have to cut you. Thanks for being patient with us on that one.
Roger, thank you.
Hey, and just, another thanks. I think I speak for everyone here when I say thanks for the response that you're getting after with COVID-19. Just appreciate your continued service there. And, wearing multiple hats. Pretty cool to see a uniform on this venture panel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would have tried to change out, but it's like middle of the duty day, so I can't.
No, you've got a good excuse, and best of luck out there. So I just want to take the opportunity to kind of catch everyone up on our schedule. Right now, we're just a couple minutes behind, but not too bad. So we're going to reconvene in 5 minutes at 11:25 a.m. And so if y'all just want to take a break, and then I'm going to pass it back off to Justin. Just a quick primer. Up next, we've got Yumi Mine, Capsulonics, Fieldcraft, Filmocracy, Raven Spatial, and Viramoto. So looking forward to hearing from those. Justin, I'll pass it off to you.
Thank you very much, John. We will pause for a 5-minute break and then begin promptly at 11:25. Thank you.
Hey, Justin, I need a quick feedback from you real quick. I've been doing the score sheet on the spreadsheet. A couple of the names are off. There was a presentation 2 ago that was the software company. What was their name?
You mean Sustainment? They fell under Vertiprime. I think they're, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, that was the one. Sustainment. Thanks. Hey, and we can do the score sheets on UNoodle at the end, right? We can convert them off the spreadsheet to UNoodle at the end.
That's correct. We're going to have a large break running from 12:30 to about 3, where we're going to have our guest speakers. Judges can use that time to enter their information into UNoodle.
Thank you, sir.
It's just while we're waiting for the next set of ventures and we're getting coffee and so forth, I just wanted to kind of briefly mention some of our other sponsors and just make sure that we note just how valuable they've been. You can see there probably, I think Justin might be sharing the sponsor page we have. But this year we just had a tremendous amount of support in addition to some of the sponsors that Drew mentioned at the top. We also just want to mention Phillips 66, Veterans Future Lab out of New York City through NYU, the Martin Family Ventures, Beachhead Investments, NRG, Allegiance Bank and Amegy Bank. We'll be hearing from them later, but they've been very very helpful and generous. Buffalo Bayou Brewery is a brewery out of Houston. They've always been supportive of Vet Biz Battle in a variety of ways. And we've got Jerry Lasco from the Tasting Room. He's been a great supporter, and Jerry's a veteran as well. So glad to have him here. And then 1836 as well. They've just given tremendous support in a variety of ways. I mentioned some of our partnerships, but Patriot Bootcamp came out of TechStars. I'm sure some of you are familiar with TechStars and sort of the accelerator incubator space. The SBA, of course, has been a great sponsor, or sorry, partner. And then this year we've grown our relationship with Mass Challenge. Most of these relationships Justin has to take credit for. He's been doing a tremendous job. I'll just highlight him real quick. But all of these partnerships and donors have just been very helpful, both on the mentorship side and the donation side. So we just really appreciate all you all have done for us this year.
Thank you very much, John. I couldn't agree more with what John said, especially with what's happened with COVID-19. Having the ability and the flexibility to pivot VetBizBattle online and our sponsors to continue to stay with us has been invaluable. That being said, we are ready to begin Group 3 pitches. Our first venture up for pitching is YouMeMine. We'll have Melanie and Leah presenting. And when you are able to get your screen share, we'll begin time.
Can you see my screen okay?
We can see your screen. Let us know when you're ready to go.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melanie Murphy, and I am the CEO of YouMeMine.
And I'm Leah Lowe, COO of YouMeMine.
We connect future parents with egg donors and surrogates. 1 in 7 couples struggle with infertility. That means 50 to 80 million people worldwide are unable to conceive on their own. Now, we often hear about IVF treatments, but did you know that 1 in 10 IVF cycles includes an egg donor or a surrogate? The process of finding an egg donor is not easy. In fact, it was the most difficult time of my life. So picture this, I'm sitting in the doctor's office for probably the 100th time. I've already spent well over $50,000 on IVF treatments, and I'm tired, I'm overwhelmed. And then the doctor tells me that we need to find an egg donor. I'm handed this long list of what felt like 100 or so egg donor agencies. And when I get home, I register for every single one of them. But then the next morning when I went to view the new profiles of the new donors for that day, they had already been taken. In fact, some even had a waiting list. Now, my background is in commercial real estate technology, and I can find you a $5 million building in a matter of minutes, but I could not find an egg donor because there was just no centralized database to search from. And so that's why I created YouMeMine. If YouMeMine had been available when I was looking for an egg donor, it would have changed my life. I would have had one place to go where I could search for donors from multiple agencies and clinics all over the world. I would have been able to search based on my personal criteria, such as blonde hair and green eyes, or I could have uploaded a photo and YouMeMine's AI-driven facial feature matching tool would have instantly shown me profiles that looked just like me. Then in one click, I would have been connected to the donor's agency or clinic. So we're on target to launch our new platform to the open market by Q3. Even while in beta mode, we are revenue generating and growing our members, donors, and surrogates every day. YouMeMine is now the world's largest global egg donor and surrogate database in the world, with profiles of over 7,000 egg donors and surrogates and over 300 parent members, including one who has already had her first child. Now, what puts YouMeMine ahead of the competition is we are international and already in 5 countries, and our advanced technologies such as facial feature matching and the ability to capture and collect rare and valuable data that's very much needed in this industry. And probably the most important thing is that I bring my own personal experience. I've been there and I 100% understand what our members are going through.
So a little about our team. Melanie is an Army veteran and a lifelong entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in technology sales. My passion and experience is at the intersection of reproductive health and healthcare operations. I've worked for over 15 years on increasing access to care and improving healthcare operations. We've crafted an advisory team made up of industry pioneers in fertility, media, healthcare law, business, and finance. Our team is integrated into the fertility and business community, and together we're moving the field forward. We have a subscription-based revenue model. Our basic freemium level allows limited searches. Premium includes unlimited searches and agency contact. And VIP offers access to proprietary tools like facial matching. Our B2B enterprise membership includes donor and surrogate management and marketing tools. In 2020, revenue is primarily driven by our multi-tiered membership subscription services, with expansion in 2021 to include revenue generated through facilitation fees, through partnerships with affiliate services and lending programs. The global fertility market will reach $36 billion by 2026, and based on only the egg donor and surrogacy markets, the SAM is about $7.2 billion. Parsing out the services UmiMind currently offers and the affiliate, data, and concierge services, the obtainable market is roughly $200 million. Success in this space is contingent upon trust and expertise. We continue to be an active player, building strategic partnerships and expanding our brand via industry events, advertising, and becoming a trusted source of information.
So we are seeking $400,000 and we're looking for an investor. But we are looking for someone who will partner with us, who can add value to our team, and who shares our same vision, and that is changing lives and creating families.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Thank you very much, Leah. I'll move to question and answer.
All right, thank you, Lamar. Let's have you start us off, please.
Melanie, you guys did a great job on this, and Leah, thank you. My question was, the biggest issue I heard from you at the beginning of the presentation was the availability of donors, and I don't see how your business plan solves that problem.
You're on mute, Melanie. So I'll just take a quick stab at that. So actually the availability of donors is not the biggest issue. It's really being able to find them. So right now there are so many agencies that offer maybe 15 or 20 or even 100 donors, but you have to sign up with every one of those agencies in order to search their database. And that is just time consuming. And also there's not always a good match within the limited pools of donors that they have.
Yeah, we do. Am I off mute now? Okay, we actually have over 7,000 egg donors and surrogates in our database now. So we get new ones every day, literally every day. We not only have donors through agencies and clinics, but we also have them independently. So if a parent is looking for someone, an egg donor or surrogate that's independent, it could save them $10,000 to $30,000. And so we have a lot of different options for them.
Thank you. Brandon, you'll have the next question.
Hey, Brandon Shelton, TFX Capital. Thanks, Melanie and Leah. Not a domain expert in this at all, so sorry for the novice question. If I was to brief you back, would you call this a marketplace play where you're trying to have a playground, so to speak, where donors and obviously parents want to meet in the middle? So you're just trying to get the lay of the land. How are you going to generate money if agencies are already performing this task? How is the software going to be received in the current market?
Sure. I like to use the example of Zillow or CoStar or LoopNet, where they all have agents. They all have real estate agents. So think about how the real estate industry was before Zillow or any of those platforms. That's how the fertility industry is set up right now. It's very archaic. And so by bringing everything together on one platform, it saves people time. It's also lowering the costs of agency fees and donor and surrogate fees because of we're creating that marketplace.
Thank you. Ian, you will have the next question.
Melanie, great presentation. I personally know at least a dozen people over the last few years that would have really benefited from this, older couples and same-sex couples. But my question is have you seen any impact on your side of it in regard to COVID-19 in terms of supply and demand?
Sure, good question. At this time, fertility clinics have temporarily paused a majority of their services. But we're finding that we're still able to support them. We're getting a lot more calls actually right now because the parents are needing more support. Our consulting services are getting busier and busier, and we're able to provide resources for them to help them save money. For example, again, since we have independent egg donors and surrogates, that's going to save them between that $10,000 and $30,000. We also have grants. We're rolling out a program where a portion of our proceeds will also help women veterans, because women veterans are 3 times more likely to be infertile. And so, yes, we are impacted, but in a different way. We just pivot like you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more short question. Jody, go ahead.
I'm interested, you talked about being $50,000 into your own personal experience and how this would have changed things. I mean, apologies if I missed this. What would a typical person end up spending with your service to go through the process as opposed to the typical spend?
Sure. So most parents, just the IVF portion, they're spending, probably upwards of about $50,000. If you're looking for an egg donor, you're going to spend another $50,000 each time you try. So we tried 3 times. So that was about $50,000 each time. If you're looking for a surrogate, it could be upwards of $200,000 each time. So they're spending a lot of money there. Where we're making our money is on the platform. So we have our subscription-based services. We also have affiliate partners. So on the lending side, we're making money.
Sorry, it's time for question and answers. We'll have to cut you off right there. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Melanie and Leah. Next, we have Daniel Lunds with Capsulomics.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I am doing well. How are you?
Good, good.
Okay, it says you can't start screen share while other participant is sharing.
Try it now.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Awesome. Good to go.
All right. So good morning. I'm Daniel Lunds, CEO and co-founder of Capsulomics, an early cancer detection company. I have an MBA from Johns Hopkins, served 7 years as an enlisted Marine, and have numerous founder experiences in startups. My co-founder is Dr. Stephen Meltzer, world-renowned physician and researcher at Johns Hopkins University. Cancer is an epidemic. Sadly, 1 in 3 people will develop cancer in their lifetime in the United States. Today, half of those cancers aren't found until it's already progressed to stage 3 or stage 4, and treatment options are limited. That's why our company Capsulomics is developing tests to detect cancer early while it can be effectively treated and often cured. We're starting off with esophageal cancer, which when you look at 5-year survival rates is one of the top 4 most lethal cancers in the United States, at just 19% of people surviving 5 years. Now, interestingly, if it can be found as a precancer or prior to stage 1, that survival rate increases 5-fold to 96%, demonstrating that it's a very treatable, almost curable cancer. The problem is that only 8% of these precancers and early cancers are currently found. This is because the only method of detection is upper endoscopy, where they take a scope, put you to sleep, stick the scope down, take some biopsies, look around in your esophagus and your stomach. It's invasive, it comes with risks, it's expensive, and it's usually used reactively, only after symptoms such as difficulty swallowing arise. So our company Capsulomics is developing patented DNA methylation tests. We're able to both detect both types of esophageal cancers, which account for 510,000 deaths globally per year. We're also able to predict and detect the precancers, detect them and predict which precancers will progress to frank cancer. We use a simple commodity FDA-approved device. It's a capsule on a string. It's developed by two different companies, one Medtronic, another company, Capnostics. You swallow this capsule on a string. It's given to you by a med tech or a laboratory technician, sits in your stomach for 3 minutes. It's pulled back or reveals a small sponge. It's pulled back out and sent into our lab in Baltimore, where we're able to do DNA analysis and send back the results to your physician. So in the United States, there's currently, according to medical recommendations, 18 million people at risk for esophageal precancer or cancer. Again, currently 92% of them are not tested. So using our test, you go in, you take it at your normal primary care or GI appointment. It's sent back to our lab. We're able to give you a binary score to say whether you're at high risk for the cancer, precancer, or at low risk to guide treatment decisions. It's also able to predict which precancers will develop into the cancer. There's 450,000 people in the United States currently that are diagnosed with that precancer. So we've received a lot of grant funding between my co-founder at Johns Hopkins. He's received around 6.5 million in grant funding to drive our research and development. And as a company, we have around $1 million currently coming through STTRs and research partnerships with Johns Hopkins. And this has led to some really great data for us. The 3 points I want to bring to light here are that we're the only test that's been researched and validated for detecting esophageal squamous cell carcinoma, which accounts for 450,000 deaths per year. Also the only prognostic, and our price point is about 5 times less than the current competitors. Altogether, our market opportunity in the United States is over $8.7 billion. And the way that we're attacking this market, we're partnering with corporate partners, using them as channel partners. We're currently developing the evidence we needed to get Medicare coverage, which is our main patient population. And we're also getting the license currently to be able to make the diagnosis out of our laboratory. And we'll be able to bring our first test to market in 2021 and our second test to market by 2022. We're currently partnered with Interpace Diagnostics and Medtronic. We're also partnered with several health systems. And here's a list of transaction comps. As you can see, there's great value for investors, which will be at that point within 3 years. We're developing 3 other early detection tests for gastric, head and neck cancers, and esophageal cancers. And we have industry leaders and scientific leaders as advisors from the American Cancer Society, Director of National Cancer Institute, and Medicare, as well as business leaders. And we're raising $2 million to get to this point of being at market.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Oh, yep.
Daniel, thank you. We're going to move to question and answer.
Perfect.
All right, thank you very much. Jody, we'll kick things off with you.
Hi, you mentioned Johns Hopkins several times, the 6 million raised in partnership with Johns Hopkins versus the 1 million raised within your own business. How does Johns Hopkins figure into any profits later? Is there a partnership? Are there any issues with the revenue that comes out of this, and if it's shared?
Jody, great question. And yes, the answer is yes. So we're licensing the technology from Johns Hopkins. It was first researched and developed there. So there is a royalty, and I'm open to share it. It's below 5% royalty that we'll give them. There was also some upfront license costs, as well as the patent fees. And they also own a small piece of equity in our company.
Thank you for that question. And George, I see your hand just popped up. We'll head over to you for the next one.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. What is the sensation like of swallowing something with a string attached and then having it expand in your stomach and then pulling it back out?
Yeah, it's interestingly, so research has shown between 85% and 95% of people successfully being able to swallow this capsule on a string. And it is a weird and uncomfortable sounding idea, but there has been great success in it. And a lot of the reason, I believe, is that the patient population that this test is given to is very motivated to find out if they have this deadly disease or the precancerous condition that comes prior to receiving that cancer. So it's actually not very uncomfortable. The only piece that's a bit uncomfortable is when the sponge is coming back out and it's going through that upper sphincter. There's a little feeling, but it's not bad, especially when you compare it to the alternative of finding the disease late in the treatment.
If I could follow up, what happens if the string breaks? And then the other thing is, I assume that's just scraping the cells as it's going up the esophagus, and that's where you do your analysis?
That's exactly correct. We're able to gather about 500,000 cells from the esophagus and from the gastric esophageal sphincter down there. And your second question, I'm sorry, that went along. Oh, if the string breaks. So out of about 10,000 patients, there's been 2 instances where the string broke in research all over, not at our institution, and it just passed through with the stool.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And great presentation, by the way.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for those questions. Just a reminder that if you do have a question, you can click on the participants icon at the bottom tab of your screen, and you'll see a button to be able to raise your hand. Lamar, go ahead, please.
I may have missed this, and I apologize if I did. Do you have any kind of metrics on the success rate of catching this cancer early, and maybe how many it missed? Do y'all have that in your trials yet?
Yeah, so currently, this cancer is not caught early. Over 70% of cases aren't found until stage 3 or stage 4. Now, if we go to the data that we have based on our test, we do have a outstanding, I don't know if you're familiar with areas under the curve, but just think of accuracy with it, sensitivity and specificity with our test. So while there's certainly no test that offers a sensitivity or specificity of 1 of perfect, we are confident we're able to catch the majority of cases and many more than are currently caught. We're on par with the company, if you've ever heard of Cologuard from Exact Sciences. They did 500 million in sales last year. Our scores are pretty similar with theirs, and actually a bit better.
Right, thank you very much for those questions. We have about 30 seconds left if anybody has another short question to ask. George, go ahead.
What is your cost? I see your revenue for each one's $450. What is your cost?
Yep, so our cost of goods sold for the Detect test is about $60. All in, including the technician and everything in the laboratory, you're looking at about $120. We're going to be able to scale that down to under $100. For the Predict test, it's actually right around the same. It's the same PCR-based test, so it's the same primers and everything we have to purchase. So that's around $60 as well for cost of goods sold.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That was a great presentation, great Q&A. Up next, we have Michael from Fieldcraft.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Michael, we have your screen, and we'll begin time when you start talking.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Michael Chapman, CEO of Fieldcraft. Before our team built Fieldcraft, we set out to create a paleo food brand. I come from a farming community in the Central Valley of California, and I'd served as a special operations officer. We wanted our product to be healthy, and sourcing was important for us. So we not only met with the farms and processors that be supplying our inputs, we met with the growers who are supplying theirs. And what we found were fragmented markets and suppliers with limited marketing options. And these suppliers had to maximize their impact with few resources, like special operations. With my co-founder and her background in tech and data, we chose a greater mission. Fieldcraft is an ingredient marketplace that's solving one big problem in food and beverage production. That's access. Now, on one end are expensive and exclusive trade shows that feature less than 1% of all buyers and suppliers. Now, first, Fieldcraft was a trade show for people who don't do trade shows. Now, with the challenge of coronavirus, we're the trade show for people who can't do trade shows. On the other end are incomplete and inefficient online searches. In fact, 54% of the suppliers on Fieldcraft have low or no online presence outside of Fieldcraft. And in the middle are middlemen who take 15% commissions up to, which raises the cost for both buyers and suppliers. But platforms always beat phone books. Fieldcraft is democratizing market access, and we start by connecting the value chain. Each one of these suppliers can sell directly and with real transparency to end users. And that's what makes our marketplace so unique. Everyone is a buyer. And that's our advantage over what's in the market now. Not just highly refined ingredients at the top or unprocessed large commodities like indigo ag at the bottom. Fieldcraft is the first marketplace connecting the entire value-added supply chain. In just over a year, 1,200 companies have joined Fieldcraft, including emerging brands to 5 of the 25 largest food companies in the world, like PepsiCo and Nestle, as well as retail chains like Whole Foods. And suppliers have posted over 16,000 ingredients. And these suppliers range from a 10-acre orchard to a 40,000-acre operation, and from local processors to global manufacturers. In less than a year, our marketplace was revenue generating. We did all this with 2 full-time employees using paid search, direct sales, and SEO. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. After September 11th, I led special operations teams in the CIA and later served in the White House Situation Room. I was a corporate advisor before launching Fieldcraft with Christy, and I'm currently a veteran in residence powered by Bunker Labs. Christy is co-founder and CTO. She spent over a decade developing technology and data solutions for small to Fortune 100 companies. We're backed by SOSV and are currently in FoodX, the top food tech accelerator in the world. And we're leveraging their network, mentors, and advisors. Fieldcraft is modernizing the sourcing experience. Suppliers get a virtual storefront and ingredient portfolio. Our search engine is built for the industry and works like a matchmaker, enabling buyers to find the right product and partner in minutes, not months. And this is especially important in food production, where over 60% of all ingredients are imported and exported. Our revenue model reflects this fact. Suppliers pay for their domestic region and any export region they choose. So Sarah is a chickpea processor in Montana who sells to buyers in North America. She also wants to export to buyers in Western Europe. So she pays an additional $720 and Johan finds her and starts sourcing to make a chickpea protein. Johan also wants to sell his protein. So he pays $240 for Western Europe and pays another $720 to market that protein in the US, where he sells to Anne, the CEO of a nutrition startup. Now, this only involves 2 countries, and this ingredient started from 1 crop. There are over 6,000 unique crops on Fieldcraft. Uber needs a local network, Facebook a national one. The value of Fieldcraft's network grows with each new country. Our marketplace is where local inventory meets global demand. And the market opportunity for supplier memberships is $47 billion at 30% share. This is how your food is produced around the world. We're raising a $1 million seed round to continue to grow through key hires and more robust sales and marketing. We'll expand to Western Europe, which will be our second of 10 total regions across the globe. We'll grow to 4,000 suppliers in North America and Western Europe in 15 months. Now more than ever, food production needs a better way. Fieldcraft is the future of sourcing, and we're empowering the future of food. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and get questions started. If you have a question, please click on the participants tab and click on the raise hand button, and we'll get things kicked off with Jody.
Hey, that was fascinating. You mentioned, I think 1,200 customers have joined, from some smaller ones to some larger players. I saw Nestle jumped out at me.
Yes.
among your larger players, it's one thing to have them join in your network. What level of activity have you actually seen as far as purchasing or selling? What kind of participations have been?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We call a PepsiCo one of our power users. She comes back constantly, and she's looking for organic, transitional. This kind of opens up for her. So she, as the innovation manager, they come back and kind of like to explore. And so normally when we try to acquire them through paid search or SEO, it'll be like a hard to find ingredient. But now that once they see this and once they introduce themselves to the search, they stick around, often come back. I think we're at 37% a return, and we've yet to have a newsletter that kind of brings them back. But yeah, to answer your question, it's kind of a new tool for them to explore new ingredients, not just find exactly what they're looking for.
All right. If there's, we don't have any hands up right now. So if you have a question, please feel free to ask it. You can click on the raise hand button. And thank you, George. Go ahead.
What are your current revenue levels?
I'm sorry, you kind of broke out. What are the current revenue levels? Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we just added our first paying supplier December 31st of last year. So we're up to 10 paying suppliers right now. And I'd have to look at we offer a plan of 1 year or 2 years. So it's 240 to 360. So I think we're looking at about 8,000 right now. But our growth for 2019 was 60% month over month on the buyer side. For suppliers, it was 152% month over month for the supplier side. With COVID, that kind of tapered off for 2 weeks, and now we're seeing a spike, and that's largely because these trade shows are closed indefinitely. And so these companies have now freed up a lot of their budget, marketing budget. And so they're looking for options, alternatives to the trade shows.
Thank you very much.
All right, we still have a little bit of time left. If there's any more questions, please feel free to ask them. Ian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hey, Michael, hey, how have you scaled to this point? You mentioned SEO and paid advertising. Is that working to the point that you can continue to do that and you see a larger opportunity, given that you have more money to pay into it, or is there other ways that you're looking to scale this out faster?
Yeah, that was a great way to get there. To resolve the chicken and the egg in North America, we did something called buyer request. And so if a buyer searched on the platform and there were no results, they could submit a request for free. And then we would find suppliers, which helped us recruit them to the marketplace. And so with paid search, we were able to get them. With SEO, we were able to get them. We just recently were accepted to FoodX. And so we got this pre-seed round. And that was just in our bank account about a week and a half ago. And so we are looking at digital marketing, direct email, maybe direct mailing, some other alternatives on the marketing front, but it's going to be largely marketing costs that we'll be doing, some advertising as well.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. We have about 1 minute left for Q&A if there's any other questions. Alex, go ahead, please.
How do you lower your customer acquisition cost or your marketing cost to as close to zero as possible?
Right now, our customer acquisition cost with paid search is $8 per customer. And we attract buyers and suppliers in the same way. And so that's really low. And so we're actually looking for other ways to spend, like with digital marketing and online advertising. But one thing on the customer acquisition, what's important to remember is that slide with importing and exporting. All the suppliers and all the buyers that we have on there, this is a global opportunity. And so those suppliers are waiting for us to open up Western Europe. They're waiting to pay for Western Europe and the other 8 regions that we have targeted. And so these are the same buyers and suppliers that we need to get in North America that will be going to Western Europe, buying and selling, to South America, buying and selling, Western Asia, Eastern Asia, and all of that. And so once we get that customer, they're with us for the long term once we expand across the globe.
Michael and Alex, thank you both very much. That is time for question and answer. We'll be moving to Paul with Filmocracy.
Can everyone see my screen?
Paul, we can.
Sorry?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Great. What if I told you that the largest oil field in the world is currently not being drilled? It has more oil than the rest of the world combined. The problem is that the oil exists in thousands of small pockets, making traditional drilling ineffective. What if I told you that we have developed the technology to extract this untapped oil? My name is Paul Jun, and I'm not the CEO of an oil company. The oil I'm talking about is independent movies, and the technology is my company, Filmocracy. Last year, a record 50,000 films were produced. There were over 3,000 film festivals, and global box office topped $41 billion. We're living in the golden age of content. So why is it still so hard to find something to watch? Here's a tweet that perfectly encapsulates streaming today. Open Netflix, browse through 100 movies, pick something you've already seen, and look at your phone for the next 2 hours. After conducting over 300 user interviews, we found that the average user wastes 26 minutes searching for something to watch. From 2007 to 2019, the number of Google searches for the phrase "what to watch" increased by over 1,000%. And the issue is even bigger for independent movies, which often don't even show up in search. The problem is the lack of reliable reviews. Rotten Tomatoes only has ratings for movies that get wide distribution, and everything else is only reviewed by friends and family. I don't know about any of you, but my mom would give me 5 stars no matter how bad my movie was. Filmmakers can't reach an audience, critics are scattered and uncompensated, and users have no way of sorting through and finding great independent movies. These movies are the largest untapped oil field in the world, just waiting to be drilled. That's why we built Filmocracy, a movie streaming site to help users discover great independent films. On Filmocracy, users will discover our amazing collection of curated films, leave ratings across multiple categories like plot, dialogue, and cinematography in order to earn virtual currency, which we call popcorn, and compete with other users for movie tickets, cash, and other prizes. Users earn popcorn for watching and rating movies, as well as completing quests. They can spend that popcorn on movie tickets, use it to tip other users for helpful reviews, or invest in their favorite filmmaker who can then produce a new film that will live on Filmocracy. The whole process revolves around discovery. Our most active users serve as tastemakers, who are highly rewarded for providing ratings for the rest of the community. People are excited about this. Last year, we successfully completed our Kickstarter and raised $50,000 from 400 backers. Here are some quotes from user interviews. I really wanted the engagement and competition. It gave me the chance to have my voice heard, decentralize the industry, and add variety back to the film experience. The prevailing theme here is that users want more out of their streaming service. We've already secured over 2,000 films and TV series to launch, and we're partnering with renowned film festivals from all over the world to help us build a global movie library filled with undiscovered gems. Filmocracy is a freemium service supported by advertising for limited access and upgradable to premium for $8 a month. This will help us acquire users quickly, so we can get a piece of the $159 billion global OTT market by 2024. We won't be alone. Streaming's full of competition, but they're competing on content, which means spending billions to produce the flagship shows that drive user acquisition. These corporations are no different from Exxon spending billions on more expensive drilling machinery for less and less oil. Our strategic advantage is taking untapped films at no cost and making them valuable through ratings and gamification. Here's how Filmocracy looks today. We've been in beta for 3 months and have more than 7,000 registered users. On average, each active user watches 3.4 movies each. Our shop has been very successful with over 1,000 pieces of digital content redeemed along with some gift cards. And overall, our percentage of active users is roughly 9%, which is right in line with Steam, another provider of premium entertainment content. As you can see from not 1, but 4 hockey sticking graphs, while subscriber growth is our key source of revenue, our platform will generate huge amounts of the most complex ratings data in the world. Using it, our ability to advertise, package viewing data, and run test screenings gives us multiple revenue streams in addition to subscriptions. Our team has more than 30 years of experience in the film industry, 15 years of experience in programming, and 7 years in user experience and design, which is the precise mix of skills required to become oil tycoons. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll kick it off to question and answer now. So if you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button under the participants tab. And we'll start things off with Brandon.
Hey, Paul. Good job, man. Good to still see you're still alive, hammering this out.
Good to see you.
Hey, man. Hey, I know nothing about your industry. So just a question. What are you hearing out in LA around film production, content production, given the state of the world right now? Like how backed up is the system going to be, and how's that going to impact your plans for the next 12 months?
In terms of new content production, everything's on hold. Everyone from the studios to Netflix are not able to make any new content. So depending on how long this lasts, they're going to start running out, and maybe then they'll start reaching for the kinds of content that they wouldn't normally go for, which is more of our bread and butter, the stuff that has already existed maybe for a while, but just has never been seen before. But there's just plenty of content where that came from.
I think I'm next.
All right,
I'm Jody James. Do you have exclusivity over the content you acquire? I mean, if you kind of lock into something that becomes a fan favorite and you get a buzz, are they going to all of a sudden push it elsewhere, or will you be able to maintain possession of it?
All our deals are non-exclusive. In fact, that is something that we pride ourselves on. If we want to serve primarily as a discovery platform. So if a film gets discovered on Filmocracy and then Netflix notices it, or one of the agencies notices it and then decides to make a bigger offer, and it succeeds in that way, that's us fulfilling our mission, which is helping filmmakers reach wider distribution.
Do you get a bonus or a premium if that happens?
That's not written into our contracts at this point.
Okay.
Thank you. Ian, you'll have the next question.
Hey, Paul, thank you for the pitch. I have a question because I think your competitor slide showed like the big players, but there are other smaller players like IndieFlix, which has been at this for a while, which I've actually had some of my content on there, and then Vimeo Premium, and also you can self-distribute through Amazon. The biggest factor is always the advertising, because Warner Media and Netflix and Disney have billions of advertising dollars to throw at it. So how do you generate awareness of your platform? How do you compete with the bigger and mostly actually the smaller players who've attempted to do this before?
Right. I think our messaging is very unique compared to everyone else. All the other platforms are either demographic specific or genre specific. And so since we're focusing on user experience, building a community, gamification, rewarding the users, these are not things that any of the other platforms do. So once we're able to get the message out, it stands out pretty well. And so a way that we've scaled reaching out to people and getting the word out is through a lot of Twitter automation. I have a second company that does that. So I use that heavily to have just thousands of DMs being sent out every day, which is much more effective than Facebook ads or Google ads.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Brad, you will be next.
Hey, Paul, just I appreciate what you're trying to do. I know you're out on the West Coast. Just a comment, if you have not connected with Sean Mulling, you should connect with Sean because he is a successful filmmaker, also a veteran. I think he's a USMA 97 grad. I played rugby with him. But he knows this landscape pretty well and has done a lot and been successful, and I think he'd be a good resource for you as you build this out. I'm happy to connect you with him.
All right, thank you. And our final question will be George.
Out to you after this.
Yes, this is George Laughlin. Got a question on the mechanics of how it works. So you find some films that you want to post to your site. Do you host them on servers? So you have to buy server space and
yes.
And then how do they get access? Is it over the internet, or are you going to have I said, never mind. I just answered that thinking you'd be modeling Netflix on how to get to it. But the main thing is you would be hosting them on servers, correct?
That's correct. We're hosting all the movies on our own servers.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. That's what we have for question and answer, and I'll kick it back to Justin.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. It was a great presentation. Next, we have Bobby with Raven Spatial.
How are you guys? Let me load up here. Can everyone hear me?
I've got you loud and clear, and we have your screen.
Okay, right on. One sec. So if you're a real estate mortgage investor or lending institution, you understand the value of effective due diligence in the decision-making process. But having access to information on a potential investment property is critical to the investment, the estimation of the value of the property to de-risk your investment. One of the most important factors when de-risking a property is the appearance and condition of that property, specifically the condition of the roof. So when you're dealing with the properties in default, it's common to have tenants in those properties during the investor due diligence phase. So in that case, it isn't possible to have an appraiser on the roof every time you have an interest in a property. An investor's only option to inspect the roof while the tenants are present is through a standoff inspection with a drone, but few appraisers double as commercial drone operators. It's really time consuming to find a commercial drone operator for every property on a short list as an investor. So what do? If you go to the individual drone operators, you have a pretty broad range of pricing and quality of the imagery that you get back. So that can quickly become a nightmare. This is why most of the real estate investors are using Google Earth and Google Street View, even though the imagery is too pixelated to make out the individual tiles of a roof. And it's often years old, so the imagery that you see there doesn't represent current conditions. But there's no easy button to order that imagery on demand today. There's nowhere to go. So what we've done is leverage the network of users who own drones and smartphones to capture the imagery on demand, making it easy for real estate investors to order imagery where and when they need it. Our mobile app, PayPixel, allows users to find and fulfill available tasks around them. And we convert each of those customer requests that come in into an automated flight plan. We check that flight plan against restricted airspace and then serve those plans through our mobile app, which controls the drone throughout the flight. This standardizes the collection process so the quality of imagery is the same, no matter who flies the flight plan, and even the most average user can collect imagery for us. But users don't need to own drones to capture ground imagery requests for us. Anyone with a compatible smartphone will be able to capture 360-degree image panoramas at the street level to fulfill the customer requests. We offer 3 different on-demand imagery products now. Oblique imagery is a fantastic way to view a property's roof in high resolution, as well as the walls and the land around the property. This is done by flying the drone around an orbit around a property. Overhead mapping imagery is a straight down look of a property, and the resulting image is overlaid on top of existing satellite imagery. This is a great tool for change detection over time. And then our street level imagery is an immersive 360-degree panorama. It's like Google Street View, but it's current as of the day of the customer order, and it's collected with our users' smartphones. Customers who subscribe to the service will be able to store all of their orders in a map-based cloud repository. Customers can also link their imagery on the map for easy sharing with their clients, teams, or other investors for collaboration. We have a 2-sided business model. The B2B SaaS side of the model generates revenue through subscriptions, collection fees, and one-time purchase fees for non-subscribers. The B2C gig economy side of the model focuses on growing and maintaining our network of gig users and paying them for the collecting imagery for us. There are over 27,000 property inquiries around the US every day. With an average product price of $120 per property, we have a service obtainable market of just shy of 1.2 billion. Our total available market size for the US residential mortgage market is 10.65 trillion. We are initially launching the test market in Florida. Our goal is to reduce the average customer fulfillment time to 48 hours. Once we're able to achieve that target KPI, we'll expect to expand to a regional rollout across the country while striving to maintain that 48-hour target. The COVID-19 debacle has given us the opportunity to launch much earlier than expected, as there's now a scenario where a lot of users have a lot more time to collect imagery for us and a need for additional income. While we're in the fundraising round right now, we're raising $500,000 in convertible notes to help us complete the build out of our PayPixel user web app, which controls users' drones through automated flight, as well as our enhanced imagery web app, which allows customers to order and view the on-demand imagery. By bringing these online and making them fully functional, we can take this product to scale much faster than just a traditional bootstrap model. I'm a former drone pilot for the US Navy Special Surveillance Program in Afghanistan. I spent 3 years at the largest commercial satellite intelligence company as a geospatial analyst. I owned an aerial imagery company between 2010 and 2015, where I shot from the cockpit while hanging out of the window. So I've lived through the customer problem and I've lived through the solution. My experience has shown me that there's a massive need that can be addressed by an intelligent solution. We can't do this alone, and we need your help to bring this capability to fruition. Thank you for allowing me to pitch to you today. It's been quite the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and get things started off with the question and answer. And Lamar, you will have the first question.
I'm just wondering if there's any liability issues with using individuals' drones, for example. How well did they maintain them? What kind of accidents could you have, damage, etc.? Just wondering about the liability.
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. So one of the things that we're implementing is an API-based insurance policy. So we'll link up with the insurance company, and every time somebody accepts the flight, they're going to be covered under the insurance policy for the duration of that flight and then kicked off when it's done. With that, the drones today are amazing as far as self-check policies or procedures rather built into the software. If something is wrong with the drone outside of maybe like a chipped blade on the outside of the drone, internally, if there's an error, the user is going to know and generally will not be able to fly for the drones that are compatible in our system. If the drone is not safe to fly on the outside, you know, so for blades or whatever the case may be, the flight's going to be so erratic, and that will also trigger a fault. We do tell users that they need to go out on a good, clear day. The weather has to be good and flyable, and they have to do a pre-flight on their drone before they go out. We utilize only Part 107 qualified pilots, so they are supposed to know, there's an expectation that they know to pre-flight their drone and do a weather briefing before they go out.
Thank you. And Brad, you will have the next question.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can now.
All right, thanks. Hey, just a quick question on your team slide. Is your developer domestic, or are you outsourcing development overseas? And my question is really one about security and you know, we do a lot of work with the government around imagery, and they don't really like it if the development is offshore. So just wondering.
That's a great question. So I actually started before a strategic pivot to the real estate market and geospatial intelligence. I also have a TS background. So I totally understand where you're coming from with that. Parth is US based. He is an Indian citizen, and he's working right now on getting his work visa over here. What we're doing is we can hire the teams that we need to if there's the government need behind that. And we are going to apply for SBIRs and BAAs for government funding. When that comes in, if the need is there for them, we can hire a domestic team to build out and run those operations as we need to. And we can also, we have another plan for that as quote unquote contingency to do that on the secure side outside of the software that we're running currently for the real estate market. But right now, with the bootstrap model and early stage, yeah, we gotta raise a team as low cost as possible. With that in mind.
And just okay, thanks. And just as a follow up, you kind of mentioned your pivot. What have you looked at in terms of SBIR? Because we've seen a lot of DIU and SBIR requirements that kind of ask for what you're doing.
Right.
So I was just wondering if you've made any progress there, and if not, you know, there's an Air Force guy that my partner Wes and I would be happy to introduce you to, Mike Kunkler, that could help you.
I would love to talk to him, and thank you for the opportunity on that. Rich Bishop is our director. He owns 3% of the company and is basically like my rent-a-dad. We met a long time ago. He's a great dude, but 39 years, military intelligence, naval intelligence, retired, GS-15, SOCOM. He was on the R&D side, approving the BAAs and the SIBRs. So he's a really good guy to red pen every one of my SIBR proposals and submissions moving forward. He's also working with the AFWorks guys in Florida. They have a new consortium now to go over technology companies like mine. There is a need now to do roof and building assessment on bases through automated flight plans, and we're proceeding towards that as quickly as we can now.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Theodore. Theodore, you will take the last question.
Great, thanks. Hey, Bobby. I just wanted to ask two questions really quickly. One is, have you considered any additional verticals in the moment, or are you just focusing all your energies on the real estate and lending side of things? The second part, or the second question is, can you give me a little additional color on how you intend to compete or differentiate a little bit more in depth with companies like Astrea, who are aggregating commercial satellite imagery on a comparable interval, right? So 24 to 48 hours to order pretty accurate imagery analysis, and then doing things like flying weather balloons for additional imagery in a space that's a little less regulated.
Yeah, those are two heavy questions. So I'm very good friends with the guys over at Astrea, Jamie Conklin, and I've been talking, and I've also spoken to Brendan, their CEO. Brendan said that he was like, wow, it took it back when he looked at what we were doing. He goes, you're the last mile solution. If you can put this together, you're something that we could use across the industry. There are absolutely verticals outside of real estate investment. Investors, angel investors, early VC, they want to know that you validated in that market. So that's what we're doing. This is an easy shot for us to validate with a positive validation. We know there's a need there. My wife is a real estate attorney. Her primary clients are my clients. So it's the easy softball setup every time I get into a B2B setup, and talking.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Bobby, really appreciate it. Thank you all for the questions.
Thanks.
All right. I really appreciate it. We got next, we have Donna with Virimoto.
All right, good. Can you hear me? All right, we good? Okay, perfect. All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Donna Sanders. I'm with Virimoto, and we connect building owners and their tenants with clean energy. And we've had some early success, and not moving there. There we go. We've had some early success in that we have some contracts with Con Edison Utility to help us with data for analytics. We have contacts with energy suppliers. We get paid $6 per user per month. And so we have those contracts in place. And then also we have a key strategic partnership in place that gives us access to 25,000 condo owners in New York City. We've been vetted by the Clean Tech Open, and we're funded by the National Science Foundation. The problem is that really building owners and really people like you and me, we're going to need to get to low carbon lifestyles. And the issue is the market, it's really fragmented and complex. And energy suppliers really in the past have acquired customers by any means necessary. So that leaves people like you and me really confused and distrustful. And so that is why our solution takes a look and grabs buildings, connects our API with the building, that connects with the tenant. The tenants are able to get clean energy inside of 3 minutes. They get monthly carbon analytics, and they get utility bill error checking. Now, why do we do utility bill error checking? It's because 60% of utility bills have errors and nobody's looking. And why now? Well, because legislation is mandating it. In New York City alone, this year, we're going to have to put signs on the buildings. And in a few years, there's a greenhouse gas cap law where if the building goes over the allotted greenhouse gases, there's a monetary penalty. And so this is definitely a sunrise business. The market is very large. The deregulated energy market in the US represents 63 million households. And in New York State, it's a $2 billion market. In the city, it's a $1 billion market. We're starting with our small partnership with those 25,000 households, and that represents 1.8 million for us. It's interesting, the compound annual growth rate and renewable energy, smart grid, and analytics, all over 20% a year. And so when you take a look at our competition in the center, they buy and sell energy. Verimoto does not buy and sell energy. We do utility bill error checking. We do have APIs with buildings so that tenants can work easier. We connect with utility APIs, and we're rewarding people for low carbon lifestyles. And so our secret sauce is that we partner with utilities, and we're able to get near real-time data so that we run these analytics and we can send alerts to people. And then we also do whole building carbon accounting. This is really important because property owners right now and building managers don't have this capability. And it really helps them with their competitive planning as well as saving money. And so our finances, we're a subscription model. Our goal this year is to get 5,000 subscribers. That would put us at annual recurring revenues of 360K. The year 2026 at the bottom, when we acquire 1.5 million customers, that puts us over 1 million ARR. Our CAC and the studies we've done so far, it's $15. The lifetime value is 72. So our ratio is 4.8 to 1. We are raising $1 million. We're going to use that as depicted on this slide. In the green box, you can see that our goal in this 18 months is to acquire 5,000 customers and partner with 3 buildings. Very bottom of this slide, something crucial. We are in the state of New York where there's a 1-to-2 match. So when we raise $1 million, we will be matched $500,000 in non-dilutive matching funds from the state of New York. Our team is made up of myself. I'm an energy auditor. Wesley is a CTO, and our advisors have been with us for over 2 years. And so in summary, this is a win-win situation for all. Users like you and me, we get analytics, we understand our carbon footprint. Our partners get a chance to make extra money and not spend money on fines. Suppliers get, keep, and grow new customers. Society has cleaner air, and we're like 80% finished with our certified B Corporation. And with that, I'd like to take your questions. I'm Donna Sanders, and this is Verimoto.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go on to questions now. If you have a question, please click on the participants pad and raise your hand with the raise hand button. Kevin, we'll kick things off with you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, so how do you integrate with the retail energy providers that you mentioned if you're not buying and selling electricity?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We are co-building a dashboard now with retail energy suppliers. They are our customers. They pay us $6 per user per month to acquire customers. Right now, how that's done is one of 3 ways. They can knock on doors, they can put up tables, or they can do robocalls. And most of those opportunities now are a thing of the past. And so this type of situation for them is appetizing because they need to be more digital.
Are you able to integrate with distributed energy resources on site at the buildings?
So what we do not integrate with those sources. What we do is we moderate how much energy is being used by DERs or distributed energy resources. And with these carbon calculators that we're running, those inputs are offset. So we do it. It's not an integration per se, but we're regulating how much energy is coming from DERs and carbon offsets and renewable energy so that, you know, we can truly calculate carbon footprints.
Do you see this having the same market customer acquisition costs in other ISOs that don't have the same strict, you know, clean energy standards? I mean, New York's building standards are off the charts. LEED certified buildings don't qualify.
Yeah, you're right. So with regards to what we're doing and how does it apply in other places, it's because New York is different. We also have the capability, again, to do this utility bill error checking and these analytics for people so that we do have a market outside of New York State. And utility companies across the country are looking for opportunities to partner in situations such as these, because utility companies of the future will make money on financing and on their energy efficiency programs. And so they need third-party providers at running analytics like we do, so that they can get more buy-in of what they're selling.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Jono Peters, you'll be next, please.
Hey,
Go
Donna,
ahead.
thank you. I think you nailed the New York consumer sitting in my apartment here. We are really confused and distrustful.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, obviously you're working with the energy companies. Have you thought about marketing your product to, you know, kind of real estate managers who have a number of buildings and kind of working it that way? They'll always be the ones who are punished kind of later on.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So our strategic partners, this is exactly our model, is this B2B to C situation, because these folks are, like you said, are going to be hammered. And so that's actually how we will scale. So if you think of a portfolio manager, as you know, they have tens to hundreds of buildings. And so this makes our scaling so much easy, because not only are these properties in New York, they're in Chicago, they're in Miami, they're in LA. So we're able to scale by just being on their platforms. And that is actually our go-to-market strategy.
Thank you. We'll move on to Darren for the next question.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, could you just tell us a little bit about what your sales over the last 12 months have been, revenue and profit? It says that you are profitable, and I just wanted to see what that meant.
Yeah. So for us, we actually went to market in January of this year, and then things changed for everyone. And so at this point, we were able to sign on 30 users only. What we're doing right now is talking with the property managers and setting ourselves up for success when this is all over.
All right, we have about 50 seconds left for Lamar. We have one more question.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, since you're monitoring the energy providers as well as being paid by them, is there a perceived conflict of interest?
So I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it, please?
So the energy providers are paying you $6 a person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're monitoring them and saying, this is how energy efficient they are. Is there a perceived or real conflict of interest?
No, ma'am, there's no conflict of interest. So these renewable energy suppliers are looking for new customers. And so we are helping them acquire and keep new customers. We're monitoring the end users' energy content, not the energy suppliers.
Ah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. That's all the time for question and answers today. I'll kick it back to you, Justin.
All right.
Donna, thank you very much. That was an awesome presentation. I would like to say thank you to all of the contestants, all of our volunteers who are working behind the scenes to make sure that we are moving on time in coordinating the audio visual. We actually ended right on time. So we will have about a 3-minute break between now and our first guest speaker. Our first guest speaker will be announced in about 3 minutes at 12:35. Thank you all very much.
Great job so far, Justin.
Thank you.
While we're waiting here, y'all, just there's a question in the chat group. Someone asked how investors or any interested parties could get in touch with investors. Feel free to reach out directly through the chat if you know kind of how to do that on Zoom. Otherwise, you can always use Justin or myself as liaisons, and we can connect folks offline through an email. That might be a better channel. But feel free to reach out to me or Justin. What I'll do is post both of our emails again in the main chat window. Thanks.
right. As we are getting set up for our first guest speaker, I would like to take this opportunity, say thank you again to our sponsors. We know that what's happened with COVID-19 has drastically changed the way that people are sponsoring, the way that people are basically going about daily life. And our pivot to Veterans Business Battle being all online was not possible without the support of all of our sponsors continuing to back us, without the support of our contestants being willing to move to this platform, and with our judges who have donated their time to be with us today. With that being said, I would like to announce our first guest speaker. Our first guest speaker will be Congressman Dan Crenshaw. Congressman Dan Crenshaw will be introduced formally by Anthony DeToto. Anthony DeToto is the founder of 1836 Veterans. 1836 Veterans is one of our sponsors and investment partners. Anthony, through not only his work with 1836, but his work across the country for veterans issues, has been a kind of super connector for us, and he's been able to get us and extend his network to our contestants to ensure that they are able to be as successful as possible. So without further ado, let's say thank you to Anthony DeToto and turn over the mic to him. Thank you.
Great, Justin. Can you hear me okay?
Anthony, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. So it's my great pleasure to welcome my friend and congressman and recovering Navy SEAL and Tufts grad, typical SEAL. You showed up right at LD. Can you hear us okay?
I think you're coming in now, Anthony. I think it was a little broken up before.
All right, John, is that better?
That's better for me.
Okay. And
it's better for me.
And Congressman Crenshaw, can you hear us okay? Is your mic unmuted?
Oh, okay. Now there we go. Mic is unmuted. I can hear you guys just fine.
All right, super. So, John, if I might, then I'll just restate. I wanted to welcome Congressman Dan Crenshaw, who represents our area writ large in Houston. He's going to have to. We appreciate the pivot on time. He's on Homeland Security in Congress. Like most SEALs, he showed up to the LD right on time. We appreciate him dialing in. We're hoping he could talk to us a little bit about a book launch that he had, I think just last Monday. Congressman?
Hey, thanks for having me, Anthony. Great to be with you all, and honored to be amongst a bunch of veteran entrepreneurs, the job creators of our time. I appreciate what you do. And my main goal right now is to make sure you're able to do that because right now you're not allowed to. So we'll get to some policy here in a second, but Anthony mentioned the book, so I will talk about that for a quick minute. It's called Fortitude: American Resilience in the Era of Outrage. This book was written in response to the petty outrage culture that we all perceive amongst us, but it's a series of solutions to actually combat that. Not the best time to come out with a book, but it still made the bestsellers list, New York Times bestseller, and I'm actually pretty proud of the message that it delivers. It's not a typical SEAL book, and you all know what a typical SEAL book is, and it's definitely not a typical political book either. It's not really a political book. It's not really a SEAL book. It's light on politics, and it's really about a cultural philosophy and a deep discussions on what mental resilience really looks like. And I also think it's pretty fun to read. It's a very multidisciplinary read. So check it out, please. Makes a great gift to whoever wants it. Now, moving on to some more important things, something small business owners are certainly probably wondering about, which is the small business program that ran out of money, the Paycheck Protection Program. That ran out of money. We knew it was going to run out of money. We tried to fund it earlier this week, and Democrats refused to do it. It really is as simple as that. I realize this is not a time for partisan call, but this is just the truth. This is not a both sides issue, and everyone needs to know that. This is, I am not going to. We're at war right now against a pandemic. We had bad actors in China deliberately lie about the spread of that pandemic. And this is no time for, touchy feely, hey, our Democrats friends are really nice. Well, they're not. They've held this legislation up twice now for no good reason. For no good reason. They are covered for by many in the media. And I think it is incumbent upon every Houstonian to be calling your congressional offices and demanding that these programs get refunded immediately. There are thousands of businesses, small businesses in the Houston area that did not get their loans in time, okay? Or they got them approved and then got notice that the funding had run out. This is life or death for people. And this funding needs to be implemented rapidly. I am doing everything I can to make sure that happens. But the reality is that members of Congress listen when you call their offices. It's scary to them when they get 1,000 calls all at once. They will call the speaker and say, stop playing games. We are getting torn apart down here. We look like idiots, because they are, and they do. This is no time for games. I honestly feel like we are in an information warfare. I'm talking to a bunch of veterans. You know what information warfare is? I am watching it every single day on the media. You can tell I'm a little incensed about this. This is real. There is real misinformation being put out by the media to try and get you to hate this administration with all your heart. And this is not a both sides thing. This is no time for that. This is real. There are lies being perpetuated. You can look at my social media. I put out a ton of information just in the last 24 hours trying to debunk this nonsense that is being put forth, that is just causing Americans to hate each other. It's totally unnecessary, and it is totally unbecoming of leaders in our country right now to use this for political opportunism. But that's exactly what's happening. This is not a both sides issue. I know people always say that, oh, yeah, both sides, it's gross up there. No, this isn't that. And I'm telling you the truth, and you can check everything I've put out recently. We have to get this funding put into place now, because small businesses are going under. Now we have to talk about opening up the economy. I wrote an op-ed recently in The Hill about anticipating exactly the kind of bad faith arguments that we're seeing now. What I wrote about is the two infectious diseases running across America. One is, of course, COVID-19. The other is the political opportunism to say, well, if you talk about opening up the economy, you don't care about human lives, right? That's the disingenuous bad faith argument that you hear. It's disgusting. It's not based in fact. And it's meant for complete moral grandstanding and political opportunism. We have to push back against that. We can do both. And if you're looking at a place like Houston, again, call your local leaders too. Call your county judge office and make sure they understand and are answering hard questions. And here's a really hard question for them to answer. If you listen to our county judge, what you're hearing is we have to wait for the peak on the curve. Well, our numbers have been basically flat for weeks, okay? Which means we have somewhat linear growth in cases, but actually decreases in hospitalization. So cases, but a lot of which have been recovered. Okay, we do not have high numbers here. We have 29 total deaths in Houston. It's barely anything for a major city. Now, let me put you through a thought experiment really quick. If you took our numbers and you crossed out the word Houston and you replaced it with the words New York City, what would be the policy outcome for New York City? New York City would open back up. They'd be so excited about how their numbers have decreased. They would think that they're at the tail end of their curve, and they would open back up. So how is it that the exact same set of numbers could mean two totally different things for two major cities? How is that possible? That simple thought experiment completely debunks this notion that we have to be obsessed with the peak. The peak is only indicative of, as a comparison to our hospital capacity. That's why the peak is useful to understand. That's why the curve is useful to understand. It doesn't tell us that we should be locked down any further. It tells us what our healthcare capacity can handle. So we have to compare those two numbers. This is what our leaders are failing to comprehend. This is This is the kind of problem solving and crisis and risk management that I think military leaders bring to the table, since I'm talking to a group of veterans, that that it is now painfully aware that some of our civilian leaders cannot fathom. And it is, this is a time to rally. This is a time to call your representatives and ask them these hard questions. They're not they're not engaging in critical thinking. Okay, I've been pretty outspoken about this, as you can tell. I do not believe there's any evidence to suggest that we should be locking down in Houston further than May 1st. Okay, we've already decided it's going to happen to the end of the month. That's fine, but the numbers do not suggest that we should continue on. They do suggest that we should have staged reopenings in a logical manner. I will be fighting like hell for that. I already have been, because there are serious public health consequences to livelihoods being lost, whether it's suicides. We've seen Montgomery County reported a doubling of suicides recently. I know for a fact how many doctors are putting off so many procedures, and these aren't nose jobs they're putting off. These are heart procedures. These are real procedures that can't get done because they're so worried about getting sued or getting their license taken away because the guidance is unclear or too strict. This is foolish behavior. It's not stopping the spread of the pandemic. It's foolish public policy. And we have it the best in Texas. I mean, it's way worse than any other parts of the country. So, I mean, that's the silver lining at least. But there's no reason why some of these, you drive around Houston, some of these stores can't be open. They have far less traffic in them on a normal day than Target does or the grocery store does. So why can't they be open? We can be smart. We've educated the public. We know how to stay 6 feet away from each other. Don't touch each other. Have hand sanitizers everywhere. There are ways to risk mitigate. We all know this because we're all veterans. We know what risk mitigation looks like. If I wanted to keep all my SEALs safe, I just would never leave the wire. And then I could morally grandstand and call anybody else a killer if they wanted to harm their troops by sending them into battle. Same thing with driving. I could morally grandstand. I could say, I want to save 40,000 lives a year, every year. And if you disagree with me and you want cars on the road, then you have the blood of those people at your feet. You have blood on your hands. As that sounds ridiculous, it's because it is ridiculous. Except that's the exact same kind of language being used right now in our public discourse. It has got to stop. It has got to stop. These are dishonest conversations, and it's really, it irks me to an extensive degree. So that's where I'm at on what needs to happen in the immediate term with in Congress, what I'm fighting for, and what I'm fighting for locally too. I mean, when I talk about reopening businesses, I'm more talking about locally. I do not actually believe that should be a national discussion. I think our situation is quite different from New York City, and they're very obviously so. I guess we could take a few questions before I have to go here in a few minutes, Anthony.
I believe we have a question from Nick Tran.
Hey Dan, Nick Tran from Schlumberger. How's it going?
No, it's going well.
Good to have you. Hey, as far as oil and gas industry, we're getting it's a bloodbath out there. I know that there's been help for other industries. Has there been talks for helping the energy industry?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of talk, but as you know, that has not turned into the action that we need. And I'm just on a call with a lot of the industry right now as they're going through a lot of ideas that have to be done administratively. So this is the problem. Democrats will never, they won't do one single thing to help the energy industry. What got the one thing that was in the rescue package, which was to buy into the strategic reserve, was stripped out. I mean, they wouldn't agree to it. We couldn't get them to see the basic value in buying low and selling high, because they hate the energy industry so much. They would rather import natural gas from Russia into the Northeast instead of using American natural gas. Just yesterday, they sent a letter to the FERC to ban pipeline, to have a temporary moratorium on pipeline construction. This is how much they hate you guys. I mean, and do not listen to moderate Democrats that claim otherwise. It's a facade. they can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, but like guys, you've got me at a time where I just can't believe what I'm seeing all around me. I realize that I may be talking to some Democrats right now, but I want you to understand what is really happening out there. This is not okay. We have hundreds of thousands of jobs at stake. And so to answer your question again, more technically, we were fighting for royalty relief. That became impossible to do. I am going to have in my hands, though, and this probably will be less so for a company like Schlumberger, but at least for our smaller operators, they should be able to apply for royalty relief directly to the Department of Interior. Okay, now I was just on the phone with the Secretary of Interior yesterday. I said, it's great that you guys are doing this, but like, where's the fact sheet? You know, where's the commonly asked questions? Like, where's the exact form so that these small operators who have like 15 employees like can actually find it? You know, this isn't that easy as you're making it sound. And they agreed, so they're going to get me that as soon as possible. But just know, you can tell people that they can apply for royalty relief directly. Listen, there's a lot of other ideas out there that we're trying to do, but it has to be done by the administration, which means it's limited in the scope because there's not a single law. I guarantee you, there won't be a single law that gets passed that actually is helpful to the energy industry, unless I don't know, maybe we can figure out some stuff they can give up that they'll take, but that's unclear at this time.
Congressman, this is Anthony again. Could you talk a little bit about how you're calling on your sort of inner ninja, if you will, the sort of Stockdale paradox of we need to spread the calm, but be realistic about what's going on, the environment that we're in? Any thoughts for the folks on this call on the role that we can have as leaders in that?
Yeah, well, what I talk about in the book, and the Stockdale paradox in particular, is it simply means that you empower yourself with what you can control and you accept that which you cannot. And this isn't a denial of reality. And so it's really not a paradox at all, as I write in the book. It's not a denial of reality, it's a more realistic view of reality. Because the denial of reality would be to believe that all of these things are outside your control. And that has unfortunately become a tenet of our society, this belief that somebody else is in control of our lives and that somebody else is to blame for everything. And that is not the American way. It truly is not. And I know this from polling. I mean, if you ask, there's polls out there, like if you ask a German and an American the same question, which is, is your destiny is your destiny more affected by forces outside your control? A good majority of Germans say yes, 50, 60%. Like 40% of Americans say yes. I have a feeling that if you're a conservative, it's highly unlikely that you would say yes. But I have a feeling too that poll done years ago has probably started to shift. I bet it started to shift towards yes, and that worries me a great deal. This notion that we do not have responsibility over our own lives is insane, but it is a growing belief amongst Americans, and I think it's obvious to all of us who are paying attention. When we look into dealing with something like COVID-19, it's maybe time that we start talking about a very simple truth. You have a choice of whether you get it or not. Can you believe that? You actually have a choice because you know what tools that are necessary to avoid getting it. You know not to let somebody breathe right on you. Like, you know not to shake people's hands. You know these things. These empower you. You actually have the tools to prevent the spread, even while living your life fairly normally. I'm not saying we're all going to be going to rock concerts anytime soon, but we could probably live pretty normally among doing 95% of what we were used to doing. This kind of personal empowerment and understanding of what's truly in your control, and it's a hell of a lot more than you probably believe. That's a huge part of this book, and it's a huge part of what we need now more than ever, and to deal with this crisis.
Congressman, we've got a question in from Chris Bentley at Bellatorum. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Congressman, thanks for coming and joining us today. I've actually been speaking with Matthew Frederick, who I think you've been speaking with about some potential solutions. And, one thing that we commonly hear about is lack of infrastructure. You already mentioned the pipeline, a moratorium, but what about storage? And are there not any ways is there not discretionary budget, so to speak, that the president can use to maybe buy some reserves and or build some storage facilities and maybe offer some discounted storage to operators?
Well, that's already happened. So there already is storage rental available in the strategic reserve. That's what the administration was able to do unilaterally. What they're not able to do is actually purchase into it, because that requires congressional action. The other thing Freddie was talking about which was a good suggestion as well, is simply looking at the regulations on permitting for building additional storage facilities. Hopefully we are looking into that and seeing if that is something the administration by itself can do. Storage capacity would be obviously a huge benefit to the industry. So yeah, and keep these, for anybody in there on this call who is part of the oil and gas industry, it's important to keep these sort of creative ideas flowing, and let us know that they just tell you ahead of time, they need to be legally possible from the administration only and not require congressional action. If it requires congressional action, you can pretty much assume it's not going to happen. And so I just want to let you know that ahead of time. There's a lot that can be done administratively, but give us those ideas and we'll send them up.
Congressman, could you talk a little bit about, you have a wide continuum of folks that range from brilliant to knucklehead that you have to communicate with, vis-a-vis Saturday Night Live, AOC. How do you pick your moments? How do you decide when you should just sleep on it, or when viscerally you need to go to a communication channel that you can cut out other traditional media sources?
Yeah, I think the question is more about how do I go through the thought process of responding, right, to because obviously I don't respond to everything, but I do fight a lot of battles. I fight a lot more battles than most members of Congress, probably all members of Congress. The only person who clearly fights more battles than I do is the president, and he probably fights way too many battles, more than is good for him.
Right.
So the difference between me and the president is that I allow somebody to read my tweets and say, like, hey, let's strategize this. Why, do I really want to respond to this random journalist? Are they going to clap back? Do I really want to respond to AOC? I mean, I never respond to AOC. That's the truth. There was sort of this myth and narrative for a while that me and AOC were always going at it, and it always kind of made me laugh, because like we really don't. There's a handful of times where we have, but it's actually quite rare, because I think she goes through the same thought process with me as I do with her. It's like, it's not worth it, especially with her, because she will, if you mentioned her in particular. And so with AOC, she will always fight below the belt. She will always come up with some lie that sounds good and feels like a gotcha, but it's really not, and force you to have to explain it. It's like that's how she fights. And so it's not worth getting into it. It's not going to be a real debate. When it comes to colleagues that I'll even engage with in public, I pretty much keep it to, I always want to punch up, right? So I'm usually talking at a presidential candidate or something like that. Not a colleague that I might see every day. That's very rare that I think that's a good idea. Or Nancy Pelosi, obviously, so somebody who's in leadership. I don't think it's useful to comment on, Twitter trolls. Like, who are they and why does their opinion matter? And if I'm going to use examples of if I'm out there saying, well, the media is saying that and the left is saying this, then I want to make sure that I'm actually referencing like important figures in those groups, because it's easy to say, well, look at all these crazy comments from all these right wingers, or easy to look at all these crazy comments from all these left wingers. But yeah, but that's not the left. That's not the right. You actually have to reference thought leaders within that movement if you're going to actually have a fair and objective debate with people.
Well said. So final thoughts, sir. I know you got to jump to an HHC call. We appreciate all the work you're doing in DC. either what news sources are you looking at? Johns Hopkins, Texas Medical Center, what, and then what benchmarks are you looking for? We were talking to a small group of us were talking to the Secretary of the Army, and he said, look for POTUS to be throwing a first pitch at a baseball game at some point. We were hoping by Memorial Day, and then maybe a virus vaccine by 9/11 before the next flu season. What benchmarks are you looking towards? What websites are you referencing? And what should we be looking forward to?
Well, as far as what you should reference, I just, as long as it's a wide variety of sources, I don't think the numbers themselves are all that skewed. It's mostly the analysis of the numbers that's all skewed. But obviously you see different models and things. Listen, the right way to think about moving forward is the way I explained earlier. We have to do both. We have to ramp up on 3 categories. I just published an op-ed in the Houston Chronicle today that outlines exactly how I'm thinking about this. There's 3 lines of effort here. 1 is the testing, 2 is hospital capacity, 3 is public education. We're really good on 2 and 3. Number 1, we're getting really, really good at 2, but we're not quite there. By the end of the month, we should basically be there and be doing sort of sample targeted testing, basically surveillance testing throughout the communities. And that allows us to open up selectively and in a smart way. So I have no idea when a vaccine is coming, and there's no point in trying to anticipate that. It doesn't really matter, frankly, for the short term. We just know we don't have it, and that's all that matters. Again, I push back against this obsession that people have with the curve, because again, the problem with this obsession with the curve and looking at the peak and thinking, oh my God, the peak is further away. I mean, it's insane. I laugh just thinking about it. Our leaders are not critical thinkers. When they say, okay, well, our peak got pushed back, it's now in mid-May instead of early May, I guess we have to wait longer. It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
All that means is that we have less cases. That's not indicative of when we should open up. It just means that we have less of a chance of our hospital system getting overwhelmed. Our leaders are totally misinterpreting what these curves actually mean. And don't worry, I am on the phone with the county. I'm making sure they know how I feel about this. I just talked to the governor's chief of staff yesterday about this. Like, there has to be better critical thinking going on. The numbers we should be looking at, to answer your question really directly, testing capability and applying that to a population, and then hospital capacity as it pertains to the curve. These are the actual things that matter. And unfortunately, I don't hear people talking about that enough. So, and that's part of my book too, is look into things, like research and look multi-layers deep. I don't generally have to tell veterans that. I think veterans like to problem solve and think critically. And so maybe some more of you should run for office. Help me out. All right.
Well,
thanks
sir,
so much, Anthony.
What we're going to do for those listening, I've purchased a couple dozen books, both the hard copy and the Audible from the congressman. And for all of those that say you want one, you just let me know if you want an autographed copy. If you'd be more apt to consume this, it was an Audible, and we'll get you a signature on something. The congressman's going to do a Facebook Live with us in the coming weeks. And I'd appreciate it if each of you, if this call was meaningful, if you could go and just maybe visit his Amazon page. And we want to make sure that he can help to continue to spread the good. I know for sure that he's got the veterans' view in what he contemplates and shares in the Beltway, and we clearly need more of that. So thanks again.
I really appreciate it, Anthony. Great to be with you all, and see you all in person at some point.
Justin, I'm going to turn it back over to you. What I would say is, the other thing, Justin, in advance of those that are participating today, I'd like to offer a book to those judges that the participants' view have given the most critical feedback, that are helping them, whether it's about putting them to funding or to talent or
Anthony, I think we lost you there. But Anthony, thank you very much for that offer. That's huge. I know that there are a lot of people, myself included, that are incredibly excited about reading Congressman Crenshaw's book. I'd also like to say to Congressman Crenshaw, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate having you here and hearing how you're fighting to help us through COVID-19. That being said, I'm going to pass over to my co-host John Kotlowski, and he'll introduce our next panelists.
All right. Hey, y'all, thanks for working through all these transitions. And I hope most of you are back with us at this point for an excellent panel discussion on some lending environment. Al Danto is going to be moderating this panel. And I just want to give a brief introduction to Al. Al, are you with us? Can you hear us okay?
Yep, can you hear me?
I sure can. So just a quick introduction to Al. Many of you know him. Some of you might not know him as well. So Al's been an investor with Beachhead Investments, which has supported Veterans Business Battle for many years. He's also the managing partner of Exit Advisors. He has over 30 years experience in the entrepreneurial space. He's also a professor at Rice University, where he teaches several courses on entrepreneurship and startups. Really, more importantly, Al's been a tireless and dedicated mentor to countless MBA students here at Rice. I know some of those students are tuning into YouTube right now and really appreciate all that he's done for them and as well as the veteran community, of course. His support for VBB has been just fantastic, and it's enabled our continued success. And I'm personally grateful for your involvement, Al. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to you, and you can take it from here.
Thanks, John and Justin. Before we get started, I'd just like to reiterate a couple of things that Dean said earlier. It's just been incredible, the adjustment that you guys have made. This is kind of the spring season where we have a lot of business plan competitions at Rice, and I think all the other competitions were canceled, and you guys just didn't take no for an answer. If failure was not an option, and moved forward and moved everything online. And the students came on, a great team of students, and just picked it up. And we're just really grateful for you guys moving it through in the midst of all your classes and everything. And the event is 100% student run. They're just committed to giving back to the veteran community and playing it forward. So really grateful for everything you guys have done. So I'll be joined today. Mark Winchester, are you here? Are you online? I think Gary Henderson, one of our panelists, couldn't make it. And Javon Sterling. Javon's from Amegy Bank, and Amegy and the SBA have been sponsors of the Vet Biz Battle since day one. They've been a great sponsor for us, and they've funded many loans for veteran companies and those that have come through the Vet Biz Battle. So we're grateful to them as well. I'd just like to add a little bit. I started my company at 23, and I got a $10,000 loan that was backed by a $10,000 CD, and started a relationship with a bank and built it up. And then after a few years, we started to acquire companies and went on a roll and grew the company and never took on any equity capital. We built up a great relationship with a bank and never had to take on any investors and any equity capital. And we had an exit. It was all to myself and my fellow founder that all the proceeds came. So, debt capital and working with a bank is a really, really important part of the financing process. And I'm going to introduce Javon Sterling from Amegy Bank. Javon, thank you for all your continued support. You've been there since day one. We appreciate all your support. And really just maybe a brief introduction, Javon, and then just share with everyone how you start a relationship with a bank from the very beginning. Uh-oh.
Is everyone able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Hello. Okay. Well, thanks, Al, for asking me to participate today in this panel. I've been with Amegy for 18 years, primarily working with small, medium-sized companies. I spent about a decade in the SBA program. So this latest period of funding the PPP loans brought me back to familiar territory, and had some familiarity with these SBA loan programs prior to this, and we did our best to get as many of our customers funded. Unfortunately, the funds ran out, and we're also hopeful that Congressman Dan Crenshaw and the rest of the congressmen can get the funds reauthorized, and we'll continue to process applications in anticipation of that occurring. So, what I would say from a developing a relationship standpoint is that you've got to treat a banking relationship as you would treat any other human relationship. If the first time you met someone, they said, "Hey, I need to borrow $1 million," you'll say, "You know what? I don't even know you." And I think it's so important, even when you get referred by a trusted source, which vouches for your character. You still have to allow time for rapport to be developed, for understanding to be established. And so I would recommend that everyone start interviewing bankers the way you would interview any other professional or getting to know any other person in your life. You don't have to have a borrowing need in order to make a point of visiting different banks and getting to know what their capabilities are and their credit appetite. Some of the things I would tell you to look for is ask about the decision-making process. Is it a localized, decentralized process where bankers in their communities can make decisions on credits, or is it more centralized and formal? I'd also encourage everyone to get to know what other banking services are being provided. Before you're funded, you may start up with some seed capital, and fraud is a very real issue. And over 80% of businesses are being targeted because you have about a 24-hour window to challenge any unauthorized transaction in a business account, whereas a consumer has up to 60 days. So you've got to be vigilant about making your money, but also protecting it and keeping it. So fraud protection tools that the bank offers, you need to get to know more about those. You'll need to move funds. You'll need to be able to wire funds and use even more cost-effective ways of moving funds, such as ACHs. You need to have online banking capabilities and mobile banking capabilities. You need to know that your bank is going to be able to take you from startup all the way through to exit, and that can only be accomplished by spending time with a banker that you've met and you feel comfortable with them. Bankers have to have breakfast and lunch and dinner, and so we make it a point to invite prospective customers, people who refer us business, out to lunch and breakfast to get to know them. So don't feel like you're imposing. And if the banker you are speaking with doesn't have time for those meetings, well, they're not going to have time when you need them the most.
Thanks, Javon. Thanks for that. And Mark Winchester's on as well. Mark is the Houston Deputy Director of the SBA, and again, been an incredible supporter of Vet Biz Battle, and he's a speaker to my classes every year. And the SBA is just a great resource, as we're finding out now with these PPP and disaster loans. But another thing that you may not realize, and I didn't realize it actually until Mark came to my class, but companies like Under Armour, even Federal Express, Chapani Yogurt, started with SBA loans. So Mark, thank you again for your support, everything you've done for veterans and for Vet Biz Battle. Mark's a veteran, Navy, if I remember correctly. Mark, can you just talk a little bit about the SBA and how they interact with the traditional bank?
Very good question. And, Al, I really have to say thank you to EO, Mark Martin, yourself, Rice University, the Veteran Association here at Rice that's putting on this program, and thank you for Vet Biz Battle. I just need to begin by saying that. SBA was created in 1953, and its mission is to aid and assist small businesses to start, expand, and grow. And we do that in three ways. We do that through capital, we do that through federal contracting, and we do that through counseling. In regards to the loan program, the loan program, and when I say loan program, the 7A and the 504 program, it is a program where we don't provide the loan. SBA doesn't provide the loan, we guarantee the loan. And so you could say, Al, that we're tied to the hip, we're connected with the lenders. So it is your local lender that you have to go to in order to get the SBA loan guarantee.
Thanks, Mark. Javon, maybe you can share from a banker's standpoint how that process starts and how it begins.
Hey, Mark, great to see you. We work very closely with SBA as they oftentimes refer prospective clients to the bank. And that process involves separating the guarantee from the actual loan request. The loan request has to be evaluated by prudent lending standards, which are standards that the SBA expect a bank to use and apply to all loans. We cannot treat an SBA loan any differently in the way we underwrite and document the repayment of the loan. So I think I was muted before, so let me start over. Hey, Mark, good to see you. We work very closely with the SBA, and when clients are referred to the bank to start on the SBA loan process, we have to really put the guarantee conversation separate from the loan and documenting the repayment of that loan. The SBA requires us to apply what is called a prudent lending standard, and that prudent lending standard is similar to how we treat all commercial loans. We understand that the guarantee does allow us to do some additional flexibility in terms of collateral and lengthening the term and relaxing the financial reporting requirements and the covenants, but we still have to be able to document loan repayment in the same way that we would document any commercial loan. So that's the starting point. The starting point is really evaluating all the documentation that's presented. And I know the SBA does a fantastic job of helping customers with technical preparation of their businesses before they go into a bank and present those business plans for evaluation. So we start there. If someone hasn't invested the time, or we determine that that their technical documentation needs some augmentation, we'll refer them to the SBDC. Where trained professionals will perform that technical analysis and help them put the business plan in a format that's ready for underwriting. One can only appreciate that as a lender, we cannot directly engage in preparing business plans that we're going to underwrite for loan approval. So that separation in the marketplace is very healthy. It's necessary. And the SBA, through their SBDC and SCORE, they do a great job of helping borrowers to get their package ready. Once we have a clean package, we have 30 days to make a credit decision. You are formally applying for a loan. And the financial statements that we will request, along with your personal financials, your personal tax returns, the business financials. If this is a startup and it doesn't have business financials, we're looking for detailed financial projections. And we want to spend some time. And my preference is to meet with borrowers in person, either in their place of business or if there's a startup at the bank, just to establish the familiarity, talk through the business plan, articulate their goals, where they see this going, how are they going to use the loan proceeds. And that time spent is really valuable for the banker to advocate for the credit approval from the credit administration department of the bank. Like I mentioned before, when you're evaluating banks along the lines of their decision-making process, some banks have a central process where you just ship the documents off and the banker is just facilitating the transaction. Other institutions have local decision-making where the bankers can, in fact, approve loans up to their credit approval authorities, or engage another member of the team in credit administration to approve a higher loan amount. Well, regardless of the structure of the bank, that banker has to be able to advocate for you. So the relationship you form with that banker is very important. And you have to be prepared to answer questions, and sometimes repetitive questions, and provide more documentation, because ultimately you're entering into a relationship of trust. One of the things that I'd like to remind people about is that when you're approved for that loan becomes a substantial portion of your capitalization. So a bank cannot take an equity interest in your business, but the level of financial capital that's going to be injected with that loan, in many cases, is even more significant than the equity that a business owner has put into the business. In many cases, you only need as little as 10% down payment for an SBA loan. So if that's all the capitalization a business has, the bank has 90% of the capital with no ownership. So all we ask for in return is just a relationship where we're able to talk about the business, give the banker heads up when things aren't going so well. Don't hide. It's easier for us to help you when we know how we need to help you.
Thanks, Javon. I wanted to add one thing on that. I'm going to open up to questions. We have a question from Nancy Preston. But one thing, and Giovanni helped us a couple of years ago, we actually funded a military veteran who didn't have a whole lot of personal capital. Well, through, I think, 3 or 4 other equity investors, we're able to fund him and have him acquire a company. So I've seen a couple companies already that I think really fit in the sweet spot, and that's to kind of combine equity investment with an SBA loan. And your equity investors can be up to 20% ownership, and they don't have to sign personal guarantees. So it's a really good option if you've got a business and starting to generate some cash flow and can pay back a loan.
Mm-hmm.
We have a question from Nancy Preston. Nancy, you want to go ahead and ask your question? I think it's for Mark.
Yeah, hi. Actually, Mark or anybody in the SBA space. I was curious if you had any input about how Shake Shack, a publicly owned company, was able to get $10 million in relief through the SBA loan relief programs.
I think Mark's muted.
Oh.
Just hit it once, Mark. There you go.
It says I'm muted.
Oh, you're good.
You're fine. We got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So Nancy, I just wanted to say great job this morning. I watched your presentation, and you know, part of that presentation that was so moving was your story and your family and your mom, and what a passion she had, and that was cooking. And so I just want to say thank you for the presentation this morning. And number 2, thank you for the question. There are, for COVID-19 and for the audience that is here today, you may not be aware, there are 2 loan programs for COVID-19. And the first one is called the EIDL, Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. The EIDL is up to $2 million. There's also the EIDL Advance, and it can be used essentially for your outstanding debt and for working capital. The interest rate is 3 3/4% interest rate, and you have up to 30 years to pay it back. Nancy, you mentioned a company, and you mentioned $10 million, and I appreciate you mentioning that. The other program is called the Paycheck or Payroll Protection Program, and the Payroll Protection Program, it goes up to $10 million, and it has an interest rate of 1%. And it is a program, and I appreciate you mentioning it, Nancy, it is a program that is administered through your local lender. And so the EIDL is administered through ODA, Office of Disaster Assistance. The Paycheck Protection Program, also known as the Payroll Protection Program, it is administered through your local lender. And I don't know if that answered your question.
It did. Thank you for the distinction.
Are there any other questions?
Al, this is Mark, and I just need to follow up and share with the audience that Paycheck Protection Program, $339 billion was approved nationally. I want to let you know here in Texas, Texas was #1 in the PPP program, over 80,000 loans, over $21 billion. And here locally, here in Houston, $3 billion in Paycheck Protection Program went to small businesses. Over 8,300 businesses applied and were approved for that program. Al, the other thing that I wanted to share regarding SBA and the 7A program is the why. Why would you want to use SBA to begin with? And Al, I thought you responded partially to the why. And really what it is the biggest issue that small businesses face from a debenture side is not having collateral. And what can be used in lieu of collateral? That is the SBA loan guarantee. And we have loan guarantees of 50%, 75%, 85%, and 90%. So I just wanted to answer the why. Why would you even consider SBA to begin with? It is the loan guarantee. And for that matter, the loan guarantee, the longer maturity, and the lower interest rate. I just had to share that.
No,
Good
thank you,
point,
Mark.
Al.
And what, Javon?
No, I was going to add to Mark's point. The reason why the longer repayment is important, if we underwrite to projections and the amount of payments won't work over standard 5 years, then if you're borrowing working capital, we can stretch it out to 10 years. And on real estate, we can stretch it out to 25 years. That makes the repayment calculation more feasible and increases the chances of approval.
Yeah. Thank you, Javon. And I just want to add, I see some real successful entrepreneurs on the call. Jody James is one of them. And I know Jody started his company and grew it into a substantial company and never took on any equity capital, just did it all through a relationship that he started with a bank. And you know, if you take one thing away, I hope you take a lot away today, but one thing is really develop that relationship with your banker and understand the SBA and all the tools that they have available. I've been in business for over 30 years, and in the last 4 or 5 years, just getting to know Mark Winchester and having him come out to my class. He usually talks for an hour and a half, and when he's done, there's still more questions, and just really evaluate that it's a great tool. And I think we're running up on time, and I just want to leave you with this, that as an entrepreneur startup, you have to understand all the tools that can go in your toolbox. Finance, it's not just all about going out and raising venture capital, but there's a lot of other tools that are out there. The SBA and your banking relationship are really one of them. Javon, any last parting words of wisdom, insights in working with a banker?
I think, Al, what you said earlier is correct. We do seek to partner with equity providers to capitalize companies coming out of the veteran business battle here. So to keep in mind, what we have to underwrite is your runway. That is, are you generating revenue? And you have to be within 12 months of being able to generate revenue sustainably with projections for us to underwrite loans. So coming out of this process, love the opportunity to just meet and talk with you, learn a little bit more about your business and when you're going to be in a revenue situation, so we can work with the investors to try to package something that's going to leverage the equity a little bit further. And the general kind of rule of thumb is that we can leverage your equity about 3 to 4 times. So in terms of how much we can lend on the equity that you have at the table, so it can get you a long way towards launching, securing market share, and growing scale proof of concept before you have to take on investors. And if you're so fortunate, you may be able to scale your business with bank capital and hold on to the ownership for much longer. So thanks for allowing me to participate, and I'll continue to listen and be a part of the judging.
Oh, thanks, Javon. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate your attitude. It's always been it's never no, it's let's figure it out, and really appreciate that. Mark, do the last parting words for you.
I also just wanted to say, there were several firms, Al, that mentioned SBIR. SBIR is an SBA program, and I was really proud that CrewTrack talked about SBIR, and want to let you know that's another tool in the toolbox for these businesses. Is that you have phase 1 up to 150,000 grant, and then the phase 2 up to $1 million to $1.5 million in grant for their business for it to take off if it's a technology base. So there were several businesses that talked about SBIR, including CrewTrack. The other thing, Al, and you know that I've shared this before, we have over 300 SBICs, small business investment companies that do equity investments. So if you're looking for an equity investor, SBA has over 300 equity firms across this country, and that can be additional tool in addition to SBA's loan guarantee program.
Oh, but thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Javon. Thank you for being great advocates, sponsors, and friends of Rice, veteran, and small business. We couldn't do it without you. Justin, I'll turn it back over to you.
Al, thank you very much, and I'd like to second Al's thoughts. Thank you to Javon and to Mark Winchester. Next, I'd like to reintroduce Anthony DeToto. As I mentioned, he is the founder and leader of 1836 Veterans, a major supporter of veteran entrepreneurship here in Texas. And he'll be introducing Captain Will Randall and Rear Admiral John Mustin.
Hey, thanks, Justin. I'm back on. I'm wearing my Army colors because the Navy guys are coming on in full regalia. First, let me just comment. Al Danto said something very prescient, and he's been consistent with this, that not all capital is the same. And when he's been able to point people to non-dilutive capital, and there's always a strain between scale and control. And I think Javon did a really nice job explaining how you have to friend raise before you fundraise. So don't let that stuff fall on deaf ears, because those are going to be critical things for you to think about as entrepreneurs over the next year. Getting up with what's next, I'm going to introduce a good friend of mine, a Naval Academy guy. He recovered well after he got his rejection letter to West Point, and he's gone on with his life. He served for 30 years in the Navy, active duty in the reserve. He's fighting a lot of things south of the U.S. border. He's coming up on his 30-year anniversary of his service. In the interim, he also matriculated from the Jones School at Rice, and he happens to be lifelong friends with our speaker, Admiral Mustin. But Will Randall, can you do the honors?
I can, and Anthony, thank you. Miss seeing you up in the building. But today, I'd like to introduce my longtime friend, Admiral John Mustin. I imagine many of you have read his educational and professional background, so I won't dwell on those. But I would like to give you my perception of one of John's qualities that I think make him so successful. Dun-da-da-da, optimism. I have two examples that I will give you, and then I'll be quiet. So, plebe year, that's our freshman year. We finally have Liberty, and so John comes up with a plan. We get off at 18:30, and we have to be back at midnight. And John sets up we're going to immediately after formation, grab our civvies, run down and meet Ginger and Bunny. They're going to drive us to DC. We're going to go to a party, and then they're going to drive us back before midnight. And I of more cautious nature was concerned about a number of things, but who can pass up a date with Ginger and Bunny, right? So so that type of optimism worked. We had a wonderful experience, and John, so optimistic that we drove on and nothing bad ever happened. Another story would be John's wedding. So John meticulously planned his wedding, and at the last minute, his commanding officer decides that he needs John to be there Friday night, which is, of course, the rehearsal dinner. Without batting an eye, John's family and wife made a cutout figure of John, and that cutout figure was the participant at the Friday evening rehearsal dinner. We came out the next day, and that optimism rolled with some of the negative things that can happen. This is carried over in a number of facets, and would probably do all of you good steed when trying to start some of these ventures, is to be positive and make things happen. Even when you have a lot of can'ts out there, you got to be a can-do. So with all that, I'll be quiet and let John take over. So Admiral Mustin, you have the floor.
Roger that. Thanks, Will. It cracks me up that a snake eater is going to talk about risk, basically, especially as a plebe year guy. And I would tell you that was one of the most benign stories. You could have taken that in a lot of different directions. The one where we made it back on easy one. We should talk about all the other ones, but we'll save those for another day. Okay, a couple of things we're going to talk about. I know we got 30 minutes and I'm already down to 24, so we'll get to the good stuff here. Couple of things. I know this audience is largely geared towards entrepreneurs, which is great. I mean, when I did 11 years of active duty, and then I went to Babson. So, I knew that I was interested in doing something of my own more so than pursuing kind of a big company pursuit. It's funny. My wife, who's at a desk just beside me on another call, has always said, "Hey, I'm a big company girl and you're kind of a small company guy." And I think that one of the things that I really wrestled with when I was getting out was, what do I want to do? And if you're like me, taking the first step to go to Rice Business School, that's a first major milestone and kind of a directional approach that's getting you on the right glide slope to making an educated answer. But the reality was, I felt like, I was coming off of a $850 billion destroyer. I wasn't the commanding officer, but I was third in command, and I thought, anything. But the question isn't what can I do, it's what should I do. And so the challenge I always had was, I think I like sales. I think I like marketing. I think I like advertising. I think I like operations. What the heck, where should I focus to really winnow down and develop what my career path is going to be? So each of you should ask yourself that very same question. It's not what can you do, because every one of you is infinitely qualified to do a number of things. The question is, what do you want to do? And you should take time to reflect and figure out what that means and what the answer is. And it ought to be something more than I just want to make a lot of money, okay? Because I knew when I was getting out as a lieutenant, I was recently promoted to 04, and that was always in the back of my mind. It was like, wow, I have friends who went to Harvard undergrad and they immediately went into iBanking or management consulting and they're making mint. That's what I want to do. But really, at the end of the day, I learned more and more over time that it's not really about the money. There's a certain threshold. I'm sure you guys will all get there immediately out of the gate, but at some point you're going to wrestle with the idea of self-satisfaction and what is it that drives you and motivates you when you wake up every day. I think to Will's point about optimism, I always want to look forward to my next endeavor when I'm waking up. So, I'm the guy who loves to go to work. I get up early. Kim, my wife behind me, always said, hey man, when you wake up, you pop up like toast. And it's because I just view every day as the next opportunity to do something great, as opposed to feeling the drudgery of working in an environment that you don't like. So anyway, for you, what's the takeaway there? Really take time to figure out what it is. You're going to have great offers. Those great offers may not be the best ones for you. So be sure that you're pursuing the right kind of thing. One last bit of motherhood and apple pie about the hiring process. I really wrestled with some internal insecurity also. My point was, you want to talk about launching tomahawks off a destroyer, I'm your guy. But if you want someone who's been doing sales for 11 years, I can't compete there. So I knew that I was walking in the door with less experience and far less of a track record than some of my peers in my new company. So I felt like I was behind. But the fact of the matter is now, having done, almost 20 years of hiring and interviewing and resume scrubs and things with my peers, my military peers, please don't underestimate of your candidacy. So when you walk in the door, don't feel like you're working your way out of a hole. The fact of the matter is you bring the intangibles that are almost impossible to replicate in the civilian market. The things that you take for granted. In the Navy, we talk about honor, courage, and commitment. There are certainly these things that we know about showing up on time and about being responsible and moral and ethical and basic hygiene. These things that we take for granted are not always taken for granted in the civilian world. So you should negotiate from a position of strength, not from a position of insecurity. Okay, so that was transition and launch. Totes, I'm going to kind of pause for a second, and you want to guide me with a few questions, or I can just keep talking.
Yeah, no, sure, Admiral. I mean, one of the things I think dig into, Crenshaw touched on it a little bit, the Congressman, the Stockdale paradox, and how do we project I think one of the folks on the call said he's going to give you the call sign, pop up like toast, and how do you keep that vibe going, John, and think about the adaptability of those that you serve and how you have to communicate with them? Can we start there?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there are some things that are intrinsic and they're about each of you. They're the things that are going to guide you. There are some things that are more about the company and for the entrepreneurs in the group. It's really about the corporate structure, and are you a product company or a services company? But let's talk first about the things that are about you. I mean, I always started with this notion of I'm going to outwork the competition. And I know Will would probably tell you that wasn't the case when we were talking about plea chemistry. But when it came to a career, I took that a little more seriously than some of my academics. But when it comes to outworking the competition, I would just say there's nobody who's going to work harder than I am. And it's not that I'm just trying to log hours or punch a clock. Really, the idea was you got to be smart about how you use this most precious commodity you have, which is time. You really got to make the most of every second of every day. And frankly, when it comes to being an entrepreneur, what you're going to find is you got a lot of flexibility and a lot of freedom. And it's easy to say, well, I could take the dog for another walk, or I could get to school, and then I could be at another, choral concert or another play. And those things are all important, and you should do those. But you shouldn't do those at the expense of the important strategic stuff that you have to take care of. So what I always did was, I would say, what are the things that I've got to do? And General John Nicholson, if you all know him, West Point guys, maybe you knew him. So he was the commanding general of U.S. forces in Afghanistan from 16 to 18. But he shared something with me and a number of other folks. The rule that he referred to as the 2-3-7 rule. And I'll just tell you, when it came to outworking the competition, I would always say, hey, you can sleep when you're dead, and I'll wake up on 4 hours of sleep, and I'll just hammer the coffee, and we'll just get through it, and another pot of coffee during the day, and we're just going to plow through. What his 2-3-7 rule was really got my attention, because I heard it when I was a senior captain, 06 in the Navy, and I thought, wow, if he can do this, then who am I kidding that I feel like I'm so busy that I can't? But 2-3-7 was carve out 2 hours in your calendar for working out every day. And it doesn't mean you got to work out for 2 hours. It's not running a marathon every day. It's, you got to wind down from where you are. You got to change into PT gear. You got to get a little exercise, take a shower, and get back. So carve out 2 hours, whether you do it in the morning, midday, evening, whatever it is, but allow that so that you've got it on the calendar and you can work around it to get some exercises. You need that. There's a physical release mechanism. There's certainly a mental piece there. It's important. You should get exercise. Prioritize that. The 3 piece was, he said, hey, I used to, get a power bar in the morning to wash down those cups of coffee, and then I wouldn't eat again until I popped up for my 1800 meeting or something. He said, eat 3 meals a day. Get something for breakfast, get something for lunch, and something for dinner. Time it out so that you can use that as just a small pause. Don't always work through meals, don't have working lunches every day, but make sure you eat enough to sustain yourself, because it's truly fuel. And the more stressed you get, the more you need to have the right nutrients in your body as the machine that it is. And then 7, this is the one that really kind of was hard for me, and I'm still striving to achieve it, but I haven't yet, is sleep for 7 hours. Because I used to say, like, what is the flux valve in my day? And it was always, well, it's sleep. And I used to adjust. I was an ops analysis guy, systems undergrad, ops research at our postgraduate school. And I thought, hey, let me optimize how few hours of sleep I need. If I can get by on 4 hours, man, I'm working the equivalent of an extra day per week from everybody else, right? Well, the fact of the matter is, now the scientific evidence will prove that you're really operating, if you're at the 4-hour mark or even the 5-hour mark, operating almost like you've got a 0.1 BAC and you're not making good decisions. And you can begin to recognize it, or I know enough about myself now to recognize when I'm at that point where I just haven't slept enough to think clearly. And where I recognize it is back to point number one, which was you got to be ruthlessly efficient with your time. So the important thing for me was get enough sleep to be clear-headed so that when you've got time to think about work and strategy, you're giving it your best. Because what you don't want to do is revisit it and continue to mull on things. I mean, I like the kind of touch it once and move on philosophy. But you can only do that if you can carve out time to think and be crisp in your thinking. So that's kind of the physical piece. When it comes to prioritization, I would tell you there's a million things you can do every day. I have just like a little mental thumb rule for myself, which is what is the one thing that I have to do today? And then I would extend that and say, what is the one thing that I have to do this week? And then what is the one thing I have to do this month, this quarter, this year? Because you don't want inbox zero to drive you every day. I mean, you can literally spend all your time responding to email. And at the end of the day, you'll say, woohoo, I answered all these emails. And yet you have not advanced the important things that you must do when it comes to creating a product company or a services company. So make sure that you're clear. And I communicate this with my staff too. And I come in the mornings and I'll say, hey, we got a lot of stuff going on, but the one thing today is this. And okay, it's Wednesday. Remember the one thing that we talked about getting done this week was this. How are we coming on that? Because I don't want to walk out on Friday and not have that done. So anyway, ruthless prioritization and then taking care of yourself. Okay, Totes, I'll pause. How's that?
Yeah, John, we'll go a little bit lightning round like with Kramer. Can you talk a little bit about your experience on the deck of the USS Comfort, Wes Blackwell, and some others? You're a bunch of us proud brothers from First Wave. We're so excited to see you. Could you comment on that? And then we want to pivot to Wasabi.
Yeah, you betcha. So that's us with the governor doing our fist bump. I'll tell you, so I just left at the end of March. My command was called Expeditionary Strike Group 2. So with Strike Group down in Norfolk, Virginia, had my change command on the 27th. So I've been home now for my third week. I've been back in New York. But one of the things that fell into my purview was the Defense Support for Civil Authorities mission for all the amphibs on the East Coast and frankly, Comfort. So over the last month, as COVID was beginning to take a larger toll on the world, we as the Navy, and frankly, it came down from the Joint Staff, so it was tasked to us, but prepping Comfort and onloading the 1,200 doctors, nurses, and statisticians, corpsmen, support crew, the civil mariners, and others, and then the command element, which is one of my Fibron Commodores, fell to me. So we really, we worked that hard for about 6 weeks, and you probably had read that Comfort was in a maintenance availability and wasn't supposed to get out until the middle of April, but we really pulled a rabbit from a hat by working really closely and in conjunction with the maintenance community and in the industrial base down in Norfolk, and just did kind of a 3-shift round the clock work to pull them out early to get them to sail up to New York early. And then coincidentally, my boss, who was the second fleet commander, said, hey, you've done all this work. I think you ought to go up there and you can greet them. You're going to spend some time 1v1 with the governor. And then I did a little press conference afterwards with the mayor that was interesting. So before we move on, I'll just share a little inside baseball. Not coincidental that those two do not appear together. So interestingly, a little bit of friction between those offices, but that's why the governor and I spoke first, and then the mayor and I spoke later. All right, back over to you.
So John, you must be an agency guy because you actually pull a rabbit out of the hat before we're transitioning to your company.
That's right.
Talk to us a little bit about why the name and how do you help people writ large?
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks for teeing that one up. Yeah. So the name, interestingly, so Wasabi is a creative agency, and I told you all that I was a systems engineer undergrad, and then an ops and analysis Master of Science as a grad degree. None of that is particularly creative. But what I learned was I really liked being around creative people. And I recognize my own blind spots. This is another great entrepreneurial takeaway is, know what your strengths are. And then when you assemble a team, don't necessarily assemble a bunch of folks who look and think and act like you, but rather get folks who complement your blind spots. In my case, I got to the point after a couple of jobs that were tech and venture capital related. So, I got out right at the .com era and got into technology, and I enjoyed that. But I had the opportunity to work with some creative agencies that were employing technology. So I got in on the digital side and then got brought into creative from the digital side. And I really enjoyed being around folks whose specialty was in brand and copywriting and kind of wordsmithing and visual design. And again, not my forte, but I sure could recognize great contributions and work when I saw it. But when I decided that I was going to start something on my own, I said, every conversation I have typically defaults to discussions of ROI, business strategy, growth mechanisms, and things that really, I would say, suit my character. What they don't do is talk about how we're going to make things look unique or how the user interfaces are going to be unusual or the back-end technology is going to be sizzling. So I said, I want to create a name that helps communicate something that I wouldn't communicate when I'm speaking to a client anyway. So I went through a brand design approach, much like we do with our own clients, and said, hey, I wrote a brand brief and said, what is it I want to do? I want to define a company whose name is not restrictive, because who knows, if it's johnmustin.com, the internet may change next year and then it becomes limiting. I didn't want to have words like advertising, marketing, consulting, media. I didn't want those words to be in the name because I wanted the flexibility to adjust, which is another thing I'll come back to. But I also wanted it to be whimsical enough so that folks would think, wow, sounds like a really creative agency. Because then when I started talking to them about strategy and ROI, they go, wow, they're creative and they understand strategy and business. So I wrote this brief and then submitted it online to about 300 different responses from all around the world. And I just said, I started going through them. And, I had said I knew from brand discussions about the science of brand that I wanted 2 words. I wanted to end on a hard consonant. I wanted to be evocative of a number of different senses, so, and I knew we would have a cool logo. All these things we'll come up with when we talk about what the winners are going to talk to their agencies about. But anyway, so I narrowed it down to a small set of names, and I kept coming back to this one. It was just a crazy name. And to Will, who's known me for years, Will was probably like, what the hell? That name is nothing like you. In fact, one of my friends went so far to say, John, as your friend, I have to tell you, do not name your company that. You will never be taken seriously. People are going to laugh you off of, out of every room. And I said, yeah, I get it. I'm willing to take that risk. Let me ask you this. Will they remember it? And he's like, yeah, they'll remember how stupid it is, but the fact of the matter is that is a name that is memorable. And so, in this case, everybody I feel has a great wasabi experience. You probably remember the first time you had wasabi. And then, I distill it down to saying Wasabi Rabbit is really about being hot and fast. And those are operative words in our industry. So anyway, that's a long story of how we got there.
Well, I want to talk to you more about, I want to hear from you about what these entrepreneurs should seek from an agency. One of our sponsors, Justin, touched on that as well as giving them some in-kind time. So I think if you were going in and using that, where do we go? But to transition to that, you mentioned Nichols, and unlike the Mustin family, Nichols comes from a line of servant leaders, and they've found a different way to do that. And can you talk a little bit about Wes Blackwell's business partner, Brad Harrison of Scout? They've both been really supportive of this and put the time in. And Brad's asking, what was it about your experience in the military that you're able to use and apply today? And, I think we agreed that there's most veterans, when they transition, are thinking, wow, I don't know what I want to do next, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be as meaningful as what I just did. What have you been able to pull through and forward that's part of the fabric of who you are?
Yeah, great questions. And hey, Brad, how's it going? Saw you there. And Wes, thanks for rocking the Navy hat. Good to have a friendly face in the crowd here too. So a couple of things as takeaway from military experience. One has just been as a leader of people, from the first day I walked aboard, the first ship as a division officer, you know, I realized through necessity how to prioritize. I mean, it really comes down to prioritization every single day. And it's not just about prioritizing the use of your time, but it's about keeping your teams efficient and ensuring that you are removing roadblocks to allow them to perform. You know, I've always found that if you can create a shared vision to let them know what they need to do and then get out of their way, they'll let you do it. You know, I think there are a million stories about surface warfare officers that have the words micromanagement in them. I will be the first to tell you that those guys rarely advance beyond field grade officers, because at some point things can't scale if you're the critical choke point. So as a leader, you got to make sure that you get out of the way. You know, have frequent touch points, make sure that you're providing directional guidance, but don't provide a lot of specifics. You know, famous story in the Navy is always, hey, you got to get a flagpole raised in front of a building. So what do you do as an ensign? Well, you know, the first thing most folks will say is you build out a project plan and a Gantt chart, and you start assigning people and work plans and everything. And the answer is always no. You walk in as an ensign and you say to your Master Chief, raise that flagpole. You know, and so that kind of lesson has been equally applicable in the civilian world as it is in the military. So that's been a key thing is, if you're going to be an executive, if you're going to be a leader, then lead. You know, you're not going to walk out of business school and be the domain expert if you're getting into finance or if you're getting into product development. It doesn't mean that you can't add value. You will provide value because you're going to make the teams better. So fall back on your strengths and do what you do. I mean, you've learned at the great expense of the government to figure out how to lead, you know, both as a junior officer and as a mid-grade officer. So do that. And every one of those lessons will be appreciated by your C-suite team, whether that's you or others in your company too. Okay, that was one. I spent a lot of time, Totes, investing in culture. Really important to me at Wasabi was always to make sure that we put enough time into the kind of benefits and the camaraderie that you all took for granted at your unit level, and that you're going to find is really tough to maintain in corporate America. So that has always been a personal challenge and a motivator to me, is to make sure that people wake up like I do, psyched to come to work every day. And it means that you got to find time to do some things that may come across as mandatory fun. You know, I always say it's not mandatory, but it's available. But you'd be amazed at the benefit, whether it's a small team, a department, a division, or whatever it may be in your company. But, you know, taking people to a ball game or doing drinks once a week or once a month, or getting people outside of the corporate environment to let their proverbial hair down and have a little fun and get to know each other. You know, that's the key thing, is know your people and then create this environment that is both fun and rewarding and professionally validating. So, yeah, I mean, that's it. And then I'll pause. I do want to talk about what to talk to the agents about, but anything else on those thoughts?
No, that's perfect, John. What if you going into that agency meeting, to use that time well as an entrepreneur,
yeah.
What's the pre-work for them?
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So if you haven't dealt with an agency before, important to know what you can get from them and what you ought to not waste your time on. Okay, so first thing, again, if you're in a product company, that's different than being in a services company. So if you're going into management consulting, or if you're going to go into a professional services company like I'm in, you know, words matter, and words are amazingly evocative. So if you haven't thought of what the name is for your company, you could ask them to pursue an assignment. That's Henry. But anyway, good for you to ask a key question about brand identity and all the associated elements there. So what's the name of the company? You know, recommended names. You could give them a number of different things, like this is the category I'm gonna perform in, and this is what you know. These are if you do the analysis of who your competitors are, you'll notice that there are trends or there are consistencies about how those names are used. But ask about what is distinct, what is memorable. How can you make your visual identity unique and interesting? You know, what's the vibe you're trying to communicate? Is your company going to be professional? Is it going to be playful? Is it all strategic? You know, is it whimsical? You know, do you want to be more like the Goldman Sachs of the world, or do you want to be more like the Google of the world? Okay, and then you want to translate that into every touch point. So you're going to have a website. You've got business cards. You've got stationery. You've got Keynote or PowerPoint decks. All those things are ways for you to help communicate the value of this brand of yours. So they can help you with those things. And then the last thing is, tell them to ensure that any recommendation they give you has been searched through the USPTO site so that you don't get into a conflict with registrations or brand marks or things that have been used before. Okay, I'll pause there because that was a big blast, but I think we got about a minute or two left. So back to you, Toast.
Yeah, John, just any final thoughts as you're thinking about what you're balancing? Rice is right there with Babson every year for what they can take from the classroom and apply as entrepreneurs. What would you suggest to these folks that are transitioning and thinking about taking capital? I know, could you tell them a little bit about what you did and what went into deciding on whether you take money or not?
Yes, absolutely. So great tee up again. Hey, I see Sean Olds there, who's gone through all this in the last couple of years too. So one of the big decisions you're going to make right off the bat is how are you going to fund this entity if you're going to start it from scratch? So, I self-funded. What that meant was I maintained control, so I didn't have to worry about liquidation later. But for those of you who are going to take on funding, obviously, you likely will start with a friends and family round, likely then to some kind of angel round, seed round, and then maybe into Series A, depending on how much. Understanding that there are pros and cons with all of those, and particularly who's providing those funds too. So I think in a prior session, you talked specifically about not just grants and SBIR loans, but also venture capital and what that means if you bring VCs on. I mean, frankly, for Wes and Brad, if you talk to Scout would say, hey, look, we're early stage venture. So we want to invest in people and teams who are in specific sectors that do interesting things for us. And we will be the reagent that helps accelerate the growth of the company. So in my case, again, self-funding, but it was a professional services company. So I wanted to quickly get to the point where revenue was sustaining additional hires because I didn't need a lot of infrastructure. I wasn't buying assembly lines. I wasn't buying PPE. I just needed kind of an office space and talented people. So I really, and this comes into a discussion you'll have with your own salary. On one hand, you'll have folks who will tell you as you prepare your company, either for acquisition or for sale later, that if you as a CEO are taking an under market salary, that's got to be plussed up again when you finally determine your multiples for your own valuation, because they'll say, hey, when you leave, I got to pay somebody else kind of market rates for a CEO. So, my estate planners had always said, you don't need to take a salary here with the company because you don't need the double taxation of taking it away from the company and then you're paying corporate tax on a C Corp and then you're going to pay it on a W-2. So I minimized my salary so that I could put it into more people and make sure that our folks had Cadillac benefits and all very cool tech when necessary. So I wanted my people to have great equipment, but understand what, for me, salary personnel, about 62% of total expense, but that's because it's professional services. If you're running an assembly line or you got a bunch of junior folks, you can probably keep that number much lower. And then each of those decisions about what kind of capital you bring on will have an impact on how you manage that. So that's a whole different conversation, but let me just pause there for a quick check.
No, look, Admiral Mustin, we appreciate your time. We know your op tempo is a little bit higher than most, and not everybody pops like toast like you. So we appreciate the wisdom and what you're doing. In your, I think little monikers, particularly for the Army and Marine guys, the 237 is something we can carry forward. Getting a little bit of personal care time in, making sure that you're getting fed, and then not underinvesting in sleep. So really, truly appreciate your work. And if folks want to find you on the web, where do they go?
Yeah, so, you can send me an email at jmustin@wasabirabbit.com, and you'll see wasabirabbit.com on there. You catch me on LinkedIn, I'm John Mustin. And by virtue of being on this call, you break through the clutter, you're considered the circle of trust, so I'll be sure to respond. So anyway, hey, good luck to you all. And for those of you who are the winners, I'm really proud of you. Congrats. You've got some interesting folks who are on this call, and I would just tell you, I think for Brad, Wes, and Sean, you can stand a little closer to the razor now, even though this COVID stuff, I think, is impacting your personal hygiene. Hey, Foss, see you there too. Great to see so many friends. Thanks for the time, and go get them, guys. Thanks.
Justin, are we ready to pivot to the 2:00 programming?
Anthony, we are, and let's say thank you to Captain Will Randall and Admiral John Mustin. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome
a couple of folks I've known for a long time, and I've considered them. I feel like I'm a bit more of a protege than a mentor to them, but I've helped them think about capital and how you access it. And they, like anything that's worth doing, I don't think we follow a straight path. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce both Sean Olds. There we go. We got an image of him. Javon's in there. Mark's in there. And a couple other friendly faces. JR, who was in season 1 as well. So Sean actually submitted to the Vet Biz Battle, and it took a second screening for him to get pulled through, and then he wound up winning it. And Sean Olds is a West Point grad, fully recovered from his time there. He actually partnered with another West Point grad named France Hong. I've got to know them both over the last decade, and very thoughtful. They give to get. Their net worth is their network in many ways. And I just thought it might be interesting when Justin was talking about who has been through this process in the past, that maybe we can get a quick update from. I'd like to welcome Sean Olds and France Hong.
All right, can you hear me, Anthony?
We got it. You're well bearded up. Looking good there.
Thanks for having us today. And it's funny, I see the photo there. It's been a while because we were under our old name back then. So company started out as a company called Campaign Partners, and as one of many pivots startups will make over time, we ended up changing our name to Boodle, and have been progressing with that. So we're Boodle AI now. Back then, we were very fortunate to not only win, but it brought in investments, namely in the Houston space from the EO Houston group there, which has been a great partner of ours. But it was also great just to get some of the exposure. One of the neat things I look at when I look at 2 years ago, we were invested in as a peer-to-peer platform, doing fundraising for nonprofits. And today, while we still have that capability set, the market told us we needed to provide something different. And we're now providing predictive analytics to nonprofits and focused on the development staff rather than volunteer fundraisers. So it's I hadn't realized in just 2 years how much how far we've come since then. Anthony, you still there? Because you're frozen. There you go.
I am. No, thank you, Sean. And so, Sean, as you think about, give us a little bit of a sense what you did before you went down to Vet Biz Battle, and then what it meant, if anything, to have a group of people you'd never met take a deeper interest in what you're doing.
Sure. So, I mean, I was very fortunate, of course, to start a company. I've been doing startups, as you know, Anthony, since 1998. And one of the biggest keys you can have is in assembling the right team. And the team started off really well, and that my co-founder, who's on the call right now, France Hong, the idea behind this was his. I was also kind of fortunate that he's a great salesman because he was busy running 2 other companies and somehow convinced me to move back from Abu Dhabi to Virginia and run this company after he made the founding investment into it. As time went on, I managed about 6 months ago or 9 months ago to turn tables on him and bring him back into the company. So he's now our chief strategy officer. But we started, France and I really put our mindset into building the right team. One of the big things, early decisions we had to make was on our tech team. Northern Virginia is a very hard area to find good machine learning talent and AI talent. And we had to make a decision, do we want to hire the best tech team in Virginia or the best tech team we could find? And so as it stands now, our business operations, marketing is all based here in DC. But our tech team is actually dispersed across the United States, and I think we're up to 6 different states now. And so previous to the Vet Biz Battle, we'd really been focused on building the product. I showed up at Vet Biz Battle with a very rudimentary version of the product, which people believed in a lot because of the experience that we had working with nonprofits. And then at Vet Biz Battle, one of the, I think the most amazing things for me was just how much I was able to grow my network. And as you said at the outset, Anthony, I mean, France and I had pretty well established networks coming into this, but it was very, very useful to run in and to meet with people that were not in our network, who not only just themselves helped us, but they also made introductions and expanded our network even further.
Now, Sean, that's great. Can you talk a little bit about what's happened since Vet Biz Battle for you, and how you've thought about who you're raising money from and what they're providing in addition to the money?
So, I mean, one of the key things France and I have always been cautious on is who you bring in. And in two regards. One is you don't just want to bring in money. You want to bring in money that's going to add value, strategic money. So money is always good and you're not going to turn it down. But if you can have an investor who's going to open networks for you or provide insights and advice, we're very fortunate. Unfortunate, some people look at our cap table and say it's a little bit too big. But we have over 60% of our investors and over 70% of our capital comes from veterans. But these are veterans who went from being in the military, have gone into the business sector, have gone into law, have gone into the finance world, various other areas, and done very well. And because of their experience set, they've been able to really open up doors for us and open up insights. When you're an entrepreneur, you get very buried in, and sometimes you don't get to see the forest of the trees. And so having an investor who will check in every quarter just to see how their investment is doing and be able to bounce some ideas from becomes absolutely invaluable. And so that's been very important to us. Outside of Scout Capital, who's invested in us, we have stayed away from the venture capital world because we haven't done our A round. We've done 2 safes and a seed equity round, and just found that high net worth individuals and family offices tend to be a better fit for what we're doing. Obviously that changes when you go to an A round, and we're being very strategic right now in who we look at for that round, who's going to be the best fit, not just with our ethos as a company, but also as a business, a B2B SaaS business, who's going to be the right partner to really help us grow the company into that next evolution.
And Sean, how has COVID impacted you? I think you're part of that smaller group, not to spread schadenfreude about how others are suffering, but maybe the manner in which you're leveraging tech, maybe pushing more folks to you faster. Can you talk about that and what you've had to do to prepare for that?
Absolutely. Actually, do you mind, Anthony? I might deflect over to France, because France actually manages all of our customer success. And so he's actually interacting with our customers and could probably provide an anecdote or two. France, do you want to take that?
I would. Could you please repeat the question? I had to step out because of another startup, my 4-month-old child.
No, Anthony was just asking how COVID has impacted us and what we've had to do to evolve as a result of COVID.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, you said this before, Sean. First off, great to be here with everyone. I see some friendly faces out there, and congratulations for all the folks who are participating in Vet Biz Battle and your success and achievements so far. In terms of Boodle and COVID, it's interesting. We didn't set out to build a platform that was going to be successful during a pandemic, but it turns out that the combination of our remote, workforce combined with our business model, which is helping organizations find more of the people they're looking for using predictive analytics powered by AI, turns out to be perfectly suited for today's environment, right? In terms of everyone's going online, everyone's going virtual. People are looking at how to reach out to donors and consumers in ways that don't involve face-to-face contact, and we enable that. So that's been terrific. What has not been, of course, terrific is everyone in terms of potential customers is in kind of they feel like they are in survival mode, and so getting people's attention on technology, if they don't believe it's core to their business at this point, they're more likely to push you off for a quarter or two. And that's both new customers and existing customers. It's caused us to have to sharpen our messaging a bit on sales and marketing to show how we're relevant to today. And that's been good. It's been very successful. We've come up with an offer called Net 180, where we're allowing new customers who are under a certain size to use our platform and not have to make payment for 6 months, which has drawn in a number of users. And for existing customers, we've had to rethink the value we add to their operations and kind of go out and kind of resell ourselves. Like, look, now's exactly the time you should be turning to us. And that's a good lesson learned, I think, for us, I would say any entrepreneur, right? You want to be maniacally obsessed, right, with your customers' problems. Your technology only matters so much as it solves a customer problem, right? And your business is around delighting your customer.
So France, if we could stay with you for a second.
Yeah.
You've been pretty adept at thinking about how you ask for capital and from who. Could you just touch on a bit, give some folks a little bit of history about who your twin brother is in this photo, right? And just give them a little bit on your path on how you got to be Chief Marketing Officer at Boodle.
Yeah, sure. I'll do the very, very short version. So if I had to take one word to describe myself, it's unemployable. I have what is known as professional ADD. So I came over here as a refugee from Vietnam at 18 months old, grew up in a small town. Like many folks on this call, wanted to find ways to give back to this great country. So I attended West Point, where I met Sean, did my 5 years in active duty, then had a first of several career pivots, became a lawyer, couldn't hold down a job as a lawyer. That didn't stop them from eventually hiring me to work as a special assistant to the president and associate White House counsel to Bush 43, where I worked on a number of things, including, ironically enough, pandemic planning. And then after leaving the White House, I rejoined the Army at the age of 35, was commissioned as an Army captain once again and deployed to Afghanistan with 20th Special Forces Group. Came back and then started life as an entrepreneur. Joined both a law firm and an aerospace company, founding teams. The law firm has grown to about 30 lawyers in Northern Virginia. The aerospace company had a great run over the course of 8 years, growing from startup to 325 million in revenue and 1,200 employees on 6 different continents, with one round of outside funding, private equity, a minority stake 4 years in, and then successfully exited that company a couple of years back. Along the way, made the founding investment in Boodle, recruited the founding team, which Sean obviously was the key hire in, and then along the way was serving on a number of nonprofit boards, and then post-exit was teaching innovation, entrepreneurship, data science, and law up at West Point until, as Sean regaled you with, he managed to sneakily suck me back into being an operator again. And so went from being in a company of 1,300 people to 13 people, and doing what I love best, which is working with great people to build a product that I really believe in, that solves a problem that I want to see solved.
Thank you, France. Hey, Sean, back over to you. As you look at the horizon and you think about what you're doing to help get folks engaged during this period, and then turning that spigot back on where they may start paying again, what are you doing to keep your eyes out on the horizon and not just being caught in the urgent, so that you're staying focused on the important?
Anthony, it's a great question. I was on a panel yesterday for a group of nonprofits, and they asked for kind of practical advice, and one of the best pieces of advice I think you can give anybody, and we learn this as military officers, and we kind of take it for granted that it's always going to be there, or just how we act. But a lot of the private sector doesn't, and it's pulling from the Gretzky quote of skate to where the puck is going, not where it's been. And so it's, we as military service members have to think both tactically and strategically. We have to service a 25-meter target, but know the 200-meter target is out there. And so it's been great working with France as a co-founder, our other one of our other chief executives is also another Army officer, and being able to work consistently with a team like that, who is tackling the day-to-day issues, but always focused on how does this action today going to drive what we're going to do in the future, is a very comforting thing when you're engaged in an entrepreneurial startup. That being said, we're engaged, as you mentioned, Anthony, with a lot of organizations. A lot of our clients are not like that. They are very myopically focused on the here and now, and many times making really bad decisions that are going to hurt them in the long term. And so, a lot of what we're doing, as France alluded to, was just trying to walk our clients through, hey, what is this action today going to have in the future? And what does it drive? And definitely playing chess and not playing checkers.
And Sean, stay with that a second. how are you changing comms at all? I know that you all are quite virtual, but what are you doing for your using the military vernacular battle rhythm in terms of making sure that the self-care that Admiral Mustin touched on with this group, you know, the workout time, eating well, getting sleep, how are you reinforcing that with others that may not go reptilian and break the glass and might be crawling more into the fetal position, whether that's employees or customers? What are you doing different?
No, I appreciate the question, Anthony, because this is, I think everybody, even the most established leaders, this is a whole new paradigm and not something we've dealt with before. So our team worked remote. I mentioned at the outset, half my team were remote workers anyways. And then we had a standing rule for even the team in Virginia that you work one day remotely out of the house. It's a big difference though, when you work remotely and when you're on complete lockdown, because the remote worker could go work remotely at Starbucks. They could go for a run during the day. They could go out to a movie and separate themselves from their work environment and what was their break environment. And now even our remote workers don't have that. So there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance. And what we found with some of our team is they're actually just putting more time in, which is not always healthy. And so what we've had to do as leaders, France and I, is really figure out how do we force our team to understand they need to separate work and have a work-life balance, even in COVID. So one of the things we did actually last Friday, first time in 4 years for the company, we did a complete company stand down on a Friday. We told our entire team, you know, some companies have swear jars. We said we were establishing a work jar, and anybody who got caught sending an email, a Slack message, anything, was going to put $10 into the work jar for the next company happy hour. And it was amazingly well received. The number of emails and texts we got of gratitude for doing that, because it told people, hey, it's okay to take a break. We've also just been trying to insert things into the day. So on Wednesdays now, we do 11 a.m. because we have West Coast people. We do what we call hit and laughter. So for 30 minutes, every team member has to come on and do a 30-second hit exercise and then tell a 30-second joke. Sounds corny, but it works because it just gets people kind of a break in their day and realizing that it's okay to think about other things. And I'd say the last thing I've taken on, it definitely adds time to the schedule. But someone, and this wasn't my idea, 2 weeks ago, someone reached out to me. I'm sure like everybody, you get asked to do Zoom calls. Someone actually asked me to have coffee with them, not to do a Zoom call, but to have coffee with them. And we sat down, and the first 10 minutes was like you were meeting someone at a Starbucks. You know, when we were out and about before, when we met at a Starbucks, she spent 5-10 minutes just talking, not about your meeting, but about each other. And then you got into your meeting. And so that's what we did. And so what I've instituted now is every day almost, I'm trying to do a lunch with someone on the team. And I don't talk about work with them. I don't talk about how things are going on the project they're working on. But we bring a sandwich or whatever else, and we sit on Zoom and we talk. And that's been pretty well received so far too. So it's definitely, this has been the first time in a long time where I've really had to think outside of the box as a leader and take on new tactics, if you will, to lead a team. But it's refreshing, and learning from other people is invaluable as well.
Sean, there's a paradigm that some folks feel like they're going to challenge or be challenged about as a veteran. You know, do you want a hand out or a hand up, or how have you found that as you reached out to folks that aren't veterans or maybe even aren't patriots, but are drawn to what you're doing because there's a philanthropic and charitable component of who they are?
Yeah, I would say, and as you know, Anthony, I've been working with nonprofits for 25 years. I've been on board since I graduated from school, and I very rarely meet a charity that truly just wants a handout. They are looking for a way to evolve and grow. And most charities have a mindset of being somewhat entrepreneurial. They start small and they want to grow. They want to build themselves up. And so when they go out and they look for something, they're definitely looking for something that's going to help build the capacity so that they can become sustainable over time. It's one of the big reasons we've started to work with a lot of foundations. You know, foundations are the VCs of the charitable world. They put some capital in to help a charity through a tough time or through an investment in something they want to build out, allowing them to become more sustainable over time and more productive to their constituency.
And then stay with that theme, Sean, though. What about them looking at you and saying, you're a veteran, Sean, are you broken in any way? How direct are they? Or do you think there's overt, they pause and say, hey, you're not a Stanford, MIT, Columbia, Harvard guy. You don't have that. Now you spent a little bit of time at Northwestern, but do you get that pushback at all? I think some of the veterans that are thinking about hanging their shingle have heard rumors about that.
Yeah, I haven't. And I think it's largely just because of the people I interact with. I mean, I think this, there are over 40,000 veteran service organizations, and there are definitely a few of them that raise their money by hanging up the veteran as the poor individual who needs help. As you know, I serve on the board of the Dakota Support Foundation. And one of the reasons I was attracted to them is that was never their goal. Their goal was always to paint the veteran as an individual with a lot of talent who might need a little helping hand to leverage himself into that next position. My classmate Spencer Kimpton for a number of years ran the Mission Continues, which had that same mindset. Let's take veterans out and let's put them in a position where they can really shine and show. And I think if you run into someone thinking that you're broken or you're hobbled, my experience said is most people are conveying that. I think if you go in and articulate, this is what I want to do, this is how I'm going to accomplish it, and this is why I'm going to be able to do it, no one ever gets the chance to look at you as broken. They only see you as someone who's an individual with a mission.
Super. France, maybe back to you for a second.
Yeah.
You gave us the high level overview of your path here. What about when you were wearing your entrepreneurial hat and fundraising? How did you think about making sure that you showed your investors that you were all in? We see a lot of folks that maybe aren't as invested as entrepreneur. What do you share a little about your story, and then anything you do to flush out whether or not an entrepreneur you're thinking about is really committed to the task they're seeking money for?
Yeah, so I'll answer it. So in my last 4 years at MAG, I served as chief strategy officer, and we had private equity back in that point. So we had three different prongs of growth, and one of them was growth by acquisition. So I took over the role of corporate development, and so over the course of 4 years, looked at 500 deals. We did 5 bolt-on acquisitions and got to know the entire M&A process, from deal sourcing to diligence to closing to acquisition and integration. And interestingly, the only funds I raised until Boodle was private equity funds. So Boodle is actually my first time raising angel and soon to be venture capital funding. So I'll talk about it from the perspective of someone who was looking at companies from the outside. Yes, investors of all types will want to know that you're committed to the cause, right? You're passionate about your company. You're asking them to put their money into your vision. If you don't believe in it, then they won't either. And so, do you have skin in the game? What kind of energy have you put into it? What kind of energy have you put into preparing for this? What kind of team have you assembled around you? I will tell you, at the private equity phase, it becomes even more, and hopefully you all have the experience of raising money at that level at some point, but they did background checks on us. They actually sent out teams to do diligence. It's almost like a security clearance because of the check sizes that they were writing. In that case, it was 8 figures. So, at this phase that you guys are at, I think, it's clear that you've got to be committed to what you're doing. This is what you're doing 110%. And that, you have put your resources into making the company successful, right? If you're hedging but you don't want, they're going to hedge as well. So, Anthony, did that answer the question?
It does, France. Could you also touch on, as you're thinking about going through a process and exiting, what were the things that you did to think about what your role might be afterwards?
Oh, as a founder exiting, you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, look, we you create a company. At some day you want to have a liquidity event. You should think about what does that mean for you personally on the way out the door, right? So, if you're selling, it depends on what size company you're selling, but are you a part of the deal, right? If you want to be part of the deal, it's easier to sell the company, but understand you're probably signing up for some kind of lockup, maybe even an earn out, and you're going to be committed to that company. And that can be painful, right? Among the many reasons that we become entrepreneurs is because we want to be, as they say, captains of our fate, masters of our soul. It's great not to have anybody tell us what to do. Being acquired by somebody and having a boss all of a sudden can be a jarring experience for most founders, which is why they don't tend to last long. Companies expect that, actually, when they acquire you. If you want to exit and make a clean exit, then you need to think about that in advance. And again, this is pretty advanced thinking, but I've seen companies where the founders exited cleanly, right, and did not go with the company. Now, what did they do? Before the exit occurred, they put in place systems and process and teams that could be sold that had enough value that they didn't have to go along with it. In other words, they replaced themselves as the CEO. They brought in a management team. They showed a record of success where they were on the board. And so when they sold the company, they weren't full-time committed to the acquiring entity. Now that's way down the road for most of us, but it is something to be thinking about. There are alternatives to selling yourself along your company.
Yeah. And look, France, you're very understated. Humility and hubris are very close to each other in the dictionary, and most entrepreneurs get that wrong. So whether you want to make yourself replaceable or not, I think if you don't begin with the end in mind, you're going to have an experience that's not going to be aligned with what your value set is afterwards. Right. Want to make sure we wrap it up. I know you all delayed a board meeting for this, so we really appreciate that. France, 30 seconds, final comments and things that entrepreneurs should take away, and then Sean, over to you.
Yeah. So my one thought for you all, the formula for entrepreneurship, it's 1% idea, 49% team, 50% execution. So get a good, we all have great ideas. Assemble the right team and then focus on the execution of that idea.
Appreciate you being succinct. Mr. Olds.
No, I would close out with saying my mindset, one of the most important things is the team. And France is absolutely right. How that team executes is going to rely on your success. But as leaders and as people out raising money right now for your companies, I wake up every morning and I go to bed every night worried about, is the team taken care of? Because I know in the past 4 years and in every endeavor I've done before this, the team has always taken care of me and the company. And so keeping that myopic focus on how you're taking care of the team and how they're doing, especially in a time like we're in right now, is going to pay you dividends and pay your investors dividends.
Appreciate it, Sean and France. And Sean, maybe you'll touch base with us again as you continue to follow this trajectory. We're excited that you've been so successful.
No, thank you guys for having us and all the support you've given us over time.
Kelly is going to be a couple of minutes late. Do you want to go ahead and get started, or you need to finish up your call?
Sean, thank you. Justin, back over to you.
Anthony, thank you very much. Sean, France, we really appreciate your time today. Thank you for talking to us as we are moving closer to the announcement of our 5 finalist competitors.
Well, good luck with the rest of the competition, and congratulations to everyone.
Yep. Good luck, everyone.
Hey, Justin, this is Al. That was my 90-year-old dad who's a Korean War veteran who accidentally shared his screen on his person.
Oh, wow. That's awesome, Al. Okay, we're going to move over to John Kotlowski.
Hey, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna switch over to an additional panel. Alex, are you on still?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And then have you gotten the other folks from the breakout room?
Yes.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm going to kick it over to Jody James, and just want to kind of briefly mention, Jody's been helping out BizBattle for many years and has just been a great supporter. Has gotten on countless calls and in-person meetings with myself and Justin, just mentoring us through sort of the process and giving us kind of coaching and guidance where it's been very impactful. So he's going to moderate the panel here with Chris Bentley and Alex Fender. And I just want to kick it over to you, Jody, and welcome to the panel discussion.
Well, thanks, John. Thanks to you and Justin. The VBB's been different this year. It's quite a challenge to move everything virtual. You guys have done a fantastic job so far in kind of a crazy situation. So good job. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us to discuss opportunities in communications in a crisis. Joining us are Alex Fender and Chris Bentley of Bellatorum Resources. Alex is the founder of Funnel Science. He's a retired Marine. He's a former competitor and winner of the Veterans Business Battle, and he's an appointee to the SBA Advisory Committee on Veteran Business Affairs. Funnel Science is a consulting company that provides a variety of services revolving around artificial intelligence and predictive analytics. Chris is also a retired Marine. He's been a sponsor of the Vet Biz Battle for a couple of years now, and he was recently recognized as a Heart Energy 40 Under 40 honoree. Bellatorum Resources buys, sells, and brokers mineral rights. They oversee nearly $30 million in assets in a business they founded just 4 years ago. Chris also runs the Bellatorum Foundation, which is a nonprofit that helps veterans find meaningful careers after they leave the service. I'd like to kind of make this a conversational, almost roundtable-ish kind of thing. So to you, those of you in the audience, if you can either raise hands or send questions in by chat, that'd be fantastic. But for starters, we'll ask Chris to start, and without limiting yourself to the COVID-19 crisis, can you describe any crisis situations that you or your clients have faced? We can dive into your reactions or solutions a little bit later, but if you can start us with a description of the situation and the impact it was having on you or your customer, that'd kind of kick us off here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think, this crisis, the COVID-19 is, if any of y'all are like me, I'm tired of hearing about it, and it's a crisis for all of us for sure. So I haven't been through anything else that compares to this level of crisis, but I will say, for an entrepreneurial bootstrapped company, financial crisis is always around the corner. I know we talked about the SBA a lot, but it's not easy to get funding from the SBA. Let's be clear about that. You have to have 3 years of tax returns and show that you're profitable and do all those things. So, there have been times where we were on the brink of like, hey, I only have, a month left of payroll in the operating account. And what are we going to do? And, that stress can be powerful and motivating. But, I think one of the biggest things, and we've talked about it, a lot of people have talked about it today already, is just the resilience and the ability to, improvise, adapt, and overcome, and the work ethic. And I think that is something that our community brings to the private sector at a higher level. Of course, I'm not saying that civilians are not capable of resilience or hard work. I just think it comes a little bit more naturally for us, and also keeping cool under pressure. If I've had people, actually business partners that were not comfortable with that level of stress and left and went back to the, to get a job where they knew they were going to get paid every 1st and the 15th. So I think just, how we dealt with those situations have happened. We've had deals fall through where we were expecting a huge exit of our portfolio, and, a 1031 exchange buyer, their deal didn't go through, and it affected ours, and we were tied up for a few months. And so there was no revenue coming in during that lockup period. And then the deal fell through. We had to scramble. So I think just the common response is staying calm, keeping the, and staying positive. Dan Crenshaw brought up that, the resilience in his book in the Stockdale concept. I read a book called The Obstacle is the Way, which, it's a very similar concept, but if it were easy, everybody would be doing it, right? And I think that's something that you have to always keep in the, at the front of your mind is not everybody can be an entrepreneur. And if it were easy, everybody would be here, everybody would be doing it, and so when times get tough for me, I mean, that is the biggest thing that, helps me stay calm and stay positive and stay motivated. So does that
That's
answer?
great. How about you, Alex? Any, you can stick with Corona. You can jump outside of the whole Corona deal. Can you think of any really specific crisis type situations you or a customer's been faced with and how it impacted their business?
Yeah, I've got one that's really unique. Most won't face, but it was very devastating, just like this was. One day I woke up to a lawsuit, essentially, that was a involuntary bankruptcy where 3 1099 contractors plotted to put me and my company in bankruptcy court. And overnight, we lost over half of our sales. Well, with COVID, we only lost a third of our sales. The difference was with the bankruptcy filing, we went to court, we won it right away. And the judge dismissed their case and actually gave my company damages and judgments against these 3 parties. But the effect was long lasting. It actually took over 18 months. The real impact was the negative PR. And if you had Googled our company's name, it said we were bankrupt. So people didn't want to do business with us. And what we had to do is we had to pivot and change. And we had to rebrand and change the strategy. And the month 1 and month 2 were real difficult. But if we had stayed on that trajectory and having to fight that PR battle, still run the company, it just wasn't going to work. And so without the change or without the pivot, that was the reaction that was required. That's the same thing that we're doing now. We're working with clients now. Funnel Science lost a third of our business last month, but we pivoted. And in the last week, we've had greater sales than we've ever had before. So sometimes when you're in the fight, the war, the fog is around you. You just need to keep battling through it, but you are going to have to change. You can't keep executing the plan the same way. And I was talking to my team about this earlier. Over the last 45 days, I feel like every other day we've had to adjust and adjust and adjust. But those slight tweaks have made it where we're actually doing really good right now. And so that'd be my advice. It's not going to be easy though. Like Chris was just saying, not everybody can do it. You got to find the way to tweak and change to get through your hardships or what you're facing.
Fantastic. Have either of you, we'll keep going, Alex. If you found any previous kind of crisis situations where you came out of it stronger and actually benefited from having gone through the experience, as opposed to, oh my God, I wish that had never happened. Hey, it sucked for a while, but thank God I went through it because now I'm bigger, better, faster, stronger. You fill in the gap.
And so I'm 38. I've now lived through September 11th. I lived through the 2008 financial crisis. There was and then now this. I as soon as this COVID started erupting, I called all my senior mentors and asked them, people had been in business for a long time. I said, what'd you do to survive? Or have you ever dealt with this? And nobody had any guidance for me. They all said, as entrepreneurs, they didn't know what to do. And so one thing I've learned in life, there's only 2 things that are certain: death and change. And what we really had to focus on, we were in the wrong industries. We lost some restaurants, some travel, we lost some dentists and a few other non-essential healthcare. So we moved away from non-essential healthcare into essential healthcare. What I found that made us stronger in the current time, but also in the times before, is these events cause people and teams to really bond together. You're either going to sink or swim, but for the true leaders, they're going to emerge and you're going to find a stronger team. Like for my team, that everybody at my company took a pay cut, but we got the PPP loan and now salaries are going back up, and you see the morale, you see how everybody's working together. I think that's where in business, sometimes businesses end, but what's going to define you is the relationships you're making right now and how those will carry on for years and years and years.
Excellent. Chris, how about you? Any of your past challenges ended up being a blessing in disguise?
Yeah, I mentioned, I kind of hinted at it earlier, but last year I had 2 business partners, and we pay our employees well. We have all W-2, salaries, benefits, all that, but the partners, we pay ourselves very low. I'm currently at 36K a year is my salary, right? I don't make money until the company makes money, and I think that's the way it should be. And I think a lot of people, especially that came from a corporate background where they making a 6-figure salary and 30 days paid vacation, whatnot. It's hard to make that transition to entrepreneurship. And so the blessing for me is I'm now again 100% owner of my company, where I brought on these partners and gave up equity, and they had to be on that same low pay structure, to be incentivized to get the win on the back end, and they couldn't weather the storms, and so I'm now 100% owner again, and so that's the positive side of it. But just to echo what Alex said, I don't think anybody, I lean on my mentors quite a bit, and we're in an unprecedented time, especially in energy. It's a double whammy, right? It's COVID-19 and geopolitics of energy, which when I was getting my MBA at Rice, I took 2 classes that, and not to suck up to Al Danto, but 2 classes were I took enterprise acquisition with Al, and then geopolitics and energy, and those are helping me tremendously right now. The academics that I and the lessons I picked up in those classes are I'm leaning on them heavily. So
good for you. Well, we keep coming back to Corona and the pandemic. So in the spirit of looking at the current crisis, there's some really obvious issues, of course: limited supplies, decreased revenue, inability to have your employees in the workplace. All of these things are right on the surface. Either one of you, have you identified any kind of hidden or lurking issues that might not be as obvious as those big 3? Something that maybe we want to share to look out for, that might be that kind of a secondary bite at us somewhere coming up?
One thing the Marine Corps teaches us is speed is a weapon. And if you can overwhelm your enemy with speed, or you can dominate the battlefield. I think that's really important right now, making quick and fast decisions. The example that I'll give that deals with the SBA, we were fortunate enough to get the PPP loan. We've already received that funding, and we were on it quick and fast and every day. And we also applied for the EIDL loan, and we've now had to apply 3 different times. And as soon as I get the email, I'm immediately applying again. I'm not waiting on this, and we're calling, and we're also being persistent. And so you can't just sit back and be reactive. One thing in the military is real good about pushing information, but you transition to civilian workplace or in the entrepreneur, you have to pull the information. You have to be quick about this. I'm talking to entrepreneurs, the PPP loan's already out of funding now. And that's what Congressman was saying earlier. So you have got to be quick and fast and know how to be confident. And that's one thing the military really teaches us and gives us, but you have to know to use speed. You cannot delay or you're going to miss out on the funds or the opportunities. And I think a lot of people are just too slow to act. They don't make a fast enough decision.
Got it. How about you, Chris? Anything that's a hidden kind of thing out there?
So look, I'm not gonna, I don't want to get too political, but I think a hidden threat to us all is our herd mentality as a society and how easily we consume information from the mainstream media and then just say, oh my God, and let fear control our collective actions. And so one of my big things on my radar is trying to just keep a pulse on what is society doing, policy wise, and because we willingly gave up some fundamental freedoms and civil liberties just for the sake of not getting sick and potentially dying, and that's wrecked our economy, and so that's something that you always have to be aware of, is because all the contestants here, they have a business plan, right? And everybody has a plan, and I think it's the Mike Tyson saying, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, but well, this is not something, if we give up our rights to go to work and to make money and to execute our plan, then none of us are going to do well, right? And so that's one thing that worries me. But on the, I'm not sure if you were only asking about threats, but I do see a lot of opportunity right now,
That's exactly where I wanted to go next. I feel like people can get slammed by all kinds of issues and impediments to their business or whatever they're trying to do. And you got a choice. You can kind of suck into your shell like a turtle and wait for things to get better, or you can get out there in the middle of it and make sure you're in a better position and maybe start ahead of where you were. So tell us a little bit about any opportunities you might be seeing and how you think you can position yourself to capture those opportunities.
So, being an oil and gas investor, that's our, we buy and sell mineral rights, and it's not a good time to sell them, but it is an extraordinary time to buy. And so we're scrambling. A lot of our competitors are sitting on the sidelines, as you mentioned, just paralyzed. Hey, we want to wait, and unless you're changing your mind about a particular asset class altogether, then that might be prudent, right? Hey, we're going to sit out, we're going to rethink this and maybe not invest in the future. But if you believe in the asset class, which, I do in my particular one, and this can apply to any business, I think now's the time to buy, and you need to do whatever it takes to remain relevant and also pick up discounted assets in this, in the, and I forgot the quote, but it's something along the lines of like more billionaires have been made in during depressions and recessions than out of them, right? And that's because they had some patient capital waiting to take advantage of times like these, and and I think that these peaks and valleys are part of the business, especially in energy, and you got to be able to take advantage of the valleys.
Alex, how about you? I mean, it's what Chris is talking about is clear from an investor standpoint when there's opportunities to buy low here, but can you see any opportunities in your business to kind of go on the offensive here?
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely are. So we made a pivot 2 weeks ago. It's really paid off for us. One of the tools that we used is called Google Trends, and Google Trends can show you how much demand is going on or search demand. Well, everybody's at their house right now, so they're on the internet. So this tool becomes very good predictor of what's happening. There's a lot of opportunities. I was noticing oil and gas companies liquidating inventory on proxy bid yesterday. So I was actually bidding in auctions. I've been buying up a lot of stuff in auctions lately. I noticed American Airlines stock is cut in half. I'm looking at getting my stimulus check in play on American Airlines stock. They're not going to go bankrupt. They can't, because the government has a contract. All military travel is conducted through American Airlines as the primary point of contract, so they can't go out. So I'm looking at buying their stock. It's discounted right now. I'm in a buy mode. And so what I see with online demand is there's a huge shift in demand. It's all online now. There's no brick and mortar demand, or very little. And so I'm also getting discounted rates from providers because a lot of people shut down. Well, I'm on the offensive, and so we're still going. But we have the online sales funnels working, and so people are still buying. They're buying like crazy, but they're not buying the old way. They're buying through email, phone, and online. And if you have those things set up, there's plenty of opportunity there.
Fantastic. Let's talk a little bit. Can you tie in anything about where your military background kind of fits in under this situation? I think it's interesting because all of our competitors today have that in common, that the military training. Just comment on what it's done for you in preparing you for this situation when you're a civilian.
I think that we're perfectly adapted for the government to tell us to hurry up and wait and give us misinformation, and then you go somewhere and then the information's completely wrong, and then you're like, well, okay, I'm ready, I'm used to this, I did this for 8 years, so I'm not really worried about that. And so I think we're perfectly adapted to this, where we can actually bring calm and de-stress our civilian counterparts. So some of these people are really having a hard time with this, with the back and forth misinformation. You don't know, people don't know who to trust. And to some degree, when you serve in the military, you trust your chain of command, but then you also learn to not trust the scuttlebutt information. And there's just so much bad scuttlebutt out there. And so I think that, it's crazy, but things are just like normal. I mean, I don't see the sky burning. When I was in California in 2007, literally the mountainside was burning and the sky was orange and there was ash on my car. And I mean, people were wearing the mask, but I could see the destruction. Now I can't see the destruction. I think that's the hard part. And it's also hard that people don't trust the communication, but we're adapted to this. The Marine Corps is used to the green weenie. And I kind of feel like that's what the government's doing, just like between state government and federal government and municipal government. They do not know what they are doing. It is clear there is dysfunction there.
I think we're right up against the edge of our time. Chris, can you add to that? Your military background.
I'll be short, but just to agree with Alex, we were used to operating in chaos. So I did 6 tours, 3 to Iraq, 3 to Afghanistan. And so, Fallujah in 2004, Afghanistan, et cetera. And so, this to me, I'm not operating from a place of fear. None of my team members are. But one thing I want to bring up, and I want the entire audience to hear, and I think this is important, right? What does the military do so well? It takes people from all walks of life, all over the country, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and they're able to teach them to do things like fix nuclear submarines and fighter jets and weapons and drive trucks or whatever, right? They teach them to do everything. Well, that's because of process and checklist, right? And so I think that's one of the biggest things that, at least for me, running a company and building a company, we are very process oriented. And so we can hire people and train them, and we're not having to hire the most experienced seasoned landman or reservoir engineer or things of that nature, because we can build these things and checklist and process and train our team. So that's been huge for us.
Fantastic. If we have time, we did have a question. Nancy Preston, have you unmuted yourself?
Yes, hi. It was more of a comment. We preparing our food businesses for a while because we saw what was coming. And we advised them to just get yourself financially stable with cash reserves or anything of the sort. And so what I really like about what Chris said is buying things below market. So currently we are buying distressed, we're taking over distressed leases of food businesses. And hopefully we can save the existing food business in it as a Milk Money Kitchen customer. But that's what we're doing now because we're getting them severely below market. But when we are telling our food businesses, anyone who has inventory, especially a packaged food brand or a bars have great amounts of cash that they're just sitting on. And we just tell them to sell it at half price, sell it even at no profit, because at least you can pay your staff. And then just keep flipping the inventory because then you can keep your supply chains going. If we're able to keep our system intact, then during the recovery period, which will come, then we'll already be so far ahead of the game because none of our systems broke. So if people have a way to get a cash reserve or to liquidate so that they can acquire other assets, then I definitely advise on that.
Thank you. That's very sound, I'm sure. I think we're right up to the end of our session, Justin or John.
Yeah, we that takes us right up to the edge. Thanks, Jody, for moderating, and thanks again, Chris and Alex. Really appreciate y'all coming on and giving us some detailed insight.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And thanks again for all y'all's support this year, especially. It's been phenomenal. So I just want to make a broad announcement. I know some people probably are stepping away to take care of kids or get extra coffee or whatever, but we're about to announce our finalists. So if you have a business partner or someone else that you want to make sure is on the line, we'll give it a couple more minutes. We'll say, let's actually just take a quick break. We've got a little bit of time built in. So we'll take 3 or 4 minutes of a break. Just so if people need to, go take care of business. And then we'll make our announcements pretty soon. But if
Can we say 3:05? Does that work?
3:05 is great. Let's do that.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
And if you are a semifinalist, a contestant, just make sure you're on, and we'd appreciate it if you can, be in video mode, just so we know that you're there, and sort of get a good feeling on everyone's attentiveness. And once again, we appreciate everyone's flexibility, especially the ventures. I know we had, technical hangups and, multiple timeline changes. And so it's been really encouraging, the amount of flexibility you guys have given us just to make this thing happen. Really, really pleased with all that. It's been, smooth on our end from what we can tell. Also want to just thank the judges who have persistently come back to us with good feedback, with good mentorship, especially today, getting the results on a different platform in a timely manner. That was very helpful for us, and will continue to be so as we go into the next round of judging. And then once again, just our sponsors this year have been incredible. We really couldn't have done it without y'all. And we just look forward to your support. And, I think I speak for Justin and everyone else on the team when I say that, this thing, I think the real value in it is a major piece of the value is the in-person nature of the event, getting together on a Thursday night, just sort of mingling in an informal setting, the in-person panels, the time, just this sort of dead space that you can meet each other. So, it's unfortunate we can't meet this year, but we'll have to make up for it next year. And I know Joe and Matt are going to do an excellent job, just bringing this together next year in Houston. Justin, do you have anything else to add while we're?
I do. Sorry, I was messing with my mute button. No, I can't say thank you enough to the sponsors, to the student volunteers, to our judge volunteers, to contestants. I think this has been an absolutely phenomenal field of contestants that we've had this year. Absolutely phenomenal grouping of judges. And again, having the sponsorship come back and support us, even though the economy, it kind of got hit out of nowhere. And without that support, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing, and to provide access to the network, to provide access to at least a little bit of non-dilutive capital, and then hopefully provide access to ventures finding a platform to get out and to be able to meet their raises and continue to just live their dream of being entrepreneurs and having their businesses be as successful as they possibly can be. That's what this is all about, is paying it forward and making sure that we all share the network. With that, I'll pass it back to John. John's going to introduce Matt and Joe. Matt Wilson and Joe Williams will be taking Vet Biz Battle next year. So without further ado.
Sure. And just briefly, because I don't think we've explicitly stated it before, but once again, I mean, you know, if you're a venture, a judge or investor, and you want to make, you know, connections back and forth with each other, you know, you're already in this venue, you're already kind of in the VBB club. So we just want to make sure that the offer is stated clearly. Please reach out. You know, even if it's a couple months down the road, you're like, hey, I can't remember what that one judge said, but I loved his advice, or he had a guest speaker, I'd love to kind of connect with him. You know, just let's make sure we're continuing to keep the relationship alive. Justin and I would certainly, you know, love to be that liaison, but Joe and Matt are also going to be great advocates for everyone here. So with that, I just want to briefly introduce, you know, two guys who have really just gone out of their way early on in the year, in their first year of business school at Rice, while they're pursuing, you know, family life and pursuing new jobs and internships, which is a very kind of difficult task. They jumped on board early, and every week, and sometimes several times a week, have been meeting with myself, Justin, Alan, Jody to just improve at Biz Battle. So Joe Williams spent, I think, over 9 years in the Army. He's had a variety of different experiences outside of the Army, and he's really been leading the charge on this. And you may not have interacted with him today, but he has made this thing happen on the digital end, managing, you know, the Zoom session, as well as Matt Wilson, who is also helping out with that Biz Battle next year as a co-chair. Matt is one of the presidents of the Rice Business Veterans Association next year. And Matt was in the Navy after graduating from the Naval Academy. Won't hold it against him. But yeah, he's been great. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Either way, my bad. They all kind of blur together in the Navy. So, and it was Matt's been, you know, just a tremendous help with us on the back end, and we're just grateful to have him. And you guys are in good hands with Joe and Matt next year, as part of, you know, continuing, you know, being in touch with this network. So with that being said, we're past 3:05. We're about to kick it off. So I'll hand it over to Joe, who's going to announce the first two finalists, and then Matt will announce the next three. And they're order agnostic. We're just going to give the top five.
Thanks, John. First, I'd like to echo the comments stated earlier that we have some amazing talent today. And congratulations to all the competitors that came out today. And thanks again to all the sponsors, partners, and judges who participated today. So without further ado, the first two teams, and Matt will follow up with the next three teams. The first two teams to make it to the finalists is going to be first, Giannis and Adam with Almond Finance, and James with Cowboy Cricket. Congratulations. I'll hand it over to Matt for the next three teams at this time.
Thank you, Joe. As everybody else has said, this has been a lot of fun. Just getting to see the pitches and see how everything works. So excited to take it over for next year with Joe. It's going to be a good time. So next, we have Melanie with You, Me, and Mine. We have Michael with Fieldcraft and Daniel with Capsulomics. So congratulations to our 5 finalists. Everyone did a great job today, and it was really cool to see the work that you've all put into your startups. So thank you all.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Quick note. So the order will go Almond Finance, You, Me, Mine, Fieldcraft, Capsulomics, and then Cowboy Cricket for the finalist pitches. And then finalist pitches will begin here in about 10 minutes after you've conducted a audio visual check.
Justin, this is Scott Nelson. Just a question procedurally. Will we be using Unoodle to judge the semifinalists?
Scott, that's correct. You'll be using Unoodle to judge the finalists. You should have received a invitation to what is titled Judge Round 8. It is the finalist judge round. All right. So I have received word that our 5 finalists have completed a audiovisual check and that they should be ready to go for the pitches. We'll begin in 2 minutes. At 3:15, we will start with Ullman Finance, move to Yumi Mine, Fieldcraft, Capsulomics, and then Cowboy Cricket Farms. For all of our ventures, please make sure to pin Joel Woodward to your screen. Joel will be taking time. He'll give you a card marker at 1:30 and 30 seconds remaining for your pitch. And a reminder, these are 7-minute pitches with 7-minute Q&A. Oh, I think I said everything on mute. My apologies. I'd just like to say that this year has been absolutely phenomenal, that we have had an incredibly tight field between our all of our competitors, and choosing the top 5 was on a very, very thin margin. That being said, Adam with Ullman Finance is our first finalist to pitch. Adam, it's your show.
Thanks. Hey, all, really appreciate the opportunity. So most of us have been introduced already, but in the event somebody new is on the line, again, my name's Adam, the founder of Ullman Finance. It's a mobile commerce app that enables communities in developing countries to grow revenue. Also on the line is Eunice, our CTO, who can assist with Q&A. So I'll give you a quick recap of the problem and solution, and then take some time to dive a little bit deeper into Ullman's competitive advantage, structure for the summer pilot, and a bit of our long-term vision. So as you might recall, this is me, Moonshot, and the school we built together in Myanmar a couple of years ago. It was during this time I realized that Moonshot, like most of the people trying to grow their businesses in developing countries, needed access to financial services. But unfortunately, only 20% of the entire population even has access to a bank, even though 95% of those same people have mobile phones. So Ullman emerged as a way to leverage telecommunications, existing smartphones, and internet access to bring financial services to those who need them most, effectively combining micro-lending, digital payments, and connections to new markets into one app, extending the functionality of Venmo, Yelp, Apple Pay, and microloans to underserved communities, enabling all stakeholders, users, vendors, service providers, and Ullman to benefit from a much larger pie. Again, all this really requires is the presence of digital payment firms and lending agencies, which already exist in most developing countries, and from which Ullman receives transaction fees, integrating and streamlining their services within a single platform, accelerating commerce. So let's dive a little bit deeper, starting with the competition. There are clearly advantages Ullman has over the various firms that provide some of the services independently and in a more limited capacity. But I think it's also important to recognize that we're really not in direct competition with them or unnecessarily rebuilding their infrastructure. In fact, some of our competitors are our partners. We've signed agreements to partner with MyJet, a digital payment platform, and Hayman Capital, a lending institution, for this summer. Also in the chute are 2 additional firms that are looking to partner with us in the 4th quarter of this year. With respect to this summer, here's another look at our share of market and our pilot location, the Bagot region. So how did we decide on Bagot? Well, basically both of our partners, MyJet and Hayman Capital, have robust coverage in the area, which gives us a solid starting point for really testing our platform and getting feedback from experts in the area who have a direct incentive to help us succeed. Additionally, our community partner, the Myanmar Entrepreneurs Association, a national organization, has strong local networks to help us with the new user onboarding and getting real-time feedback. So we selected 2 locations with the highest concentration of support from all partners to ensure we're setting ourselves up for success. Now, there are 4 main objectives for the summer pilot. The first is testing our core functionality, so dispersing financing, digital purchases, and the creation of this online marketplace. The second involves our KPIs, measuring our success rate and prospects of scaling. The third is really about maximizing real-time feedback to inform ongoing application improvement and ensure our services are really matching the needs of our end users, of course, with the help of our partner ground teams. And the fourth is about really setting the conditions to reach escape velocity and achieve that national coverage. And the mechanics of this growth strategy are looking pretty good already, with those additional powerhouse kind of payment and lending partners coming on in the 4th quarter, with the continuing support, of course, of our national entrepreneurship partner. As we scale quickly in Myanmar, we'll continue moving through our regional growth strategy to start reaching those other 400 million people across Southeast Asia in need of the same services. And then beyond 2025, starting to look at approaching those 2 billion people globally. So Myanmar is definitely the best starting point. Beyond our local connections, it's the fastest growing economy in Asia. It has a huge asymmetry between banking and telecom, and has very few fintech companies operating in the space. But there are some countries that are moving into the same direction. More specifically, these are the markets that we're looking at that are becoming quite attractive, specifically those most in need of our service and which can take advantage of it. So each representing pretty significant TAMs, as you can see. So huge potential for growth here. And what's really going to enable us to do this, and which will rapidly become our core driver, is our ability to aggregate a wide range of valuable data to rapidly inform and automate digital lending processes. This includes the management of telecommunications data, self-reported economics of borrowers and vendors on the platform, geographically specific demographics, as well as the marketplace activity trends and patterns directly made possible by Almond. By being the only firm that can really access and combine these layers, Almond is able to assess and reduce risk for lending institutions, increasing the number of approved loans and therefore revenue, which will result in greater capital on digital platforms, which then increases revenue for those partners. And of course, the end users, the people who could never get financial services before, now by providing some of their information, coupled with market, telecom, and demographic data, can be approved for loans at lower interest rates, thanks to the reduced risk and greater transparency. So pretty cool. Additionally, as we accumulate more data and automate decision-making processes, the need for local agents is reduced, meaning we can leverage capital from larger regional and international non-banking financial institutions, enabling us to disperse essential capital to anybody with a mobile phone anywhere. So getting directly to that point about how we can change the game for even large incumbents like Kiva. So it's that combination of our ability to leverage rapidly expanding telecommunications and ultimately any funding source, the data and machine learning mechanisms integrated into the Almond platform, and our algorithms to facilitate rapid auto lending to large numbers of people that allow us to achieve our ultimate vision of providing financial services to those who need them most. So we've got a pretty grand vision, and the potential for Almond to achieve both profitability and impact is equally grand. But I find it's always helpful to bring it back to the actual users, in this case, Moonshot, who believes in getting the best education for his kids who mean the world to him, which he can do with a little extra income from his land, provided he can grow more corn with a tractor for which he needs financial services. And in the absence of banks, he can use Almond. And with a little bit of creativity, we can do the same for others, not just in Myanmar, but around the world, others just like Moonshot. So thank you all again for your help in realizing our mission to use accessible mobile technology to achieve financial inclusion, break the cycle of poverty, and grow revenue for communities in developing countries. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Adam, thank you very much. We appreciate. We'll move to questions at this time.
Yes, Jody, you can go on with your question.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm unmuted. Adam, congratulations on being the first finalist.
Thanks, Jody.
I'll start off right away. I'm not a finance guy. It's clear that you've got your finger on the pulse of this whole thing, but I'm struggling to follow along on some of the nuances.
Sure.
One thing that I could use a little more, maybe a dumbed down version of, you described why Almond is the only firm that can connect certain resources. And it was in how you leverage I think it was in how you leverage the communications with lending institutions. What I didn't really get is why Almond is the only one that can do that. I'm sure you said it, but give it to me in a third grade version, if you would.
Yeah, no problem. And I completely understand. My background is in finance anyway. That's why I had to go to a school and find a bunch of people who knew finance to put on my team. But yeah, basically it's largely a function of the connections and ecosystems that have been able to establish across a bunch of businesses and enablers, both you know, on the corporate side as well as at the government and ministerial level that can facilitate commerce and help make this happen. The current players sort of in the field, the digital payment firms and the lending agencies, don't have the business model to be able to do something like this. So a single digital payment firm can be brought into our system. As a matter of fact, we can bring in multiple digital payment firms, but they can't necessarily themselves connect to other digital payment firms. And a lending agency isn't really designed to partner with other lending institutions or with a wide range of digital payment firms. So by having the ecosystem in the platform to bring them together and then really adding these additional kind of value points about being able to map out these systems and better facilitate the lending process through these local digital payment agents is what gives us that leg up. And so a big part of this is a first mover advantage.
So it's more of a head start than a proprietary. It's not you're the only one that can, you're the only one that's ready and is positioned to do so.
Yeah.
Now,
So we're at speed.
Great. Hey, real quick follow up. When you talked about you'll get paid through small transaction fees, is that typically going to come from the lender, or is it going to be Moonshot that pays that?
Yeah. So here's the beauty of it. It doesn't come from the end user. So basically for a lending institution, we're facilitating a new loan for them through their platform. So we'll take a few percent, and that cuts out of the total percent interest that they would charge to the end user. With respect to the digital transaction, yeah, you don't want that to go to the end user. And that's one of the reasons it's hard to onboard people to digital platforms. And one of the biggest obstacles our partners have. But with this, we're providing an incentive for a vendor to provide that discount to the buyer, because the vendor now shows up on this map and gets this new visibility like advertising that will draw more commerce. That's kind of the transparency piece. So our research suggests that they will give enough of a discount to the buyers to utilize the platform. Please go cash into this digital payment platform and pay me that way. So really, everybody really does benefit. The vendor now gets something in return for this digital transaction beyond convenience. The buyer is getting reduced rate. The lending agencies are expanding their bubble to a whole new segment of the market, the other 80% of the population. And digital payment firms finally have a way to onboard people onto this platform who originally didn't have an incentive to get on it to begin with.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thanks, Jody. George, you're up next.
Yes, and I'm sorry I got distracted in the middle of this if you already covered it, but do you have any current revenues or any current subscribers to the system?
What we have are pre-identified borrowers that are going to be receiving loans from our partners through our platform. We're not generating revenue as of yet. Our digital payment platform partner actually already offered to pay us per transaction. We have said that we're going to do this basically for free during the first few months to get that initial traction, get real feedback, and get their incentive to utilize it. And then we'll start, receiving that revenue. But during this pilot phase, that's kind of the deal we're making to move faster. And as I kind of discussed with Jody, like really getting that traction, getting in a lot of partners first, and getting that spread in terms of where we're operating is the goal, by the way.
So it's kind of, if you build it, they will come. So if you have the sources of funds, then the word will get out with the people and they'll just come to your site.
It's a huge advantage starting with the lending piece, because it's not just please use our platform. It's, hey, you want a loan to buy that tractor or to buy whatever you need to build your business, use our platform. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. Has that pilot program kind of started and you're seeing transactions? They're just not revenue generating yet?
So the pilot begins the end of May. It aligns with the crop cycle in Myanmar. So lending really takes off the beginning of June. So we're setting it up so it's like maximum lending period, maximum commerce period. So we're hitting it when there's like a lot of activity. So we're kind of maximizing returns on time and effort.
And if I may quickly add to that, the loans will go out regardless of us being there or not, right? As Adam said, aligned with the crop cycles that are happening in Myanmar, people will be applying for loans and getting them from the MFIs. And what we are trying to do right now is allowing our partners to provide that option to give the loans on our platform instead of giving it out in cash. And doing it on our platform comes with the benefits we just described. So the users will be incentivized to use our platform, and that's where we hope to get our first customers.
Perfect. Thanks, Eunice.
Thank you. Wendy Fong, you're up next.
Hey there. I wanted to find out what exactly your ask is. I see that on the Noodle page, there's a description of what you're looking for, but we really haven't covered it in your presentation.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was trying to cover new material in this one. But yeah, so with the previous one, I was basically outlining $250,000 ask. It's broken up into execution of the pilot, like putting forth our best effort combined with continuing to improve the platform itself, as well as some of like the marketing and partnership development components that are really required for us to get that national scale quickly. So that'll take us through, we project through next year to our projected basically seed round raise.
What are you offering for the ask?
Well, we've got some terms in mind. I think it'd probably be happy to discuss that offline, of course.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, we're out of time at this time.
Thank you very much, Adam. We appreciate it. Next we have You, Me, Mine from Melanie and Leah.
Okay, trying to share my screen.
Yeah, Adam, if you can unshare, please.
Gotcha.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
You can do it again if you want, Adam.
Would like me to go again? I have more to say. I mean, I'm happy.
You can do mine.
Okay, let's see. I can work through this.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you so much. We're so excited to even have come this far. And so just wanted to say that we're very grateful. So thank you. What we're going to do this time is we're going to go back through our presentation. It'll be very similar to the first one, but I'm going to slow it down quite a bit because I know it's difficult. Not everyone understands the whole landscape of fertility. I didn't either several years ago, honestly. And then we're going to add in a little bit more information too. So with that, get started.
You're good to go.
Okay. Again, my name is Melanie Murphy, and I am the CEO of You, Me, Mine.
And I'm Leah Lowe, COO of You, Me, Mine.
And we connect future parents with egg donors and surrogates. 1 in 7 couples struggle with infertility. That means 50 to 80 million people worldwide. These people are unable to conceive on their own, and you often hear about IVF treatments. But did you know that 1 in 10 IVF cycles includes an egg donor or a surrogate? The process of finding an egg donor or surrogate isn't easy. In fact, it was the most difficult time of my life. Again, when I'm sitting in the doctor's office and it felt like the 100th time, I had spent well over $50,000 already over the years. I was tired, I was overwhelmed, and the doctor comes in and says, okay, you need to find an egg donor. I was devastated. I was handed this huge packet of fertility information, all types of fertility brochures for fertility attorneys, fertility lenders, fertility medications, fertility therapists, you name it. And then most importantly, I had this long list of egg donor agencies that they told me to reach out and contact them to find the egg donor. I felt like it was about 100 or so agencies on the sheet. So when I got home, I registered with every single agency. And then the next morning when I logged in to look at the donors for that day, they had already been taken. In fact, some even had a waiting list. And if I was looking for a surrogate, it would be months or even years. My background is in commercial real estate technology, and I could easily find someone a $5 million building in a matter of minutes, but I could not find an egg donor. I thought, I could find home on Zillow, I could find a car on cars.com, but there was no centralized database that would allow me to search multiple agencies all around the world and look at all of their individual donor lists. And so that's why I created YouMeMine. Now, if I would have had YouMeMine when I was searching, it would have changed my life. I would have had one place that I could go to do all my searches. I could search through multiple agencies and clinics and all their profiles all over the world. I would have been able to search based on my specific criteria. So oftentimes parents will want to search by SAT scores, ACT scores, by age, by past donors, or by their health. For me, we wanted the donor to look like me. And so I looked for egg donors that had blonde hair and green eyes. And everyone's different as far as what their criteria is that they're looking for, but you want to be able to have those options, whatever that person's looking for. It's very personal to them. YouMeMine also allows you to upload a photo, and we have a facial feature matching tool that will instantly pull up the profiles that look just like them, just like the parent. And so from there, they have the option of choosing their favorites. They can compare their favorites. They can print them out. They can share them with their partner or someone else. They can easily keep track of everything, all of their profiles in one place. And then with one click, they're connected to the agency or clinic so that they can move forward with their contracts and paperwork. So it's a very easy, smooth process, all completely online. You don't have to go to the agency to do this in person. So my timeline here, after I put the idea and then I had my MVP, I joined Bunker Labs, the Veterans in Residence program. I brought on Leah Lowe, and now we are on track to launch our new platform to the open market in Q3. So even though we're in beta mode, we are generating revenue, and we are growing members, donors, and surrogates every day. As a matter of fact, our newsletter, we had over 200 signups before I even finished my MVP. We are now the largest global egg donor and surrogate database in the world. We have over 7,000 egg donor and surrogate profiles to search from. We have over 300 parent members, including one who's already had her first child. What puts YouMeMine ahead of the competition is that we're international. There's no one else that's international, and we're already in 5 different countries. Also, our advanced technology. So we have the facial feature matching. We have AI-driven searches. We have API capability. A lot of agencies, believe it or not, are still using spreadsheets. We also have virtual consulting as well as personal consulting over the phone. Everything is all online. Legal assistance, therapy. Also, we're bringing on online fertility lending. So we have all of these capabilities that aren't even available out there anywhere else. And also the data is very important. Being the first to the market, we're able to capture and collect that rare and valuable data that will help now and also in the future. If you were to look and try and find out how many people used surrogates in the last year, 2, 3 years, you wouldn't be able to find it. There's no one tracking this information and this data. Some in the US, but nowhere global. And again, probably the most important part of what we bring to the table is my personal experience. Because I've been there and I understand what people are going through, I can relate to them and I completely understand in a way that other people wouldn't be able to.
Thank you very much, Melanie. We appreciate the pitch, and we'll move
Wait.
to a question and answer time.
Oh, we there yet already? Oh, sorry.
No, you are fine. We have Q&A though.
Okay.
Yes, thanks. The first question will come from Alex.
Great job,
Hi,
Melanie
Alex.
and Leah. Thank you very much. Can you just quickly walk through real quick how you're monetizing? You said you're already making money. So can you tell me how you're monetizing your current subscriptions and where you're at revenue and what your 2020 projection is going to be?
Sure. Leah, do you want to touch on that since I talked right over your slides?
That's okay. So we actually have been working on different pricing models. Right now, what we're finding is traction in the $99 range, as well as for our freemium model. We've just launched that and have really seen a big uptick there. We are on track to onboard. We anticipate over 200 B2C clients and an additional 15 clinics by the end of Q3 for the B2B. So that is really helping this trend that we see, which is the reduction in number of agencies, the increase of fertility clinics bringing the egg donation and the surrogacy in-house. What they're lacking right now is tools to manage that inventory, which is what we already come ready to and prepared to provide.
Thank you. The next question comes from Lamar.
Hi, Lamar.
Oops, forgot to unmute. I had a similar question. I was wanting to know when you'll be profitable and what your revenue looks like for 2020, if you have a projection.
We're already generating revenue. We, from the beginning, even we're in beta mode, but we've been testing different price points to just see what the market is willing to spend. So we have clients that are paying, that are doing free trials. We have clients that are members that are paying $19.99 a month. We have people paying $99 a month. So all across the board. And our consulting services start at $3,000 a month. So it's, again, all over the board. We have quite a few different types of revenue streams. So by 2021, we'll be getting percentages of the loans coming in. We also have a lot of affiliate partnerships too. So a lot of, did I answer your question?
Projection on what your revenue looks like, however you want to do it, but at least if you know when you might be profitable.
We are profitable now.
Oh, you are? Okay, net profitable. Okay.
Are you saying, oh, net profitable? I wouldn't say net profitable, sorry. We are generating revenue now, but net profitable, I would say easily before the end of this year, because we'll be implementing our concierge services and our B2B.
And so we're on track for over $300,000 of revenue by the end of Q3, and we'll be profitable by the end of that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ian has the next question.
Hey, Melanie and Leah, great pitch again. Congrats for getting to the final round. My question is, Melanie, you mentioned that you came from a real estate background and applied some of the principles you learned from the databases that existed for real estate. Can you talk a little bit about the buy-in you got from the new industry that you were moving into, the surrogate industry, and how you got the players involved on that side of it?
That's a good question, and it was actually a very fun process for me. Before I even started my MVP, I had interviewed over 100 different people. So I interviewed donors, surrogates, doctors, agencies, attorneys, lenders. So we had a good grasp of what people are looking for, what the needs were, just to make sure before we even put time and money into this, that there was a need out there. And everyone we talked to said, "You mean there's nothing like this out there?" We're like, "No." And obviously there is a need. We haven't had anyone say anything negative, and everyone's always willing to work with us because everyone needs this.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody has the next question.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, hello again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a wide variety of different incomes you'll get and expenses to your customers, from the subscriptions to the consulting, but it's a needed service, which is fantastic. Do you have a way to offer savings from the other expenses? Is there a net? I understand if the net benefit is that you've guided them through and provided things that weren't available, but are you also providing opportunities for savings on what's a very expensive cost?
Absolutely. So we have the option of choosing an egg donor or surrogate that's independent of agencies. So if they go that route, they're saving $10,000 to $30,000 each time. And so that's just one way, but we're always looking for ways for them to save money. We're also, because we have created this marketplace, there is this competition now. And in our system, we are having agencies and donors and surrogates list their prices out. Because if I were to call an agency today and ask for a price, they might say this donor's $15,000. If you called tomorrow, they could tell you it's 17. So we're actually having them put the prices on there, and we're finding that people are lowering their prices to compete.
Thank you.
And I think the other piece of this is that, we care deeply about making sure parents become parents went on the timeline that fits their life. And we don't want them to give up due to frustration, which is why we've partnered with these wraparound services.
Thank you. Carolyn has the next question.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I appreciate your honesty and your clear heart and soul that you've put into this company. Could you explain to me a little bit about how you're going to manage the various worldwide regulatory parameters that are a necessary evil of the fertility market?
Sure. So we absolutely are keeping a close eye on all the laws and regulations. They change state to state and country to country. But fortunately, they have relaxed a little more. So for example, more same-sex couples are being able to use fertility services, many more than could just 2 years ago. And so we are keeping a close eye on it, but there isn't as much liability for us because we're sort of that middleman as there is for an agency or a doctor. And so, again, going back to Zillow, where, they don't have those same risks that they would have that the realtors would have. And so hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. That helps.
Thank you very much, Melanie and Leah. We appreciate your pitch, and we are going to be moving to Fieldcraft, and I'll be handing over MC to John Kutlowski.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Justin. Yep. So we're going to switch over here. Matt is going to moderate the questions, and I'll just push along the companies. So yeah, next we've got Fieldcraft with Michael Chapman. Michael, can you hear us?
I can. Can you see my screen?
I sure can. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Thank you. Hi, I'm Michael Chapman, CEO of Fieldcraft. Before our team built Fieldcraft, we set out to create a paleo food brand. I come from a farming community in the Central Valley of California, and I served as a special operations officer. We wanted our product to be healthy, and sourcing was important for us. We not only met with the farms and processors that be supplying our inputs, we met with the growers who were supplying theirs. And what we found were fragmented markets and suppliers with limited marketing options. And these suppliers had to maximize their impact with few resources. like special operations. So with my co-founder and her background in data and tech, we chose a greater mission. And Fieldcraft is an ingredient marketplace that solves one big problem in food production: access. Now, on one end are expensive and exclusive trade shows that feature less than 1% of all buyers and suppliers. At first, Fieldcraft was a trade show for people who don't do trade shows. Now, with the challenges of COVID-19, we're the trade show for people who can't do trade shows. And on the other end are inefficient and incomplete online searches. In fact, 54% of the suppliers on Fieldcraft have low or no online presence outside of Fieldcraft. In the middle are middlemen who take up to 15% commissions, which adds cost to both buyers and suppliers. But platforms always beat phone books. And Fieldcraft is democratizing market access. And we start by connecting the value chain. Each of these suppliers can sell directly and with real transparency to end users. And that's what makes our marketplace so unique. Everyone is a buyer. In just over a year, 1,200 companies have joined Fieldcraft. I'm sorry, and that's our advantage over what's in the marketplace right now. Not just highly refined ingredients like Node at the top, or large unprocessed commodities like Indigo Ag at the bottom. Fieldcraft is the first marketplace connecting the entire value-added supply chain. In just over a year, 1,200 companies have joined Fieldcraft, including emerging brands to 5 of the 25 largest food companies in the world, like Pepsi and Nestle, as well as retail chains like Whole Foods and, as of 2 weeks ago, H-E-B. Suppliers have posted over 16,000 ingredients, and these suppliers range from a 10-acre orchard to a 40,000-acre operation, and from local processors to global manufacturers. Our marketplace is revenue generating. We did all this with 2 full-time employees using paid search, direct sales, and SEO. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. After September 11th, I led special operations teams in the CIA and later served in the White House Situation Room. I was a corporate advisor before launching Fieldcraft with Christy, and I'm currently a veteran in residence powered by Bunker Labs. Christy is co-founder and CTO. She spent over a decade developing technology and data solutions for small to Fortune 100 companies. We're backed by SOSV, and we're currently in FoodX, the top food tech accelerator in the world, and we're leveraging their network of mentors and advisors. Fieldcraft is modernizing the sourcing experience. Suppliers get a virtual storefront and ingredient portfolio, and a more efficient and cost-effective means to market their ingredients. Now, buyers use Fieldcraft for 4 primary reasons: new product innovation, quality, better price, and to mitigate supply chain risk. Our search engine is built for this industry, and it works like a matchmaker, enabling buyers to find the right product and partner in minutes, not months. And this is especially important in food production, where over 60% of all ingredients are imported and exported. Our revenue model reflects this fact. Suppliers pay for their domestic region and any export region they choose. So Sarah is a chickpea processor in Montana who sells to buyers in North America. She also wants to export to buyers in Western Europe. So she pays an additional $720, and Johan finds her and starts sourcing to make a chickpea protein. Johan also wants to sell his protein. So he pays $240 for Western Europe and pays another $720 to market that protein in the US, where he sells to Anne, the CEO of a nutrition startup. Now, this only involves 2 countries, and this ingredient started from 1 crop. There are over 6,000 unique crops on Fieldcraft. Uber needs a local network, Facebook a national one. The value of Fieldcraft's network grows with each new country. Our marketplace is where local inventory meets global demand. And the market opportunity for supplier memberships is $47 billion at 30% share. This is how your food is produced around the world. Now, out of that $47 billion, $40 billion is export and $7 billion is domestic. So we are nailing and scaling it now in North America. And the same buyers and suppliers we're acquiring will be buyers of and suppliers to Western Europe. In other words, current customers are potential customers for every export region. Plus, we already have a wait list of more than 200 companies outside of North America. We're raising a $1 million seed round to continue to grow through key hires and expanding our digital marketing in particular. We'll expand to Western Europe, which will be our second of 10 total regions across the globe. And we'll grow to 4,000 suppliers in North America and Western Europe in 15 months. Now more than ever, food production needs a better way. Fieldcraft is the future of sourcing, and we're empowering the future of food. Thanks.
All right, so we'll go ahead and start fielding some questions. We'll go ahead and start with Scott.
Assuming that's Scott Nelson. Thank you very much. That was, it was either I understood better or you communicated clear this time, but so thank you. So a question about IP and how you're able to moat your solution here. Can you tell us a little bit about that? What's to keep an ADM from stepping in and just building this in-house in a month? And then secondarily, what are your exit plans? What help us imagine who would be the acquirers? Thank you.
On the first part, I'd say who's to stop ADM or Cargill from creating something in-house? Network effects. They have their own suppliers, mostly growers, that they use, and they would never be able to create the same kind of network effects that small brands would be looking for, or that large brands would be looking for. So they're narrowed in on kind of this large commodities. That would probably be more in the wheelhouse of an Indigo Ag, which focuses on corn, soybeans, wheat, sorghum, kind of the big crops. We have things that are dried vegetable powders, fruit powders, nut flours, all the way down to herbs and spices. So they would never be able to have an independent platform that would generate these network effects. In terms of exit, Indigo Ag would be a potential one because they are to promote this marketplace when in reality it's not a transparent one, it's opaque. And so because they're focused on these large commodities only, we're like the alternative to commodity. And there are more people in the alternative to commodity as well. And so this would be a good probably diversification part, to diversify their portfolio if they wanted to acquire us. And I think they're valued now at over $2 billion. They have over $600 million in funding right now.
Thank you very much, Michael. That for a non-foodie, that's very helpful. Thanks.
All right, next we're going to kick it over to Mark Martin.
Yeah, hi, Michael. Thank you. That's an awesome presentation. I got a question about traceability, because in the food industry, you've got to be able to trace it from its source where it grew all the way to where it's packaged and what shelf it's on. How do you ensure that the people that are selling and selling to others that are processing and then they're selling it to the food manufacturers, how do you filter and how do you factor and how do you trace the food products?
That's a great question. Sometimes when we say a marketplace, some people think of e-commerce, and this is food and beverage production and production agriculture. And so, it's not e-commerce. And to your point, sometimes we say, this is like a matchmaking, like a dating app. What's everything you'd want to know about someone, a potential partner, before you ever went out to a restaurant or went out to your first date, right? And so we are looking at further verification. Right now we vet all buyers and suppliers are legal businesses and they have the proper licenses. There are additional levels of verification at the product level as well as the supplier level. We're also looking at logistics and blockchain applications. But right now, in North America, we need to get to Western Europe so that these are two kind of easier places to verify these buyers and suppliers. They have public databases that are available. But in order to follow the flow of an ingredient from a farm all the way through 3 or 4 handlers and processors, we're not there yet. With 16,000 ingredients, we're missing probably about 45% of the searches, and so we need to grow this marketplace to over 50,000 ingredients before we can start connecting all of these different links. And from that, we build on top of that and build enhancements so we know who is connected to whom and where that next ingredient is coming from. So I can give you a quick example. We had a flour miller come on, and he was selling just wheat flour, rice, some small grains. And then a specialty rice farmer came on, and so he decided to source from him to kind of diversify and differentiate his products. And so he worked with him. We knew that they were together working with him. And then he turned around and posted the rice flour on Fieldcraft, after he had made that connection and already milled the flour. And so it's something like that we see. Suppliers are buyers, and they end up posting those same ingredients on there. So with that, we kind of draw these links and make those connections.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to take up too much time, but you mentioned blockchain. I know there's a lot of research behind traceability and using blockchain. Is that something you're going to incorporate in the future? As well as, will you offer any type of traceability certification?
Yes, these are things we're exploring in the future. Verification would probably be first. Logistics is something that we consider next, as well. As the marketplace continues to grow and as network effects start taking place, and then lastly, blockchain. We consider integrating with blockchain.
All right, thank you.
Next we have Wes. The floor is yours.
Hey, thanks. Hey, Michael. Really nice presentation. It's great to see another Wahoo doing good things. I was curious about what the process is for, as far as implementation goes for suppliers. How difficult is it for a supplier to get on here? And then second, the $1 million seed round, what's the economics of it, and have you found a lead?
Yeah, so getting on is not that difficult for buyers, especially. All they have to do is search, and you saw the search page. For suppliers, we do like to white glove onboard them. They'll sign up and they'll start posting their ingredients, but we'll in the back end try to develop their profile and help them post their ingredients. So let's say a hazelnut supplier. He could have individual varieties that he's trying to market, and so each separate ingredient would have to be posted, or just hazelnut flour, hazelnut butter, hazelnut paste, all of that. So my co-founder Christy does the onboarding with most of that. And I'm sorry, what's your next question after that?
Economics. You said $1 million raise. Do you have a is it a convertible note, equity round? Do you have a lead? Is anyone, have you raised any of it?
Right. With that 1 million round, we're expecting to hit an ARR of 2 million, so basically 2x by the end of 2021. And we're taking those 4,000 suppliers, and the assumptions that we're using is that 1/3 want to export to Western Europe. Now right now, we have 2/3 that are exporters, and so
Thanks,
that number.
We'll have to cut you off there. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, next we've got Capsulomics. Daniel Lunds, are you on the call still?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sounds good. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
I sure am, yeah.
All right. Second. Apologize, it's not playing nice. Let's see.
And just a reminder to go ahead and pin Joel Woodward's his screen, just so you can have a time countdown.
Okay. All right, and you can see my screen now?
I can, yep.
All right. Again, thank you for having me today. My name is Daniel Lund, CEO and co-founder of Capsulomics, an early cancer detection company. Again, the company was founded by myself and my co-founder, Dr. Stephen Meltzer, a leading researcher and physician in the area of GI and cancers at Johns Hopkins University. I'm a 7-year Marine Corps vet and have an MBA from Johns Hopkins. 1 in 3 people in the United States will develop cancer in their lifetime. Sadly, over half of these patients won't find out until the cancer has spread and treatment options are limited. Now, there is some hope, and I want to show you a quick case study. There's a company called Exact Sciences that makes the only early detection test for cancers on the market today, called Cologuard. Now, since coming to market 5 years ago, they've been able to detect 10,000 early cancers and 70,000 precancers for colorectal cancer. And just last year alone, they did over 800 million in revenue. So Capsulomics is on a mission to detect upper GI cancers early, while they can be effectively treated and often cured. Again, we're starting off with esophageal cancer, which is one of the 4 most lethal cancers in the United States when you look at 5-year survival, just behind pancreatic, liver, and lung cancer. Now, if we can find it early, especially during that precancerous stage, that survival increases 5-fold to 96%. But sadly, less than 8% of these are identified today. This is because the current method, upper endoscopy, is not a screening tool. It's used rather reactively once the patient already is showing symptoms such as difficulty swallowing. So we've developed genomic DNA methylation biomarker tests to both detect precancers of esophageal cancers, 2 types of esophageal cancer, and to also predict which precancers will progress into cancer. We do this using a commodity, off-patent, FDA-approved capsule on a string that's swallowed by the patient, sits in the stomach for 3 minutes, reveals a small 2-centimeter sponge. It's pulled right back out by the medical technician or laboratory technician and sent into our CLIA lab in Baltimore, Maryland, where we're able to do DNA analysis and return results to the physician. Now, these results can be used to guide treatment options, whether to send that patient on for more advanced tests such as endoscopy, or if low risk, to avoid unnecessary biopsies and pain to that patient. It also is able to predict which precancers are likely to advance into esophageal cancer. Currently, there's 450,000 people in the United States identified with the precancers. So we're currently pressing forward towards market, going through several clinical validity and clinical utility, that's outcomes data, trials. This is funded through $7 million worth of grants, both to ourselves, our collaborator at Johns Hopkins, and Allegheny Health Network. And thus far, we've received wonderful results. When you look at our competitors that are also working towards getting to market, we produce similar results in sensitivity and specificity of the precancers, but we're the only company and only research group that's been able to develop an early detection test for esophageal squamous cell carcinoma, which accounts for 450,000 deaths worldwide. And we're the only group whose test can also predict the precancerous cases that are likely to advance towards cancer. And because we use a simple PCR-based test, we're able to offer our test for $450, closer to the price point of Cologuard, the example I showed you earlier, as opposed to the $2,800 price point that our competitors aiming at. Again, our market opportunity in the United States is $8.7 billion. This is based on the at-risk community defined by medical recommendations for high-risk screening. And we're looking to partner with channel partners with already established sales forces in the GI space and primary care space to quickly, expediently get to market. We're also now partnered and working with Medicare experts to help ensure that we have the proper data needed to receive Medicare reimbursement. So we're raising a seed fund currently, and this is to further drive our clinical validation studies, to build our infrastructure, and to further develop partnerships. And we will have our first test predict to market in 2021, at which point we'll be aiming to raise a Series A round of $6 to $8 million. We currently do have both some corporate and health system partners. This includes Interpace Diagnostics, a public diagnostics company, Medtronic, a company with $150 billion market cap that produces one of the devices that we use and is very interested in working with us. Exact Science, who I demonstrated earlier, in Bio-Rad. Any of these companies could become potential acquirers. We're also working with health systems that are giving us important registry data and access to their physicians, both for research purposes and commercialization purposes. And if you look at the transaction comps, you'll see that similar diagnostic companies were acquired for anywhere from the mid 200s up to $2 billion. And this is just the beginning. Altogether, we're developing upper GI tests for gastric cancer, esophageal cancer, and head and neck cancer, which accounts for over 1.5 million deaths per year. We have a skilled board of advisors from the American Cancer Society, Nashville Cancer Institute, as well as diagnostic business professionals. And again, we're raising $2 million to expediently bring these tests to market. We can't change the pain of a cancer diagnosis, but we certainly can transform the outlook. Thank you so much.
Daniel, thanks. Great presentation again. We'll just open it up for some questions. Matt, you want to take over?
Absolutely. So we'll start off with Wendy. Go ahead.
Hey there. You mentioned that initially it will be used to test high-risk populations, but would it eventually be population-wide, like screening for like colonoscopy or mammograms?
Yep. So that is our goal, and one of the ways we're expediently able to get to market right now is we're looking at symptomatic patients that have acid reflux. So it's a much lower barrier to become a diagnostic test and to receive that Medicare reimbursement when you're approaching that those symptomatic patients. Once you broaden and say, hey, we want to screen all asymptomatic patients, such as breast cancer and colorectal cancer, that is a much higher bar. So that is where we're aiming. However, that'll be once we get to the point where we're also able to bring our gastric cancer test to market so that it'll be able to screen for multiple cancers. And once we're able to get through the FDA process, which we're looking at about 5 to 7 years before we'd be looking at asymptomatic screening.
All right, George, you're next.
I don't remember seeing a page on your competitors and competing technologies.
Yep, so let me pull up that slide right quick. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
So there's two. There's Lucid Diagnostics, which is a subsidiary of a public company called PAVmed. They're producing a detection test for the precancer. They're not able to detect for esophageal squamous cell carcinoma, which accounts for 90% of the worldwide esophageal cancers. There's also TFF3, which is a protein staining that requires pathologists to buy in at the health system. So we believe that we have strong differentiators from them. And then there's liquid biopsies, which have never been validated for precancers, which is really where we're aiming, is that precancer stage 0, stage 1 of the cancer.
So what is Lucid DX? What kind of technology is it?
Yep, so they use what's called next generation sequencing. They're also looking at DNA methylation, which is what we're looking at as well. They have different patented markers and a different patented process than we do. They also use a different device.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll move over to Ian.
Hey, Daniel, great stuff. Great pitch, and the product is amazing too. I have a question. You said you're operating off of a $7 million grant from Johns Hopkins. But how much is that is allocated toward you, and how much is that as operational costs specifically for your component of it?
Yes, sir. So around $1 million is coming directly to our company. 40% of that is indirect costs. 60% of that is towards direct costs. The direct costs are covering the salaries of our employees. It's covering the equipment. The indirect costs then are covering our legal fees, our rent, our accountant, more of our more broad operating expenses. And then about 6 to 6.5 million is going towards the clinical validation studies, which really are the costly parts of bringing a test like this to market.
So and that's what the 2 million raise is for, specifically for that component, or is it just across the board?
Yep, so the 2 million raise will be able to further build out our infrastructure. On the regulatory side, we'll be able to receive what's called a CLIA license, which is a license where the government says, okay, you can do diagnostic tests out of this laboratory. So we'll be able to turn our research laboratory into a diagnostics laboratory. And then we'll also be able to further develop the partnerships. And we want to put some fuel on those research studies to really expedite bringing these tests to market.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and turn it over to Jody.
Hi. You mentioned some impressive numbers regarding valuations for similar companies. You've also mentioned 5 to 7 years before FDA approval for asymptomatic patients, that kind of stuff. What's a likely path to an investment on return? Is this something that's going to be 10 years down the road if it sees anything, or can things happen while you're on that path?
No, so we're certainly moving forward as if acquisition may not occur, although we are positioning ourselves with the proper data for if that opportunity does present itself. We believe that that opportunity will present itself in 3 to 5 years once we're able to receive Medicare coverage as a symptomatic screening test. Once we're able to demonstrate that the market risks and the market opportunity, the market risks are down and the market opportunity is there, and that we have payers on board, both Medicare, number one, but also we'll be able to start working on getting private insurance companies on board. That's when you start seeing in the diagnostic space, the acquisition opportunities arise. The larger players then are able to pour fuel on that market opportunity and expand it using their developed sales force.
So that happens well in advance of that other FDA approval. And
yes.
Perfect.
Yep, the FDA, and then especially for the asymptomatic, it's more getting in the medical guidelines to be able to tell physicians, hey, you guys, so the FDA says you're safe and there's efficacy. The guidelines tell physicians, hey, you should do this screening test. Now to get that accomplished, you've really got to be able to demonstrate some great data that costs a lot of money and requires a lot of patient enrollment. So that's several years after you get to market.
Okay.
We'll generate revenue by next year, though.
All right, so it looks like we have time for one more question, and I'll turn it over to Alex.
Hey, Daniel, great job. Congrats on being in the top 5. Hey, one thing that I've experienced with universities when you're co-developing a product with the universities, and especially when they give you money, that they often ask for, and many times it's 50% or more, where you're has that happened in this case, or is Johns Hopkins a partner basically in your company, or have you given away rights to them in conjunction with the funding they've previously given you?
Yep. So the funding is actually from the NIH. So we haven't received any funding from Johns Hopkins. They're all grants through the federal government. Now we have licensed the technology from Johns Hopkins, and that did come. They own less than 5% equity in the company. They do have a royalty on net sales, which is less than 5%. And then there was upfront license fees, and there's some milestone payments. So it was actually much more friendly than some of the terms you see.
We'll have to cut you off, Daniel. Thanks for that quick answer, and thanks for the question, Alex.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thanks for everyone's great questions. And now we're going to pass it off. We're headed towards Cowboy Cricket Farms. James Rowland, I think, is still with us. Let's just double check.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so we're going to run the PowerPoint through Justin's screen on this one again. So just bear with us on the screen share.
Okay, can everybody see that screen share?
Can.
Awesome.
All right, James, whenever you're ready, go ahead. 7 minutes.
Awesome. Hello, my name is James again with Cowboy Cricket Farms. Slide, please. This is my wife, Kathy, and I. We started the company about 3 years ago. And what we do is we make food out of crickets. Specifically, we make a super sustainable protein and iron source that can be put into a shelf-stable form and pretty much sent anywhere in the world. Slide. So it's an extremely sustainable form of nutrition. Pound for pound, we use a fraction of the resources and make a considerable amount of nutrition out of the small amount of resources that we actually need. For instance, we make twice as much protein per pound as beef and twice as much iron. Slide, please. The iron is actually the more important of the two. The World Health Organization has noted that iron deficiency is the single largest health concern in the world. It is not shortage of water. It's not a disease, maybe not at the moment, but generally in our day-to-day stuff, it's actually iron deficiency. And this is something that we can fix easily with nutritional changes if we're able to find efficient ways to grow that nutrition in other places. Slide, please. So what we like to talk about is cows versus crickets. We're a Montana company, which means we're a bunch of cowboys. So pound for pound compared to beef, crickets use 2,060 times less water. Slide, please. Oh, there we go. Which means we need this giant pumpkin here to get filled up to produce 1 pound of usable protein, compared to crickets, where we only need, slide please. Oh yeah, I can't change it. So there we go. We only need 1 gallon for that same pound of usable protein. But it's not just that. Slide, please. There we go. So we also have a tremendous amount of nutritional density. We use 14 times less feed, 2,060 times less water, produce 80 times less methane, all to make what you see right here. Twice as much protein, twice as much iron, and 43 times as much omega-3. So it's an extremely nutritionally dense, shelf-stable source that takes a tiny fraction of the resources. This means we have more resources for parks and homes and our forests and our world to continue to grow healthily. So crickets for the win. Next slide, please. A big question that we get is who eats these things? Well, we say superhumans. Okay. We say superhumans because most of our customers are endurance athletes, military members, people that need a tremendous amount of nutrition in their diet. But we also have parents who care and are health professionals that are using it to help treat patients with food. And as you just saw, a few of our different products as well, our chocolate chip cookies, which is how we generally communicate with the customer, our powder, which is kind of the most basic form, and then our whole flavored crickets, which have actually taken over as our best seller now, even though it's kind of a weird thing to wrap your head around a lot of times. Next slide, please. So we've seen some good traction with both retailers and press. These are just a few of the places, both local and regional chains. We also recently started talking to KeHE. They approached us because of our association with Mom's Organic Market, and they're bringing us into their general catalog. So that'll give us national distribution once we finish that process. Next slide, please. We've had press from all over the world. You can see one from Japan here, several local places, as well as national. So we've had a lot of people really reach out and get excited about this. And we're trying to continue that trend and keep writing that press. Next slide, please. So all that press has actually created a problem. Demand is a lot higher than supply. While this is a niche product, it's also something that is growing a lot more quickly than I had expected. Next slide, please. In order to fix this, what we've done is we have created a network of partner farmers. So instead of relying on ourselves to do all the farming of this specialty crop, we have been training people all over the world And so right now we have 9 different farms that are open. We just opened 2 more earlier this month, so we're at 9 now. And by the end of this year, we should surpass 15 farms, making us by far the largest supplier of crickets within North America, and the second largest, only behind the networks in Thailand. Next slide, please. How our partner farmer program works is pretty simple. They raise the crickets, they freeze them, or we now have a way for them to process them as well into dehydrated, sent to us, and we do everything after that. Next slide, please. So our team is made up of sales, IoT development for the technology that we've developed for our farmers to simplify this process of farming, and our graphic designer, Cree, who is probably the most important member of our entire team because he's the one that creates our awesome packaging that actually communicates what we do to the consumer. Next slide, please. Oh, phone's almost dead. Let's see. Okay, and then we also have some advisors, including entomologists and our SCORE mentors, and of course, many different mentors from Bunker. Next slide, please. So we've changed our ask a little bit. We've actually simplified a lot of our business because of the COVID response. We've had to scale certain things down, but what we're doing instead is taking this $450,000 ask, changing it to a $200,000 ask, getting rid of the equipment, and it's all about sales and growth. So we now have contract manufacturing that we're bringing in to take care of some of that production for us. And we're really just focusing on marketing and getting that sales team out there.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it. We'll have
Thank
to
you.
There.
I think that's everything, but thank you anyways. So
great. Great pitch. And Matt, go ahead and if you have your first question lined up, we'll hand it over to you.
All right. So we'll start off with Lamar. Go ahead.
When you were talking earlier today, it sounded like you may, by the way, I love this company and I love involving the different farmers. But it sounds like the point where you come to y'all do everything else and you only had a few cookies left. Talk to me about scaling up and the processing of all the stuff that the farmers send to you, all the crickets, and are you able to scale up, and how difficult is it for you to process all that? And you need to have, what does your distribution look like? All that piece, please.
So that's an exceptional question. And my answer for you about a month ago would have been totally different. Because of all this COVID, the restrictions, because of the virus, we've had to actually close down our kitchen. We couldn't afford to keep it open but unmanned for an unknown amount of time. We've had to also close down our visitor center. And so we are streamlining a lot of that stuff and going over to contract manufacturing. We do have production facilities still in place that we're able to utilize in Montana for right now. But over the next few months, we're transitioning all of that over to where it will be produced for us. We're a little bit tentative about that just because we don't like relinquishing control. But then on the demand side, or rather the distribution side, it's been primarily direct distribution, direct to the consumer from our website or from Amazon. However, we are starting to get into larger amounts of large scale distribution, especially with our partnership with KeHE going forward. While they do take a portion of our sales, our margins are so high on our products, it's not a big deal because they will increase our reach by several hundredfold.
Awesome, thanks. And then we're going to move over to Jody now.
Sorry, I had not unmuted. I had a question. You talked about getting over the whole concept of, what this is, and I get it. There are people that will object because it's icky. I have no problem with that. I think that in the right market, this will take off. But are there any valid objections from people that could talk about insect disease? I mean, in beef, you had mad cow disease. Are there any new things that those of us who haven't been eating bugs don't understand? that
Sure.
could be risks?
So that's a great question, and it kind of goes with the whole concept of consumer ignorance because it's such a new thing. People don't know what to even ask about, right? So that's a great question. There are always risks with anything, which is why we need to process our food properly, just like you wouldn't eat raw pork, right? You shouldn't be eating raw crickets. While we've had them tested and they are technically safe, it is not something that I ever advise anyone to do. Now, there are no zoonotic diseases that are known. So a zoonotic disease is something that can pass from an animal to a human or vice versa. There are no zoonotic diseases specific to crickets that we know about. There is one disease specific to this species. It's called the adovnavirus, and it only affects this species. It is highly deadly to them, but that's more of a farming issue than a health and safety issue. So I would say that the number one concern safety-wise is going to be potential allergies. While they are rare, their exoskeleton has very similar compounds to shellfish. And because of that, on all of our packaging, we advise that if you are allergic to shellfish, do not eat the product. We've had a lot of people do that anyways, because they have an EpiPen on them and they feel that they're, impossible to kill, I guess. But if you're allergic to shellfish, don't eat them. Other than that, you should be fine.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move over to Jerry now.
Hi, James. Great stuff and really fascinating business model you have here. What I'm trying to get my head wrapped around is the efficiency of the farming. You say you've got 9 farms, I believe, working for you now, but I really don't have any idea how many crickets it takes to create a package of high protein and how scalable that would be, if this really takes off. Where are the limits that you see in scalability and efficiency from the farming? If you could touch on that, please.
Certainly. So one thing I will say first off is if you really want to go into this and learn about how that farming works, please check out our YouTube channel. I've got hours and hours of how-to videos and detailed stuff on there. But obviously we don't have time for that here. So to put it short, with the correct type of building in the correct environment, basically we need to make sure there's enough insulation because the farms are very warm. We can grow a tremendous amount of crickets in a standard 20 by 20 room, 8 foot high, which is not what we would be actually raising them in, but is kind of our standard unit for how many crickets we can make in a volume of area. We can produce 1 ton per year. So that's basically, depending on the breed of cow, 1 or 2 cows a year in that tiny little area. And you can't produce that many cows a year in that tiny little area. And then we can take that unit and we can stack it on top of each other and put it next to each other. So a 10,000 square foot, 20 foot high area starts producing many, many tons a year with very little input and can be taken care of by 2 people.
That's the tons of crickets. What's the yield?
Yield in protein?
They're pounds. If you've got a ton of crickets, how many tons of flour do you get when you grind
Gotcha.
it?
You lose 74% on average, so we'll just call it 3/4 when you dehydrate, and then a marginal amount when you do any further processing. There's always a little bit of loss. So it's about a 3/4 loss, but at that point, it's also shelf stable and very condensed, right? Versus a steak, which shipping a steak doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Shipping cricket powder, it can sit on a shelf for 10 years in the right environment and you won't have an issue. You can use it when an emergency comes up. So it's easy to stockpile.
Thanks, James. I appreciate that. That's all the time we have on the Q&A. Again, appreciate the excellent questions, not only through through these pitches, but the entire day. So at this point, we've wrapped up our top 5 finalists. Excellent job all around. I'm going to pass it back off to Justin, and he's going to transition us into kind of the final components of the day. Go ahead, Justin.
Thank you very much, John. I want to say congratulations to everybody who's competed. For the judge's admin note, please, in the next 5 minutes, we need you to update UNoodle with your scores from your manual sheet. We'll be locking the UNoodle judging here at 4:40. That being said, there's something that it's a little special that we do. It's an award, and it's a recognition for people who have gone above and beyond to support the veteran community, both at Rice and across the country. The award is called the Jimmy Batista Award. A little bit of background on the Jimmy Batista Award. Jimmy Batista was the founder of the Rice Business Veterans Association, formerly known as VEBA, former Navy SEAL. And because of his impact, the Veterans Association had decided to create an award in his honor. And the citation on the award in his honor reads that the Jimmy Batista Award was established to honor individuals that have demonstrated extraordinary service to and support for the veteran community at Rice Business and beyond. The Jimmy Batista Award is traditionally given out in person. We have had COVID-19, so we will not be able to give the Jimmy Batista Award out in person. We will have to have that award manufactured when non-essential businesses reopen, and then schedule a in-person presentation when able. But the two people we would like to recognize have been with Vet Biz Battle pretty much from the beginning. They have not only been with us since the beginning, they've also been coming in, working with students, making sure that we have continuity of the play of Vet Biz Battle, continuity of the actual event, making sure that we're not forgetting things, making sure that we're not messing up relationships, making sure that we don't do things that people new to running a pitch competition or people new to entrepreneurship would make a fool of themselves for. Those two people we would like to recognize are Al Danto and Jody James. As I said, Al Danto is one of the founding members of Veterans Business Battle. He was in that initial group, and Jody James has been right there with him. Jody James coming from the EO organization. In addition to helping found this, both of them being serial entrepreneurs with successful exits, they've taken that expertise, they drive in from where they're living to Rice University to come have lunch with people like me and John and Joe and Matt and make sure that we are on the right track and that we can put on a great event for everybody here and continue to pay it forward and continue to expand the network. Without further ado, I'd like to open it up to Al and Jody.
Justin, John, first of all, I can't thank you guys enough for what you've done. It's just amazing again, and to carry it on in this time and move it forward with so much going on, when so many other things were canceled, and we even considered canceling it. In a lot of ways, this event today was one of the best we've ever had. It really was. I mean, it just brought so many resources together, great, incredible presentations and entrepreneurs. But I'd like to say something. This started as an idea. So Mike Tatz, Corbin Bates, Jordan Speaker, 5 years ago were veterans at Rice, and they wanted to do something to give back. It's hard to believe that they wanted to give back after they've done so much, right? But they wanted to give back. And then we met with Mark Martin from the Entrepreneurs Organization, and we had a dinner. We just had a simple dinner and said, hey, is there something that we could do? And we said, look, military veterans, if we can't invest in our military veterans as entrepreneurs who volunteer to serve, who go out there and, learn to work in an uncertain environment with no rules, no real guidelines, and just a mission. I said that just mirrors entrepreneurship. And quite honestly, from there, everything just took off. I mean, we just had this idea, and it's just amazing. The SBA got involved, our sponsors got involved, Schlumberger, Williams, Ferris Stamps, everything, and it's just snowballed. And all we did was come up with an idea and put the right groups together. You guys have done all the work, and then a couple of years ago, the students, like the dean said, want to take it all in house, so you could control it and put your fingerprint on it. And we've just been there to support, and that's it. And I'm really honored and appreciative. But it's just amazing what you all have done and just continue take it to a new level. And again, this year, you just took it to a new height in incredible uncertainty. You know, it was unbelievable times. And this just ran without, and I want to say, like John and Justin, they've been at this for almost a year. Justin and John, you know, were first years last year, and they've met every Wednesday since the school year started from 12:30 to 1:30. And I'll tell you one thing, instead of driving in next year, we can do it via Zoom. So it'll be an improvement. It worked out great. We don't have to drive in. But I'm honored, and I thank you for everything that you've done, and for Drew for leading the VIBA. You make us proud. You make Rice proud. Everything that you do, and I'm just honored to be a part of it. It just means so much to me, and I really appreciate it.
I'd like to thank Al for kind of pulling me into this in the beginning. This has been an amazing opportunity. I'm very proud to be honored with him for what we've gotten to do here. And I say what we've gotten to do. I thank you guys for providing this opportunity. There's, you know, I didn't serve, and it's hard, I think, in this world to find a way to give back to those of you who did. And this has just been an amazing experience and a great opportunity to serve those who served. And I appreciate that. And I'll also echo what Al said. This is, we watch you guys do all the work. Every once in a while to just show up and say, keep doing what you're doing has been, you make it easy too. You've done a fantastic job, especially the way you've pivoted this year. The caliber of our competitors was fantastic. And the ability to make today go seamlessly is amazing. You guys have done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Well, we could not be more appreciative. We wish we could give the awards out in person. Unfortunately, the non-essential businesses will reopen soon, and we'll be able to reschedule that. We could not have done it without y'all's support, and we would like to recognize y'all. We're going to pause for 5 minutes. At the end of our 5 minutes at 4:45, we will announce the winners of Veterans Business Battle. Like I said, the winners will receive non-dilutive cash prizes and in-kind prizes totaling $66,000. We have $15,000 in cash to the first place, $10,000 in cash to the second place, and $5,000 in cash to the third place, with a little over $12,000 for the first, second, and third place winners each of marketing support from Alex Fender and Funnel Sciences. Thank you.
We might need a couple minutes to get some scores in here. This has all gone pretty quickly, trying to enter things from the manual sheet into Unoodle here.
All right, we will come back with the final announcement at 4:50 in 9 minutes.
Awesome. Unoodle is done and entered, Justin.
Again, thank you to everybody that has allowed us to host Veterans Business Battle. We have a couple more minutes of time available for judges to input scores. And then I will be followed by the president of the Rice Business Veterans Association, Drew Little. Drew will be making the announcements for all of our winners, along with Alex Fender. Alex will also announce the winners of his in-kind prize. The order of speaking will go Drew, then Alex for each of the ventures.
If you're a venture that receives a placement, after Alex Fender speaks, we'll give you a brief moment to just say a few words if you choose.
And then lastly, we'll be following up with emails for the first, second, third place winners about how to actually claim the non-dilutive cash prizes. And I believe Alex will be following up with you with email about how to claim the in-kind prize. And then another announcement that we'd like to make is the in-kind and non-dilutive cash prizes are obviously a large part of Veterans Business Battle, but we believe that Veterans Business Battle, the biggest portion, is the ability to provide the network, and then also the ability to provide investment prizes. For this year, we're not expecting there to be any announcements of good faith investments, as we've seen in the past. Obviously, we are on a much shorter timeline, and we're not able to meet with people in person. But we are excited, and we do hope that people who are interested in investing will be reaching out directly to some of the contestants, and that'll be a process that happens well after Veterans Business Battle has concluded. So you know that if you did not necessarily win, we hope that the network that you've been provided with is beneficial to you, and we look forward to hearing about your success.
Hey, Justin, is this a good time to describe what Beachhead's doing? I don't want, it's kind of anticlimactic to talk about that after we've got all the cash prizes and everything.
Please take a moment, talk about what Beachhead is working on.
So for the contestants, Beachhead Investments is a group of business people here in Houston that we've pooled our money. And we invest in we don't like to say VBB winners because it's not based on the vote or anything. We put our heads together afterwards. We decide who we want to talk to again maybe get into some more detail when we have a little bit more time. It's usually done in person. We'd like to do this in some Zoom meetings in the next week. We've in our inaugural year, we awarded $100,000 pretty much immediately, but that ballooned into $460,000 in the companies we selected in year one. Last year, we invested another $100,000. This year, it's a challenge with the economy doing what it's doing, but we still have, we expect to allocate somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000 towards a company or multiple companies that we like from this year's VBB, and from seeing the caliber of the competitors, we're confident that provided we get through due diligence and can agree on some valuations or at least methodology for making the investment, that we'll be proceeding sooner rather than later with some level of investment in one or more companies this year. Al, you have anything to add to that, or Mark Martin?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that this year, I think I saw some companies would really qualify for like an SBA loan with some equity, like our bankers and the SBA lender talked about. And I just, once you hit a point where you get cash flow positive, it becomes a really, really good tool. So I think we can reach out and talk about that and have you talk with either the banker, your choice, or maybe the SBA, and take a look at that as well.
Awesome. It looks like we have a comment from Brad Harrison.
Yeah, so first off, wanted to say, we wouldn't be here without Jody and Al, so glad they got the award. We've been working closely with them at Beachhead. And to that extent, Wes and I, in conversations with Al and Jody, are trying to support with an investment some companies as well. I agree with Jody. Jody, Al, and I would normally be behind a curtain right now talking about how we were going to allocate some capital. I think, to be fair, we need a little bit more time to figure it out. But I think, there's a couple of companies that we saw that we'd like to follow up with and explore putting some money into as well. So look forward to having those follow-up conversations with Al, Jody, and the prospective investors that might join us, and then the entrepreneurs that we're going to write a check to. And then lastly, John and Justin, we do a lot of things around the veteran space. It's been great getting to know you over the last year. You made this truly a success. I was very impressed with not only the way the whole thing was run, communicated, organized, all through the process, especially in COVID-19. I thought we had great speakers, and it made Wes and I proud to be associated with both Rice Business School and the Veteran Business Battle. So for that, we're super appreciative and just wanted to commend everybody. We're really excited.
Nice work, guys.
Thank you, Brad.
Cheers, Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks, everyone. I'm in the garage. I've been cast out to the garage.
Thank you very much, Brad. If you bear with us for just a couple minutes, we have the awardees. We have the 3 winners, just making sure that we have the names queued up for a good presentation.
All right. Hey, everybody. This is Drew Little again. Just wanted to reiterate the thanks on behalf of the Rice Business Veterans Association for the time and effort that everybody's put into this. It's been a long day sitting at a Zoom screen. So, but I think Al Danto hit the nail on the head earlier when he said a lot of other VC and startup competitions have been canceled, and our veterans business battle has not been. And it reminds me of my time, I think it was my first physical training formation in the Army, where it was pouring down rain, thunderstorms, sitting right over the top of Fort Hood, Texas. And I was thinking it was going to be canceled, and my battalion commander came out and said, "Lieutenant Little, you're already wet. We're getting after it. We're getting out and we're going to get after it." So kind of the first lesson there of how veterans and how our military personnel have a lot of grit. So thank you all for being here. So without any further ado, we'll go ahead and announce the winners. So in third place, and a reminder that this comes with a $5,000 cash prize from Rice Business Veterans Association, we have Fieldcraft with Michael Chapman. So congratulations to Fieldcraft on the third place finish. I'll pass it over to Alex Sender.
Hey, thanks, Fieldcraft. Great job. I know you do a lot with pay-per-click, SEO, and direct response marketing. Sales Funnel or Funnel Science is going to support your sales funnel for the next year. We're going to give you $15,000 in support. Most companies get about a 7-to-1 return on ROI from that. So we're going to directly help you grow. Great job, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it and honored. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations and well earned there. Fantastic presentation. Okay, moving on to second place. And again, I'm excited to announce that this contestant will have a $10,000 cash prize from the Rice Business Veterans Association. And that prize goes to Capsulomics and Daniel Lund. Daniel, congratulations.
Hey, great job, Daniel. Hey, Funnel Science is also going to support you. Capsulomics is pre-revenue, so we're going to help you in a little bit different way. We're going to be helping you build awareness and try to build out your investment funnel so as you grow your business so you can seek capital faster and get to market quicker. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job, Daniel. Congratulations. Okay, and this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The winner of this year's Rice Business Veterans Business Battle 2020. And again, reminder that this person is going to take home $15,000 from the Rice Business Veterans Association. I'd like to say congratulations to You, Me, Mine, Melanie Murphy, and Leah Lowe. Congratulations, ladies.
Hey, great job, ladies. Y'all did an excellent job. We think you have a great product that can really change the marketplace. We're going to help you also with sales funnel supports. $15,000 directly goes to growing your business. We're going to put it into your sales funnel to help you accelerate revenue and speed to market. Great job, ladies.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll pass it back over to Justin Messenger and John. And again, fellows, great job and congratulations to everybody. We appreciate your participation.
Again, congratulations to everybody who's, first off, congratulations to our top three, to You, Me, Mine, to Capsulomics, and to Fieldcraft. Absolutely amazing pitches. We want to say thank you to all of our sponsors, our judges, and our volunteers. Without them, none of this would be possible. John?
Yeah, thanks again. Just want to reiterate Justin's sentiment. Just appreciate everyone who's pitched today, the top three. Congratulations to our finalists as well. And of course, just the rest of the ventures. I think everyone did a fantastic job, especially given the circumstances. And yeah, once again, I just want to thank everyone, including judges and sponsors, for all the support. Hope to meet everyone in person at some point in future VBV events, and looking forward to carrying on the tradition.
Fantastic job. Is anyone sticking around a little while for a follow-up, Al or team, or kind of a virtual cocktail now?
That sounds like a good idea.
Let me end the live stream.
I thought there might have been a couple of you out there.
Been a long day behind the screen.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to spend more time at the desk, but